day one delivered us some epic matches, and in the first game it wasn't as clear-cut on which way we thought it might go. 100 Thieves taking on G2, and 100 Thieves again having a good amount of practice in Europe, but it did not pay off this time around. G2 came out hot and heavy, and even though it did get a little bit close, it was 100 Thieves that let a lead slip away and managed G2 to take it in style. The individual performances from Kenny and Nexa delivered once again for the team. Moving into the second game, it was the Gs going up against each other, OG taking on EG, but EG being the clear favorites after a not so impressive performance coming out from OG previously at the Ice Challenge. Going into this game, we saw all the rounds, two 16-14 matches that were incredibly close and could have gone either way. And then even on the deciding map of Dust 2, we went all the way to overtime, and it got crazy right to the wire, but it was OG that took the win. Now can we see if they can do it again on day 2?
Welcome back, everyone, to London and Blast Premier Spring Series. We are up for day 2. My name is Evie Supporter. I will be your desk host for the final 2 days of this first portion of the competition with my wonderful analysts, Sponge and Thorin. Welcome. Yesterday was pretty crazy. Again, really hard to predict. What's going on here at Blast?
I think we could probably flip a coin today to decide who's going to win these 2 matches coming up. But realistically, I think it's been the constant theme of all 3 weeks, having teams who are, within the top 10 in the world coming in without playing any officials and not delivering. And we've seen that time and time again.
You've got to find the bright spots here, Chad, because you might say, in one sense, I got both predictions wrong. But actually, I 100% predicted that 100 Thieves would play Evil Geniuses next.
So, I mean, you are correct in that regard.
In a sense, right? So, in another sense, wasn't I right after all?
I guess.
You're always right.
We get the last word up here, so most of the time we are correct.
Well, they made this pretty little graphic for us to show us how wrong we actually were.
Predictions
Do you
are a
appreciate
bit
that?
passé at this point.
I agree.
It's more about taking part,
we
giving
make
the knowledge of the game.
Before the veto comes out, we're not informed. This is just waking up and...
I do appreciate, though, that even when he's not here, they let you know that Jason Mozo was wrong. He got 0-2. He's not even here, he's wrong.
So that's to expand the graphic for him and everything. So, yeah, lucky man.
I mean, I'm salty about having a wrong prediction, too. It seems it's pretty difficult around here. But what do you make of it, the fact that it's been so hard to predict these? I think yesterday came down to a combination of first games on LAN for a lot of these teams, not playing up to their potential, but also the combination of just with pugging, you can just win a couple of games.
I'm a bit like a disappointed parent at the moment because I want the top tier teams to come out swinging and start the year where they left off. But sure, it makes it more interesting for the viewers. Everyone loves a good underdog story. And now we have today the 2 favorites of the group going toe-to-toe with a EG who we heard was standing in the losing interview saying, look, they're going to come out today and get those headshots, which is probably one of the hardest things to quantify in Counter-Strike, but the individual performances needs to be lifted.
Yeah, EG is up versus 100 Thieves in this lower bracket match. Thorin, if you look at yesterday after a night's sleep, what did you distill as the main points that need to be improved for EG today?
I mean, the big problem with them was they got a lot of the kind of check mark you'd want. Like, Breezy was probably the best player in the server, was doing awesome on the 2 maps you thought they'd win. They actually got leads in those games. They looked good, actually. The map veto looked good. Everything looked awesome, but they narrowly lost. Obviously, it wasn't a big defeat, but then again, when you consider some of the leads they had in those games, 13-8, etc., it kind of was in a way. So I did feel a bit underwhelmed by EG overall. I mean, props to obviously OG for coming through with the epic victory. I also think another storyline here is, once you set up these narratives, sometimes the narrative is just your storyline of what happened, but also when people start to buy into it, that's when it becomes something real and tangible. So I also think if I'm an underdog and I've seen the first 2 weeks, I come into week 3 thinking, well, I can do the same thing. Look, these teams who have had the big layoff, I'm the underdog who's been a bit active. Like, why can't I get a result? Like, whatever team you want to insert at that point in time. So I feel as though maybe some of the underdogs also feel a bit more buoyed up in this tournament than they would if this was one of the other ones in the calendar.
I think that's a fair point. OG really grinded that victory out, right? We got to give that to them.
Yeah, look, because you're talking in the first 2 games going all 30 rounds in both maps, what they showed there was they didn't just come in and verse a team that wasn't fighting back, because EG was in points in massive leads. So for OG to be able to close that, it shows, you know, a lot of poise, and that's something we can't say for a lot of teams at the moment.
Yeah, and I think for EG, it is a bit harder to quantify than maybe for other teams who can easily say, well, we weren't fragging at all, but a lot of players on that server were absolutely fragging, putting up huge numbers, but it didn't equate to any round wins.
Some of the problems for them were force buys, right? They kept winning pistols, then they were losing force buys, and they had force buy battles back and forth. And when those situations are going down, of course, you're going to close game of Counter-Strike, right? Because teams are getting into the game with their full gun rounds a little bit later. And when you're having, look, we've got some examples of the rounds here which they were losing. We had Volder getting clutches against them. There was just rounds that, and same thing we can say for 100 Thieves coming up, that they would normally close and they were unable to do so. And when you're looking at that, what do you do? Like, how can you quantify that? How can you come in and say, oh, they're going to lose every clutch, or they're going to have Ethan at the back of platform with an M4 auto spraying against Glocks running out of tunnels? Like, certain things like that, you just don't expect to see.
Yeah, that's another thing I will say as well. As much as we've built this bigger storyline about the teams that have had the layoffs and the ones that have been active, sometimes the way they're losing is different. Like, for example, EG came with the individual performance, but then they didn't have some of the routine to win the match and close correctly, like you're saying, whereas Astralis had the fundamentals, they just didn't have the individual performances. So it's not as though everyone's playing out the same script, but you can see the identity of the teams are different.
Yeah.
And unless you come with all your kind of like big strengths on display, there's a lot of teams in Counter-Strike can get you on the right day.
Yeah, that's a great point, and it's hard for us to kind of put our finger exactly on what went wrong for EG, but hopefully I'm a Pet can make us a bit wiser.
I heard during practice you guys were playing an insane amount of matches, maybe close to 70 matches in just the 10-day boot camp that you had. Was there kind of these kind of problems during that? Because you just mentioned then obviously about practice being a lot better.
I don't think we had like problems like that at all. Like, we were like super coordinated, like people were calming a lot better. I think maybe just because there was the pressure of the match, maybe that had something to do with it, and people really wanted to win, especially against underdog. Yeah. So now, going to be playing 100 Thieves is going to be a different like story. You know, we're familiar with them, and we know a little bit what more to expect.
And that's the thing, right? OG were quite the unknown in what they could deliver between Ice Challenge, and now they looked a lot better. But 100 Thieves is a good matchup for you guys. So did you look at what they did yesterday and see like, okay, maybe they haven't changed that much? Or is there things you noticed that goes, oh, okay, we might need to be prepared for this?
I think they're a little bit of like similar how they used to be. They don't play that much, so it's like kind of hard to realize like what they're doing. Because I think the last time they played was in Odense or something, and we played them there, and then they played like 2 more BO3s after that. So they're kind of like a weird team, as they boot camp a lot and like practice a lot, but they seem to have a system they want to stick with. So I guess if it's not too broken, you can't like change it too much. So yeah, I don't know. I kind of expect like some similar stuff.
That is an apt observation, I would say, because as we move on to 100 Thieves, what we kind of gathered from the games is that they had those strategies from spawn plan, they had the fundamentals down, but then as the rounds progressed, they seemed a bit lost, uncharacteristically, for 100 Thieves.
Some of the mid-rounds from these guys yesterday was a little bit confusing, and then you had the post-plant situations, especially if you look at Vertigo, right? They were struggling time and time again within those rounds, and you could see the frustration creeping on in. If we're going to talk about individuals, we saw Jacob make a tweet yesterday saying he was going to hit deathmatch. He was literally, statistically speaking, half of the player he normally is, right?
Yes.
Now, I'm not going to pin it on just one guy, because I think a lot of the situations they were losing are not down to him, you know, entry fragging, which is his role. It's situations like this where they're losing retakes time and time again. And those rounds are miscommunication. It's not playing the post plants correctly. And that's not on one player. That's on the entire team.
That's true. I think in general, a lot of people weren't just being as precise as they usually are, but that JChem was pretty stellar. We're going to pull up the tweet in just a little bit. Thorin, he tweeted about it, so I guess it's all good now? They're just gonna...
I don't know about that. Like, listen, if tweets made you a better player, I'd have fixed a lot of careers in
or a better caster,
so, exactly.
Right?
So what I would say is, like, listen, he's obviously totally correct. And the big problem here is, even though it's not him in isolation that is the issue, is his team already, like you saw, the opponents even said, we think we're better, G2 said, skill-wise than they are. Like, that wasn't even a diss. They were acknowledging, actually, they're a better team. There's a reason they're higher in the rankings. But the area we have an edge is, we have a couple of bangers. We have 3 or 4 people who can go head-to-head. Whereas the whole thing is, within this team, you've got to have your JKS and JChem online, and then we'll talk about the others. If the others contribute, great. For me, they're a team where, because they've got a lot of the fundamentals down, they need just enough skill to get it done and execute in the server. So if you have a player who's one of your stars come with half his average statistical performance, you're going to be very, very limited in terms of making what you want to happen.
If we tie the I'm a Pet interview back into this, saying about them not playing a lot, I think that 100 Thieves actually do it as most teams should, be more picky and choosy with the events that you're attending, right? Because they have events that they clearly think are important and ones that they focus on in that regard. And not having changed up a lot of things, yeah, probably, because in a fundamental base, you can't do too much crazy stuff outside of the box, right? You can have 1 or 2 pocket strats, mix it up a little bit in that way. We have seen some positions change. For example, Dust 2 yesterday, Jacob's been moved from the B bomb site over towards long, Liaz is now going over towards B. So there's those little details, there's little changes, but in terms of the overall approach to the game, it's going to be same that we would normally be seeing with the 100 Thieves.
We'll see. For a bit more insight, Jacob is standing by with Banks.
All right, Jacob, I saw your tweet yesterday, and I respect those kind of tweets, but you know how it can be, right? First events is how kind of it goes. Would you say maybe it's a bit more down to nerves for you guys in terms of that loss yesterday?
I mean, it definitely was a little bit of nerves, just individually and as a team. You could see that. But the reasoning behind the tweet is, I mean, I've been in Europe for 3 weeks. I've been playing CS every day, and unbelievable amount of hours have been put in. And when I pull some horrible performance like that, I will not be happy with myself. So that's kind of the reasoning behind it.
And you always want to strive to be better. But how did that DM session go? You feeling more confident now?
Definitely. I mean, sometimes it might only be in your head, like you start off bad and you don't feel like you're in the game, and today it'll be better for sure.
Yeah, absolutely fair. It's just frustrating, and I think he just wanted to put it out there. Hey, I have been practicing, I've been putting in the work, and it's as frustrating for me as it is for all of you watching. But that means that it can all change today. The Betway odds say that Evil Geniuses have a better chance, and it is quite a hard one to predict, because after yesterday, it's all gone into disarray. And I imagine if either side just does a bit better, it seemed like they could have won their matches, and that makes it hard to predict this one, Thorin.
Yeah, even though obviously 100 Thieves got 2-0, they were still pretty much in those games. Obviously, the first map, it looked like they were going to win. They were up a massive amount. So I would say the reason why I understand the odds being like that is because historically EG has been basically the hard counter to 100 Thieves. It's just the problem is, do you think 100 Thieves that was playing last year is the one playing now? That's your real question, I think.
Yeah, even with Daps on the roster, they were getting the better of when they were Renegades, right, back in the NRG days. And a lot of the victories that these boys were getting over the Australians were single-digit victories, right? And that's play style, because I think they play with a lot of confidence, a lot of individuals, and you can snowball 100 Thieves in that regard, because they want to take the fight in the early stages, like we were talking about yesterday. 100 Thieves, they'll force buy, but then if you get on top of them economy-wise, they lose control of that. They can't do their strategies anymore. They can't go to that fundamental base with all the utility, and that's where EG probably have the advantage in this one.
How much at this point in time and in kind of a refreshed year do you take historical records into consideration, knowing the last 6
Apparently
times they met, EG won versus 100 Thieves, right? So is that spooking in the heads of 100 Thieves, or is that giving more confidence to EG, or not at all?
I'm not someone who just rides like individual daily form. That can change. I try to look at what remains, basically, what's persistent. So I think the reason why EG in the past has won is stylistic. Like, I actually think they've just got so much firepower. They play an explosive style. They're actually hard to read at times. You know, they can switch up what they do. That will counter a lot of the strengths of 100 Thieves. The problem is, I was so unconvinced by what I saw from EG yesterday. They looked kind of like they were actually losing some of that power. All they had was the fragging for me at times in those games. So add in the fact I always appreciate the way, at least not in the series yesterday, but normally 100 Thieves veto, I feel like this is their chance in the same way as Na'Vi overcame Astralis and Vitality. They can turn that losing record around.
Is there more depth to a team like 100 Thieves than EG, or is that going too far?
Strategically, yeah. In terms of firepower, no way, right? We're having 2 different teams with 2 different playstyles going toe-to-toe.
Classic matchup.
Yeah, and we've seen which one works historically, but as I was just joking about before, it doesn't seem to matter what happened last year in Blast, because everything that I've come in here with, oh, this is the way they play, this is the way it should be, it hasn't been in that regard at all. So the only thing that I can stick to here is just predicting the Australians, because I get to be biased in this regard.
Okay, well, a lot riding on this match, of course, because we're already in the lower bracket with these 2 teams. And before they get onto the server, let's meet them in person with Banks.
London, are you ready? That's much better than yesterday. Thank you very much, my hometown here. I love to see it, but I know what you guys to love to see more is these teams coming out to the stage. So without further ado, let's bring on the Evil Geniuses! EG, they were the favourites going into the game yesterday, but OG came in to shock them little by little. The question is, can they step it up today? We talk about coming to the first LAN, and that rust has affected so many teams here at Blast. Now it's the elimination match. Now the pressure is on, but they've been in this situation before and they've dealt with it well. Next up, the Aussie lineup, known for this crazy practice, known for the boot camps and what they can deliver. It's 100 Thieves! Now, they certainly seem to have the crowd advantage here, but they've got to let the server practice do the talking. We looked at it last year. They had incredible runs, and they were seeded very highly by the other teams for the Blast series that we have here. Can they deliver on today? We'll have to find out in just a few moments. Kassad, you were fun yesterday. Come back down here. Chet, you can join me as well. Now, EG in general, you have a pretty good run against these guys, especially last year. You were manhandling them, so another easy game?
I mean, yeah, I don't really need to talk too much trash because they're a team that only wins Asia minors.
Ooh, Kassad only wins Asian minors.
That's all fair and square. We can settle this one-on-one if you want. I mean, they don't even have to play. They don't even have to play.
They don't even have to play. Kassad, I know you're in the gym, right? But Chet has been working hard on this as well. Let's keep it peaceful. Let's get a handshake on go. Let's get into this game. This is going to be a spicy one. 100 Thieves versus EG!
Yeah, out of 10, this banter compared to
Kassad
yesterday.
was obviously talking about 1v1 in the server.
Yes.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
So,
Yeah.
And Kassad
If
would
we've
win that
learned one thing, it's that you don't try and verbally spar with Serbians. They don't really hold back a lot.
No.
They kind of just let it go. So
They absolutely
Fair
go
play.
in. Yeah. With that,
Chet
of
didn't
course,
want any of that action. He ain't about that life, I'm telling you right
his
now.
voice was trembling a little
It
bit. Or
was,
was that
wasn't it?
me? He was like, oh, God, what am I going to say here?
I'll get you, though.
All right, and with that under our belts, we're going to move on to the veto for this map.
So yeah, that's the permaban right there for 100 Thieves. We're expecting that one to come on through. I think it'll be a Vertigo coming on out here
It's the
to be
obvious
banned from
one.
EG.
Which
And
might even be a blessing for 100 Thieves at this point in time. Just don't even allow yourself to think about that one.
Yeah, they clearly were confident in it yesterday. I don't know if it came back to bite them. I think it's something we'll probably see throughout the year as a pick for them, but just now not getting an opportunity to do so. It's either going to be a Mirage or I don't think they go into an Inferno here.
The problem is, I think Train would be a great one. There we go. But the thing is, in your mind, you still think of EG and think they were straight fire at that last major when they were on Train. They were so good. They obviously beat Astralis on it. Like, I do think, though, like, you just look at the last few months, it is clearly a map they don't like as much now. And for whatever reason, they've gone away from it. So I'm certainly interested to see. I would say Dust 2 is the obvious one for EG. Then again, like I mean, they didn't really like the Dust 2 game they played yesterday, so Mirage is one they can possibly think about. They're going with Nukachi.
Wow.
That's pretty crazy in itself, because I don't really see how that's punishing a weakness of 100 Thieves there. I feel like you've actually given them a nice little opener here.
Yeah, considering the fundamental base that we talk about, right? If their individuals aren't playing well, but they can still get secret control, which was happening yesterday when you look at the game that EG played, they were losing lower control against OG quite consistently.
It was actually so underwhelming that it was the CT sides they were losing in that series in general.
Yeah.
With all the skill, you'd think that's where they should dominate.
Cirque had to bring them into the T side of Nuke, right? He was going absolutely huge. He has impact on eco rounds, on the pistol rounds. I think the third probably going to end up, or
Feels like
Inferno. Because Inferno is a map that we normally talk about with EG, is they were taking it to Astralis.
I can see that EG
right?
will like that, sure.
So for 100 Thieves to get rid of Dust 2, that was a map yesterday that, look, it was 13-13 at one point. They were winning that game, was it 13-8? So they don't want to play potentially the snowbally EG that we were talking about that can really ride that momentum of their individuals. The Train's really going to set the pace for this, because if you look at the AWPers head-to-head, you would say that Cirque has Grat covered every day of the week.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see. Quite interesting. 100 Thieves, of course, the first map we're going to see by their pick is Train. We know that we can play it, that they can play it, rather. I can't play it. That would be absolutely ludicrous. Lias at IM Beijing absolutely outfragged Dents like they didn't know where the hell they came from. So we know they can, right? But the question is, can they tap into that now? And is that then just, okay, listen, we've thought a bit more about our veto and we're going to just pick something where we know we're comfortable, because yesterday we made that error.
I mean, there's a reason why both Renegades, when they used to be called that, and Dents, used to love this map and pick it in. It's like most people don't play it out of choice. It's at the back of their map pool, but not a lot of people veto it necessarily in the modern day. And it's a map that rewards great fundamentals, nice communication, good team play, having a good playbook that you can shift up. So these are all great things. I would say on the EG side, this is another game I'm going to put on the back of Breezy, because when they were amazing on Train was when Breezy would just drop like 30 on it, and he was a monster on both sides. So if he can be a player he was yesterday, this is a chance for EG, but I'm liking this veto generally for 100 Thieves.
It feels like a no-brainer for me to say this, but JKS, he on this map, right? We've seen him over towards the inner bomb site as that anchor position as well, and then Jacob comes over to help him defend that side of the map. So those two individuals need to be able to stop that pacing early with the T sides here. This is a prediction.
Is anyone changing their vote depending on the veto now?
Like I said, if I had a coin, that is honestly the way that I would decide these two matchups today, right?
Yeah.
This here, you could have picked either. Anybody could have picked either of these teams, because it's both underdog underdogs won yesterday, and now we're going the two favorites against each other with long layoffs, both looking rusty, right? So today there's going to be a completely different vibe, at least from this lower bracket match. I think there's going to be a lot more fire coming out of both teams, at least, you know, verbally and in the server.
Yeah, I'm an optimist, and I think we're going to see some fantastic Counter-Strike because both teams, 100 Thieves and Evil Genius, have a lot to make up for after yesterday. Casters, take us into the game.
Oh yes, we will indeed take you right in the game. Thank you to the desk. What a fantastic game this is going to be. I really look forward to it. EG and 100 Thieves. You ready for it?
Oh yeah, dude. Especially after yesterday. I mean, they just hit it on the head where both of the underdogs won. Yeah. Both of the favorites for the group came out of a long break and underperformed. So now what's going to happen when they actually go up against each other? I took 100 Thieves, Anders. I took 100 Thieves because I think that they've, after listening to their comms yesterday, I think they've got it a little bit more tightly together than EG. But it's only just.
It's only just. I mean, I know. I was talking to Stanislaw a little bit backstage, and he was really not pleased at all with what was going on yesterday. He said, you know, we're just going to be playing so much better today, but he was really ready for it. So I appreciate that, and I think they will be, you know, a little bit more locked in for the day. But I definitely think 100 Thieves also didn't really perform up to the level. I think they're going to be better today. I think they are an amazing team, so I can't wait to get the whole game live. And it looks like that's what's happening right now. The shields are going to be up, and we'll head into Train where we start off this best of 3. 100 Thieves going to be on the T side, EG on the CT side. So let's just get this game underway. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. There's definitely some fun Counter-Strike coming your way here.
I'm keeping an eye on the utility here, T side. Molly picked up on Aza. We will get a couple smokes. And on the other side, a little bit of utility, but still some heavy Kevlar focus. So they're looking for the shots here, EG. And Train is one of those maps where really those USPs can just be brutal, long range one-shot headshot. That's what the advantage that the CTs have, the advantage that they have to work with. And so 100 Thieves looking to negate that.
Oh, yeah. No, you're absolutely right. But here's another thing that they have. They have a double grenade for that B ramp. Both Stanislaw and Cirque have one each. And if they go down into it, if they get the HEs off, then that'll blow up the entire 100 Thieves team coming down. Let's see if they can do it. There's the first indication. He's not quite doing it. So Cirque just shooting the gun a little bit. Flashbang for now. They're really thinking about it. He's setting up for a long range, but I think they're just trying to get the timing down right. The bomb is going to be planted. Still, the HEs have not been used, so they might have some sort of a deeper plan in play here. There's one of them going out and didn't really do everything they'd wanted. They try and grenade forwards, in fact, so they wanted to clear out Liaz. That's an interesting strategy coming out, and now the headshots to follow, and Stanislaw with a follow-up, executing Azar, and that is the round. What a retake.
So clean. And that was with 100 Thieves even playing around those HEs potentially. They don't plant the default spot with the bomb. They're off on the side, and so if there were any shenanigans, they would have been ready for it or they would have dodged it. And instead, 100 Thieves, man, Stan, you can't give that to him in pistol rounds. You saw it yesterday as well. The guy's hitting headshots. The guy's hitting headshots on pistols. Now we just need to see him carry that throughout the rest of it when they start getting some guns in play.
I agree, but I really love watching Stan play in general. I just think he's just got this don't care brand of Counter-Strike where he doesn't seem to be affected by the pressure that much. I think it's really cool. I like the fact that they didn't actually get the kill on Liaz, but they did try and double nade him. So that was, you could tell how planned that was. Those grenades could have gone anywhere, but they saved them for that one moment. So very clearly a plan.
Well, what do you make of these, this buy here from 100 Thieves? They're going for the Krieg Kevlar nades. And then Gratisfaction and Jacob, actually the ones taking the hit. No Kevlar, but they will have deagles.
It's so hard to find a reason not to do this if you're on the T side. They're up against 2 M4s and a couple of Masters. So I guess on the EG side, they have a little bit more than I think 100 Thieves would have liked, but still pretty good. Those double Kriegs could absolutely do it.
This is what I'm curious. I mean, we'll need an update on the statistics. Because I mean, I think it was Striker on HLTV who did that article, right, where this buy it only works like 40% of the time, at least off of the stats that he was running with.
Yeah, 40% of the time it works every time. Oh, so does that headshot. Cirque goes down. Stanislaw to follow. Gratisfaction now wedged up against the wall. He's going to pick up that M4 and Breeze. He was very good yesterday, and this is still a bit too much though. 1 versus 3 with no kind of a smoke or a defuse kit or anything. Might just have to try and look for exits, but ultimately back out. So this was one of those times that it did work. But you're absolutely right. It would be fun to get the really grind statistics on it.
Yeah, the new, updated right now that we're going to get the teams playing again. We'll start to see how effective these buys are in the second round after the pistol. And we'll start to see if it's better to save the money for the following round or to go for it. I mean, this one, it worked. The Deegs, once again, just so effective.
Get some of the really crazy math people on it, like Lurpus out there somewhere.
I think Lurpus is too busy, putting up Excel sheets and shorting Tesla stocks.
Still
have time to
on.
worry about the Krieg.
Dude, that's one of my. I know people get annoyed, but that's one of my favorite things about his Twitter account.
It's so good, man. It's like unending entertainment.
I'm into it now. I want to follow this journey. It's been going on for years. Third round, and that worked out. They get to save the M4. 100 Thieves off to a pretty hot start, and they should be able to just capitalize on this. There is still the presence of the Deagles, and I love this from EG, pushing down aggressively. Stanislaw looks like he's going to be alone with the Deagle over on this side. That'll make it very tough for him to do much of anything, but they're trying to get the info on the other side of the map, and if he could have beat JKS, that would have been fun.
Is this the game now? All right, so you can have strategies used on the T side where they start to focus on a single bomb site until the opponents can figure out how to stop them from hitting that bomb site. Because so far that's 3 rounds, 3 plants for 100 Thieves. Do they just keep going B and just challenge Evil Geniuses to, this is where we want to keep an eye on where they decide to take it next. Aza calling shots with Kassad at his back. But I wouldn't, train, why not? Just keep rinsing and repeating. Hit the same site over and over again until they figure out how to deal with it, and then you change up your playbook.
Well, especially right because once they get by the AWP, Cirque is going to be having that, but having Cirque immediately in the B bomb site from the start to help out Stanislaw, that's kind of risky because again, if it turns into an immediate A rush, then you want the op to be there right off the bat. And the other thing is, though, sometimes if you're the B anchor player on that bomb site and you're just having a slow start or not quite the right day or anything like that, it's so rough if they're just coming for you, right? You play close to that B ramp, you can get wrecked any number of ways. So, yeah, why? I mean, if it works, again, I think it's a good idea what you're saying. Just force them to prove that they can do it. Of course, the ultimate version is if you do it a number of rounds in a row, and then you blindly swap into the A-push without even anything and catch them in the middle of it. That's amazing. So that kill from Tarek, I don't know how JKS went down. That seemed like he was always flashed, but he should have probably still been able to fall back. A bit confusing.
We're going to get the rotation from Cirque as well. Wonder if Tarek was close enough to hear the footsteps of Aza. I think he was, because the rotation's coming through here. CT's managing to get in position. Cirque, who was hitting shots yesterday, connects with one. Breezy takes down another. 2-on-3 man advantage for EG going into the retake, and they've got Kevlar as well, so it's not easy here for 100 Thieves. They need to get this bomb down and ticking. And they do, so now it's all about holding these angles. Breezy, though, can pull a fast one, high ground, gonna get the flank on Aza, wins the duel.
Ooh. So, that
was a little bit chaotic on the side of EG, though.
Yeah, it was, but I don't understand. Even when they lose the Krieg in main, 100 Thieves, this is a weird way to go down if you're JKS just in a bunch of different ways. There was no one that they had to sort of give up that Krieg at that point in time, but then they still kept on losing into the B bomb side. That I'm going to say is a needless. Actually, I'm not going to say anything. I'm going to leave it up to Chad. Chad's going to be angry about this round. I can guarantee it.
And, that's also JKS who's on your screen there. He always looks like that. So happy, sad JKS. It's just JKS. He's a very focused individual.
He is focused. Another one of my I don't know why. If I had to make like a list of really good players to watch, I don't know why I always forget about JKS, but every time I see him play, I'm like, man, I need to not do that because he's so good. A quick trade as of a breeze early on. Jaken with a bit of a return, and he's going to get shot down from Cirque being in that bomb site. Ethan playing very close to the smoke at Pop Dog, trying to see if he could find an angle. Now he's falling back a little bit. Oh, almost gave a chance, but what a nice flick. Ethan picking up 2 kills, Lias and JKS, and you could tell JKS wanted to use the distraction of that main push to try and sneak out for the smoke at Pop Dog, and he just wasn't able to. Now it's Gratisfaction in a 1 versus 3, and he's going to find the first kill on Ethan. That's something, but yeah, I don't know. They should be able to set this up. Unless he could find a rifle on the ground, I don't think this AWP is going to do it for him.
He's got time to play with at least. Can he make it into Pop Dog? Sneaks his way through, and if he can get here, he has no way of knowing, of course, that the B side is open, but could go for the rotate off. Unfortunately for him, though, it seems like he's got his heart set on the A site, and this could eventually cost him because Evil Geniuses are playing this perfectly. They're just lying in wait. The two of them together, that's all they need. They just need to stick together on this. And so EG, just let him plant the bomb. A, B, they don't care. They just need to stick together on this.
Yeah, I agree. This is if they obviously there is a temptation to look into that A yard, but yeah, don't want to walk into that AWP. And now they're down to 15 seconds, so everything is working out. And Gratisfaction is trying his best to find someone. And he's not getting anything for it now, down to 9 seconds. So has to make noise to plant the bomb, and they're going to know immediately. Don't have an HE grenade, but he's very low on health. And yeah, they're right on top of him. This would be just a miracle. Does jump back around the corner, but Cirque will find him. Nice round out of Cirque, a double kill, but yeah, there was a timing there for JKS to come for the smoke at Pop Dog, and if Ethan hadn't been so quick to take him down, that could have worked out. They probably would have at least, probably would have been in a 2-on-1 at that point. This is very good. Like, look at how quick he is.
That was well played by JKS. Just tough break there. Cirque with the final shot. Kind of want to call him Capone, you know? Cirque, he's got that baby face killer kind of vibe going around him. Yeah.
there's a Photoshop to be made.
Guy's a thug, just looking out. Gets that op and play.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. We got to pause. Or do we?
Maybe. Bit of a tech issue. So we'll figure that out and get back in the game. Round number 6. Yeah. Always want those at the end of the rounds and not right in the middle of them. But I had an attempt at an A side thing this time for 100 Thieves, trying to see if they can make that work. And they don't quite get the timing down right. Cirque on that AWP out there. Definitely want to find a way to get him smoked off. And I guess the problem, at least part of the problem that round, was just that they actually got slowed down at the beginning of that push so much that EG were able to get their bearings on everything. And they had no presence coming from Ivy, did they?
No, they aren't going for splits. It feels like they were just kind of trickling in. And we saw that a little bit yesterday when it comes to hesitation.
Yeah.
When you're trying to go through smokes, and if you were going to go through smokes, you need to go through smokes simultaneously. The timing is everything. You need to have the right spacing so that there isn't the chance for your opponent to take that first shot and then reset and take the second shot. It needs to be, okay, maybe you lose the first guy going through the smoke, but the second and third guy behind him are there to trade, and then you go straight onto the site. What we saw there was 100 Thieves kind of just peeking out one after another, and that's not going to work when you're facing into a defense. So 100 Thieves needs to get a little bit tighter on their offense here on the timings. And right now we got a tech pause. Not quite sure what's going to be done about it, though.
No, we'll figure it out. We'll get the admins to sort it all out, and hopefully it won't be too much longer. It will be, I don't know. I mean, theoretically, 100 Thieves could force up into this next round. They'd have something like 3 AKs and a Galil, and I don't know what Jacob would do, but yeah, could be worth trying to pressure the economy. It was down into a two-man left for EG, so you know they're going to have a limited amount of money. I don't think it's a terrible idea. But yeah, just going to be waiting for the headset to be back online for one of these players, and then I think we're good to go. Yeah, I don't know. Pressuring the economy, would you want them to pick up a buy in this round? Or are you happy to see them you know, go halfway?
I think go for a buy. With the Galils now, you can get a Galil in there, the Deagles, so you can still be effective. So, I mean, 100 Thieves right now, I think it's worthwhile to go for a buy and still keep the pressure up. And the countdown has begun, so we're going to be getting back into the match.
Yeah.
They've been fairly consistent about getting bomb plants. So I think it is worth going for the buy and just try and keep that pressure up on EG, because EG are the ones who are still kind of on the edge of getting a good bank going or not. EG need a clean round win right now to really start getting the ball rolling for themselves. Double op, though, for Evil Geniuses, so there's a chance. They can be decisive in this round.
Yeah, they stole that from Gratisfaction in the previous round. But you're right. They actually do need a good, clean win here, EG. That would be super beneficial in terms of building the economy. Then Stan alone in the B bomb side yet again, so they're not that worried in spite of what we were talking about with the early pressure on B. They still have the early four-man setup out here. And I mean, again, I think Stan is one of those players. He's going to be a long time before he really starts to feel the pressure.
Mm-hmm.
So that's probably good. Have some mentally strong in there. Betway odds is showing, you know, the crowd behind EG once again.
Wow, and this is 100 Thieves taking a bit of a hit there.
Yeah, that's very interesting, isn't it?
All right, so we'll see how this pans out, because right now this is slow, steady, trained. This is what we expect to see from teams on train. Slow, methodical approach to the map. Now we've got some Ivy control picked up. 400 Thieves. They're going to be moving methodically through.
Look at Lias. Oh, this could be so cool. He's really close to Ivy. He's actually making some noise. I thought maybe he would be the guy, you know, backstabbing once the B hit came in, but he's trying to draw them away and I guess keep more people at the bomb site, which is not really working out. Stanislaw and Breeze are both at that B bomb site. That's pretty good. They're pushing it at the high ground and they're not even going to be making any noise. I don't think they're going to be actually signaling this. They're just going for it. So yeah, they don't know what's happening. Stanislaw still picks up a kill at Breeze all the way behind with the AWP, saving Stanislaw. What a great defense, and he's going to clean this all up. Lias, they should know that he's here because he made that noise earlier and you can see Zerg absolutely knows. What a defense from EG. That, what they just did was, especially I think Stanislaw picking up the first kill, I can almost guarantee you he had no way of knowing. They didn't smoke it or flash it or anything. They just went 3 men on the high ground, and that's, yeah, that will almost always get you killed in that B bomb site, so well done.
It's a nice try from 100 Thieves, right? Because usually those nades going in, it's just signaling, you know, here we are. So you can try and pull a fast one like that, go and dry every now and again. But that is exactly how it had to go for EG. Now they're the ones who are going to get control economically of this first half. And 100 Thieves, it's going to be them on the back foot. Now, during a tech pause, I'm pretty sure we have a tactical timeout getting called here. Because during a technical timeout, when there's some kind of computer issue, headset, the players and coaches are not allowed to talk. So it doesn't get abused, right? You can't just keep calling tech timeouts and get free timeouts.
Unplug your keyboard intentionally.
You know, that's a stroll down memory lane, the old days of CS. Oh, I kick your PC. Oh, shucks, I got to take a timeout.
Damn, yeah. No, there's a lot of tricks like that. If you, yeah, but you're right. Good we have those rules now. Don't want any...
We've learned.
Slowly but surely. Ooh, we've seen this play before on train. Trying to see if you can run down and sue someone. It has worked at least the once, so why not go for it again? P250 on JKS. He barely made it around the corner.
Sits down.
I imagine 100 Thieves were going to be slightly annoyed that Lias was so close to Ivy making all the noise and it didn't draw anyone out of B. You know, you kind of want that to work. You want for someone to you know, bite on that, and they just weren't ready for it. Ooh. Okay.
Dude, Breezy doesn't even care. Nicely done.
Not even the main AWPer of the team. Still.
Yeah, but I love that, right? Where they're set up appropriately. You know, peeking together. This is a trap that's set for Breezy, and Breezy's just like, I'll just go ahead and repeat. That's all right.
Feeling ready.
There you go.
Jacob just also didn't move. He was just sitting there. You know what? Come face me.
Turns out Stan can smile. The man can show emotion.
In the right moments. He's got a pretty focused character, doesn't he? 9-1 as Breeze's scoreline early on. That's pretty impressive. He's off to a very, very hot start at the moment. And they're suddenly in the lead, EG. So even though 100 Thieves picked up a couple of rounds there after losing the pistol, now it's starting to look actually a bit scary. Look at the money that's started to build on that CT side. They are they're doing a good job.
I'm thinking now, though, this is where you adjust for your 100 Thieves because you know they have 2 ops. So 1 op is usually going to be per site. So if you can actually make use of your grenades or hit the headshots. Do they still have the smokes, though? They have a single smoke on JKS.
Yeah, that's scary. You're right. Oh, they catch him. That's such a good play. Because normally, yeah, you would need the smokes to block out the scope of that AWP, but they've got that's 2 kills. And the round is pretty much surrendered from EG, which makes sense. Ooh.
Makes me wonder what they were looking at there. Just because with that AWP, right, what was being watched? Because, again, no nades used. So they just went out and snuck out onto the site. Stan dying, okay, fair enough. But the fact that the op doesn't get a kill does make you wonder what he was looking at that moment.
Yeah, I would almost want to go back and watch that round. I'm wondering if he got slightly caught moving one way or the other. Yeah. Because normally he would either be, even if he isn't smoked off, right, he would be looking at the sidewalk or at the high ground, like one of those 2 places, and that did feel like Stan had limited cover. So, yeah, I guess they shoot at him there, but then the problem is Stan is alone. So that is a really good entry, though.
The point is, though, that we were getting into before they actually started to make the play, is that when you have the double op like that, you can just go for a big accelerate play. Just go out quick. Get out onto a site fast and not let the op just get shot after shot on you. Try and make use of your utility, but just the key is just get out onto the site very quickly. Tactical timeout called. Evil Geniuses this time.
So, a little bit of deliberation early on.
I mean, they've got bank enough. So, I mean, they're going to have the full buy and still have money in the bank.
Enough for a double AWP even. Save one of them, but yeah, pretty heavy investment into this round. See, I mean, again, though, that's another round for the B-bomb side where it works for 100 Thieves. So there is some kind of pattern that's building, but like, yeah, actually that B-bomb side, it's at least more doable, feels more doable in its way. Now the question is, you know, do you start to pretend? Do you start to, you know, sort of signal like you're going B and then actually you go somewhere else? Like, can you use this in any way to manipulate EG's defense? And that's where a lot of the Counter-Strike games played, and it's so hard to, you know, so hard to do.
Well, you can see right now, EG have got 4 on it. I mean, that's EG setting up to try and counter. They're trying to play one step ahead of their opponents. And so they're thinking exactly that, Anders, where early round, they're like, okay, is this where they go A fast? How do we counter this? 100 Thieves, though, have elected to just play a very slow round, waiting for the nades to clear, waiting for the map control to come their way.
Yeah, they could also, I mean, they might also be worried that EG are trying to push aggressively. They did it in the pistol round. They did it, I think, a little bit later as well. We're at least trying to play down by Ivy. Haven't seen them heavily push T main or T mid here, where you could also do that from the CT's point of view. So right now they're just all in a bit of standstill, which is fine for EG because the clock is running down for 100 Thieves while all this is happening. Still got the bomb just outside of T spawn.
Oh, yeah. Spotted one. Oh, the HEs aren't perfect. Ethan should be a dead man right now. And he is. He goes down. Jacob hunts him, takes advantage of the HE damage. Aza's roasting, though.
That was very clever. They just showed a little bit of leg, and then they thought he's going to come for a second look, and then they grenaded him. It's pretty mean. Tarek going for a very nice stack. That could have actually been the triple, but not quite going to work out. 18 seconds on the clock. Cirque will take down one. No bomb plant, and the flank from Stanislaw, and suddenly it collapses for 100 Thieves. Looked like that should have worked. I don't know how that bullet didn't miss or didn't hit, but Breeze will take him down right afterwards. Man, it looked like they were about to be on the bomb site for a bomb plant, but they couldn't clear the way, and the flank for Stanislaw was instant. He must have been walking out of that B ramp while all of this was going on. That's very, very cool. Ooh.
And once again, no flank. I'm really wondering what's going on with Kassad right now.
What?
Like, what's he thinking at that moment in time? Because have they discussed it and it's something that the team isn't doing, right? Or
yeah.
are they forgetting some part of the plan? Or is it something that they aren't doing? Or is he just generally frustrated with EG, right? Like, they're not focused on Ivy at all, 100 Thieves.
No, they're not. Yeah, that's a good point. Ooh, there's an opening. So now this is where you want to have the team really built into something more. Tarek will get the one kill and actually fall down to the low ground to pick up Aza. Bit of a transfer from Ethan. He almost could have had the double. He's back for more, even halfway flashed, and he finally does get dropped. But yeah, this M4A1 for Tarek is doing a lot of work right now. Jacob alone in the corner with just an AK-47 and 33 health left. Breeze has got it covered on one side, and Stanislaw's got a very, very long angle into this if he wants it. So it's going to be almost impossible here for the Norwegian to find a way out that actually ends in victory. And that's in spite of a pretty decent opening with that AWP. That A yard is not working well for them.
No, it's actually really painful to see how 100 Thieves go about taking over this A yard every time. A little bit of a long-range spot there from Jacob. He's a little low, but bomb is dropped on the side at least. Shoulder peek there just to bait the shot. Looking for that dual long range, but he's getting boxed in. I mean, Stan is still around. And it's going to be Breezy to hit the shot in the end. Jacob just not able to get that lucky one shot with the AK, just hoping to get the headshot there to open it up into a 1v1. That's 7-3 for EG on the CT side of Train. Looking like a bit of the vintage CT.
That jump down the ladder is so quick for Tarek. You have to wonder if the first guy to go down actually, you know, you call it out, you say, oh, he's up in the sniper spot, and then he comes out the ladder almost immediately afterwards. That's pretty quick. Good movement. 7-3 and back to some upgraded pistols. I'm at 10 on Jacob and armor, so they've gotten sort of halfway there. Hoping to get, definitely will get a good buy in the next round. But again, 4 early. Cirque is back here by the time that they're sort of set up for something. And they should be able to hold this with the grenades especially to stop the pistol, what looked like a pistol rush into the B bomb site. But we're back to B anyway, Summer. We're back there.
Yeah, and it doesn't look like we're going to get the cascade either here. I was wondering if they were going to go high ground straight onto the site. That smoke going down just going to delay things a little bit further here for 100 Thieves, who have to play patiently. They have the nades. There's one. Nades should be going on to block off upper as well. Molly, well timed to throw a wrench and things to slow things down, but we should have the smoke blocking Cirque, and then 100 Thieves should just be able to rush onto the site itself. And sure enough, that's going to be the name of the game here. Stanislaw up close, has to hold. Guessing game for him, but he's only going to get the 1-for-1, and this is Cirque committing, looking for that shot.
Ooh. What a nice push through the smoke from JKS with the P250. He had to make something work. Now he's looking for a headshot, and he actually did get dinked, but not enough for a kill. Azza sneaking in with the M4, and he's now hunted. He's low on health as well, and they're going to get him. So there was some danger there. It's a real shame that Cirque was setting up a flashbang for Stanislaw to take that peek at Sidewalk. You wish he could have had the full spray down, so bit of a shame, but still pretty nicely controlled round out of EG. But even then, 100 Thieves are kind of proving, even in a round like this, that they're way closer to success on B. But now I'm wondering if that is actually going to turn into a problem, because if you can only make it work on the B bomb side, it does give EG more room to start to focus on that. Like maybe they play with Stan and Cirque inside of the B bomb side, but they have another guy in C connector that's right there. Because then, you almost have 3 people at the bomb side. They could start to lean slightly more to B if they feel really confident that A is going to beat. Although they're actually speeding it up, so trying to throw them for a loop. There's only 3 men here. There used to be 4, so it is a bit of a different setup for the defense. Cirque, though, is one of them. Ethan with the follow-up. It's a good 2-for-1 trade, and Tarek playing on top. Ethan goes down, but the bomb has dropped. This A defense is still holding, even with a man that's... Oh, pop goes Tarek, and now it is Azza in a 1 versus 2.
Stan is rotated over this time, and he's close enough to hear these footsteps, and sure enough, communicates. Breezy takes the shot. Azza, despite the clean kill, not going to find it. And again, the change of pace from 100 Thieves. At this point, they're just digging, trying to find anything that they haven't tried yet. And so they feel like perhaps, okay, well, we've gone for quick rounds. That's been successful. They go for quick rounds on B, 100 Thieves. Don't go for quick rounds on A.
Samla, they're like you at the roulette table. They're saying it's been black so many times.
Time to go red.
It's surely going to be red. B's been like this time. It'll be different, but yeah, not really. 9-3. I don't know. The problem, because obviously the obvious solution, the people on Twitch chat are screaming, why don't they just keep going B if it's working? But that if you're a professional team, that does not seem like a super viable solution, because if you just, again, the defense is going to start to get better and better at B, and you'll run into more and more trouble. But 9-3 is not a good look. They need more. If they could get up to 5 rounds, 2 more rounds here for 100 Thieves, I think then we've got a pretty good game on our hands. But 3, I don't think is quite cutting it. Stanislaw pushing up aggressively. It does get denied. But he really wanted to do... And he's alone. So what a play. If he goes for that and dies, then there is no B defense.
I'm thinking 100 Thieves are hoping that EG are going to get aggressive at Ivy. Because that's not the first time that we've seen them hold this far back, just waiting to see if somebody pushes Ivy. And EG, I mean, Breezy saw guys on an eco round there once, and he just hasn't seen anybody in Ivy since, pretty much, apart from that 1 round from Liaz.
Yeah.
So it's so quiet over there. You could think that he's going to get aggressive, and 100 Thieves might be hoping for that, but we're not seeing it from EG. They're content to just sit here and wait. It's been working so well for them. They're not really needing to change anything up on their defense. It's on the 100 Thieves here to make something work on their side.
Jacob just took 80 damage from a Molotov for, at least by my calculations, absolutely no reason.
For whatever reason, yeah. Down to 40 seconds now, and 100 Thieves are going to have to start to head out onto the site. They're a little limited, but they still have the nades. They still have the smokes. So we will get the flashes. Flash to lead the way. Tarek blinded for an instant. We'll still be able to trade up 1. Looking for the follow-up here. So long as he stays alive, it's going to be a real issue. And JKS dancing on the side of this smoke. JKS Azza's, in fact, going to be the one to find the kill, but it's still a 2-on-2 going into a post-plant. Finally, some success on A.
Yeah, getting the bomb down, that's a bit of a change. 2-on-2, as you said. Stanislaw with the same flank, a little bit slower this time. Going to throw out a Molotov. Stanislaw comes right through the smoke and taking down JKS. The timing is so good. And now Azza A bullet will take down Stanislaw, so that is fine. But that AWP, he did not know where to go. He needed to be in a position where he could stop the defuse. I think that's why he wanted to move and just couldn't find anywhere to really stand. So they get a bit closer, but it's still not enough. And they keep running into Breeze, who's got 16-2 as a scoreline. It's outrageous. He's just taking down so many people. He's got as many kills as the top 3 players on 100 Thieves combined right now, more or less, or at least on the scoreboard. It's pretty outrageous.
Yeah, EG are just blowing up 100 Thieves right now.
Yeah, it's not bad at all. 14th round. And they're in a weird position. Jacob gonna lead the charge with the AK to, just try and make that own. Sort of an Olofmeister type play. I think more or less coined this way of playing this version of Train. And he'll be successful, taking down Tarek. And now he can just buy time. I like this. If he can just stay alive and, well, he can't. But if he could have.
If he could have, what could have happened there, Nanders?
Then he could have kept some more people in the bomb site. Now, look at Turk. He's rotating back immediately, saying, you know what? That's it.
Yeah, Breezy's thinking about it as well. That this defense has been so effective here on the B site. With Cirque, let's see. Does he hit the shot? Jumps up. Liaz hits the headshot. Looking for a second one here. Stanislaw with the pre-fire. Going to get traded out. Exactly what's supposed to happen in that scenario. JKS narrowly dodging the HE. And now we actually have a great situation. Although 100 Thieves weren't able to push forward aggressively, and so they are going to start getting pressured back. Ethan winning that duel. 2v2 retake now.
Yeah. B-bomb side once again. Lias down in the smoke, and he's going to be going down. Ethan will guess the angle. Again, they come so close. Nice triple kill for Ethan. At this point, they are like that band that shows up to to sort of play new music, but all the fans show up for the old hits, and they're just like, no, play Freebird again. they don't care anymore. So that's 100 Thieves at the moment. You know what? I know I was arguing against this earlier, so I'm going to argue against myself. Just go back to B. Just forget about the rest. I know it's just the 15th round coming up, but it's obviously the only thing that's working. So.
Just watch a man die inside.
I think that's disgust, isn't it, on his face? Just absolutely disgusting.
He's got to be wondering. Because, I mean, his guys aren't winning duels, which is always going to be a problem. I mean, you can have all the strats in the world, but if you aren't hitting headshots, it's going to be pretty hard. So his guys aren't winning duels, and now they're going onto the site where they are able to get the bomb planted, and they're still not able to lock it down. And now we may get some early aggression here. Ethan, thinking about it.
He was flashed in here one time. Yeah, there we go again. Wow, that's a lot of people. Oh, the spray is perfect. That's outrageous. And it's set up for Tarek to get the kill. What a beautiful way to end a half. It's Cirque to take him down 12-3 in favor of Evil Geniuses. And that was just pure style at the end.
Oh, we're going to get it again. Just impeccable. So clean. Perfect flash. And, well, that's just a cake in the pants for 100 Thieves.
It really is. What a way to get the first half done. We're going to see you with the second half right after the break. Don't go anywhere.
I'm going top. One side, default. You heard him on the left. Good.
Last guy's low. Last guy's low.
Default. Nice!
Good job, dude.
Actually, that's down.
All right. A lot of excitement behind that. That was when they were up like 10-3 at that point in time, still celebrating, even though they were absolutely stomping their opponent, though.
Yeah, EG, I mean, it's got to feel good after yesterday's travesty. I mean, it was a match, but it's definitely when you're the favored team in the group, let alone in the matchup, to go 96 rounds, I think we went yesterday.
Yes.
Against a team that you probably should have beaten. It's a tough start to the group here, but then again, that's been the story of Blast Premier so far. You know, we have had some upsets to kick off the year in Counter-Strike. Turns out these very long breaks, 4, 5, 6 weeks off for the teams. Some teams adapt and some teams really struggle to hit the ground running. So maybe we'll see Evil Geniuses, they got their feet wet yesterday, and now we'll get to see, them just hit some shots. And sure enough, there it is. Stanislaw to open it up. Headshot on the Az to kick things off in the pistol.
Wow, that's, Glock as well. Pretty accurate shot. That gives a lot of options all of a sudden. Stanislaw's the one with the smoke and the bomb, and he's now back to the container. You could set that up almost anywhere. It's hard to predict where it's going to be landing, but maybe he's just going to be trying to flash his way or his teammates into some sort of fight here. Bit of a rotation from 100 Thieves, putting 3 men back at the A-bomb site, so they're worried about that A yard, and I think they should be. If they come out of main, Pop Dog, and Ivy at the same time, and it's just USPs holding, that'll be pretty hard to hold. Oh dear. Oh, this is not good. Yeah, they know they can put on the pressure. A lot of the people low as it goes down, but Jacob's also very low on health. They're picking them apart right now. EG, if they win this pistol round, I don't know what's going to be left of 100 Thieves after that. Smoke is up, but they're not going to respect it. Gratisfaction. Oh, he's doing so much, and Jacob's still alive to land a headshot. Suddenly it turns, and this is the magic of a pistol round. Ethan back with a kill, and Tarek is there as well, and Gratisfaction will continue. He's looking for that final kill to complete this round and try and save his team, and he's almost got it, but not quite. Ethan will take him down. That was nearly a quad kill. He nearly did it. Wow, EG now 13-3.
And is this where you just, you wipe it, you're just, at a loss for words, if you're 100 Thieves, but also, do you just kind of throw your towel in on train and move on to the next map?
Yeah, we always have this conversation, right, which is like, you at least want to get warmed up.
It's worth pointing out that this is 100 Thieves pick, Anders.
Yeah, that's really rough.
This is as rough as it gets when this is your map pick and you're getting bodied on it. 10-round lead right now for Evil Geniuses. Jacob, though, going to catch Breezy getting aggressive. The Az not going to have as much luck over at Ivy, and Stanislaw finds Jacob. So man advantage now for Evil Geniuses. Very quick round onto the A site.
Nice work with the scout. Almost another leg shot there. And the grenade will do a little bit of damage, but bomb should be going down without much of an issue here.
Now they have the info. They know where both of them are playing from, so...
I do think it makes a difference if you can have some of your star players really come alive, and I just don't think hasn't happened yet for 100 Thieves. So if they end up losing, 16-3 or 16-4 or something here, that's going to make it tricky. They're lacking in kills. Ethan has got 17, Breeze has got 16, Tarek's got 16 kills. Nobody on 100 Thieves is even at 10 kills at the moment. So there needs to be more of an output, even just in that direction. And you don't want to go into map number 2 feeling like, you just didn't even really get a chance. The time goes by pretty quickly when you're playing a match like this. You're like, oh, it's already done. What was that? And the second one is Nuke.
And, we saw that EG have definitely had a bit of time to work on that map.
Yeah.
Yesterday they'll have gotten some experience on it. They'll be a bit more warmed up on it. Tarek will know where to spray to deny that tricky bomb plant on the lower site.
Yeah, if they go for that would be fun.
Pretty sure he was frustrated watching the demo last night of that map.
Yeah, but EG had so many good ideas on Nuke that, the surprise was obviously that OG were able to do as much as they did. 14-3 here. That is a powerful lead. And the odds have, stacked even worse against them, which is hard to blame people for. That makes a lot of sense. Early grenade to take down Gratisfaction, and all they have is a scout and some deagles.
Let's see. One dig's always possible. But Evil Geniuses are playing very patiently here this round, waiting for the aggression. They know that they've got 100 Thieves cornered. And so now they're just waiting for them to flail about a little bit before moving in for the kill.
Yeah, They're the ones that are going to have to come up with some playmaking move, something to open up some... I mean, now the stack is towards the B bomb side. Don't really mind it.
Yeah.
It's fine. I mean, it's better than lingering around individual people with deals. But it feels like they might be making the wrong choice here.
Still an eco round, right? So we have to keep that in mind. They invested a little bit, but they're saving for the next round. So this is a way of just gambling. If it goes B, awesome. If it goes A, hope for some exits maybe, so you can maybe grab a Krieg or an AK, something like that.
And then go for that classic 12-round comeback with no mistakes.
Hey, man, it's train, right? Anything's possible. CT side.
I feel like it's been a while since we've seen those runs, but it should be possible.
And you're not wrong.
Especially if you have, like a powerful double op setup, which, well, at least they've, Gratisfaction could definitely do a lot with it. Don't know if they want JKS on one too, but a little bit of a cleanup, so some of the deals go away. Not that big a deal. I don't think any of this is really going to make a difference long term. I think what you said, if they get a Krieg, that would be one thing, but losing Deagles or a Scout is not really going to make a difference at all.
I'm actually kind of surprised that Evil Geniuses would run out there. Like, why even take the risk of gifting them the AK?
It's stuff they can use, definitely. Get them to the double up quicker if it ever goes in that direction. But they're going to have one chance to turn this, at least initially. Playing with their backs against the wall. That, it's motivation, right? It can't really get worse at this point. So just whatever you have, throw it into this next round. Go all in. Or go for a quick break and discuss what's going to happen on Nuke.
And that's, exactly right. This is it, though. Double AWP setup. This is what they were saving for on 100 Thieves. Double sniper, full nades pretty much. Light on the kits, but hey, that's Liaz. He's going to have it because he was able to save that AK from the last round. And now let's see, do EG have anything special in store for us? It's looking like very quick out through A main here for Breezy. Going to catch JKM and loses that duel. Liaz wins on his side, and there it is, the AK chiming in. Double kill for Liaz.
And the grenade follow-up, man. That was an important lockdown. They were quite sure that he's here. The flashbang to set it up. Well done. And it actually makes so much sense that EG would go for this kind of a play in this particular round that we just saw, because they will have guessed that 100 Thieves just won't have the money to go for the counter nades, right? Like, they'll guess that there won't have been enough Molotovs and HEs to stop that kind of a rush. So, yeah, I don't even mind that EG tried to do that. It's kind of a calculated risk, given what they could guess the economy would have been. But now, we've got the double up set up. So, one round down, another 11 to go. Just a long way to count at this point in time.
All the mollies, they're on there. Oh, double drop. But that's smoke going down. That's actually going to force EG. But we've seen more and more of that. Players getting clever with the pop dog drop. Cirque takes down Gratisfaction, and that's the man advantage now for Evil Geniuses.
Yeah, winning the ult fight over at Ivy. Good news.
They're getting low on smokes, though. So for Evil Geniuses now, they need to come up with a play that allows them to move onto a bomb site with a single smoke. They'll have to get pretty clean.
That is definitely a disadvantage. And JKS still has that AWP in. We haven't really seen him shine in this game so far, but can't imagine it'll be long before we get a taste of that. Bomb is going to be picked up on Stanislaw, and he's carrying it this way. So I'm guessing it probably will be JKS to be put to the test. Maybe Cirque is going to be in there with a bit of a late flank or something. They're just testing it out still.
How is that not a hit?
Yeah, don't know.
Can't even blame 64 Tick.
Oh, that's quick, ladies and gentlemen. Taking down Liaz. It's bad news when Cirque is feeling like this. That's going to be a bad time for almost any team in the world. He's so lightning fast. Jacob trying to crouch on out, but he's alone, and he'll go down, and that's 16-4 as EG take down 100 Thieves on their own map pick as well. That was, as you said, 100 Thieves picking this map, and they get crushed by it. Oh, this is how it starts, isn't it? What a jump. Run boosted into it. Just saw a little bit of an elbow, and that was enough.
Couldn't be better. That's a sick way to end it. What a play. And so 100 Thieves, well, they will get that break. So will EG, and we'll actually get to hear what the analysts have to say about this first map. I'm definitely looking forward to hearing what Chad has to say, but we'll take a quick break and we'll hear right after that.
2, 1. Going up highway. Let's go. We're gonna split outside now. Fighter dead. Go out. One flash.
Holding
forward.
Z.
He dead.
E-box.
Nice. Let's go.
16-4 on the first map. Evil Geniuses came to play 100 Thieves. I think they're back at the hotel, though.
I think that's the perfect phrase right there, play, because even though you're rocking the leather look, it was EG who was doing the dominating inside the server, and they were definitely enjoying it, as I saw there, because this was the opponent's map pick.
Yeah.
They picked right into it, and you've dominated them absolutely on the map, and it was easy.
Yeah, 100 Thieves definitely didn't sign up for this, right? That was terrible by them. It was a woeful T side. They didn't even condition any parts of the map through defaults, where they were just rushing into yard and getting mowed down, not trading efficiently, not scaling onto yard off of their opening kills. For 100 Thieves, it was actually a pathetic performance.
It wasn't good at all. We talked so much about, hey, but at least the fundamentals were right, and they knew which plans they were going into the rounds. But I heard from you two, yeah, but it was also telegraphed. Of course, they knew what they were going to do, because they could never surprise EG, it looked like.
Yeah, the sad thing was, if you could hear the comms, as we are luckily privy to do so, by the way, great feature, really helps for analysis. One of the things that was kind of underwhelming about 100 Thieves was when they would make a read, like we're going to rotate here, or we're going to go here, do this at this time. It's like we could literally just see that. It's almost like EG could hear them as well. They were just like, right, in 5 seconds, throw the counter flash, or just rotate a guy there. You would literally have thought the opponent was playing with a wall hack, like they just knew all the moves they were going to do, which, as Chad says, sadly, that actually means 100 Thieves failed basically their base component of their team, which is, if you want a good T side like that, you've got to at least keep the opponent guessing as to where you can go. Otherwise, you can't spread him out.
Those fast strats that we saw them running is what you want to do when they think you're going to be defaulting. But they weren't even running default successfully, right? We saw that round coming in with the pop flash from Cirque into Pop Dog. I think Ethan steps out and gets all three of them completely blind towards the end of the piece. That kind of stuff. They were super transitional, right? And I want to, maybe move to the positives for Evil Geniuses because they were looking hot, right? Here's that flash we were talking about. 3 players, nobody anti-flash, everyone just standing around.
Everything's with flash assists, so we all know that one flash. Cirque had a couple of bangers in this game.
That's the alley-oops that you want to see in Counter-Strike, right? Because he's just not picking him by himself. That's a team-based thing there, and Ethan had a fantastic performance, highest rated player in the server.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic performance by him, and it brings it back to kind of the strategical and the fundamental differences between the teams that we were looking at before the game, and Evil Geniuses, who, if they are fragging, everything works out for them. And yesterday they said, well, we're going to do it tomorrow. On the other side, 100 Thieves, who have the strategic playbook down, but aren't necessarily as deep in the fragging department. And we see that that's much harder to deal with when you are making mistakes, when it doesn't work out time and time again, and we saw them getting very frustrated.
Yeah, there was frustration on the face. Jacob actually today was the better player in the server as opposed to the last 2 maps yesterday, but that was only 11 kills to his name. If you go back and you look at some of the history between these two teams, JKS tends to really struggle against EG. They're not giving him an opportunity to play his style of Counter-Strike, and we see that once again today. He was down towards the bottom of the scoreboard for the Thieves there. So EG are looking hot.
Yeah,
I think the good news for me is this is the good EG. This is the team I wanted to see in the first match that I hoped could maybe win the group. Maybe they still can. So even though I'm certainly underwhelmed, it wasn't a classic matchup. It was a bit one-sided. At least one team played world-class Counter-Strike for a change.
Yeah.
That's true. I know that Azar, the in-game leader, of course, for the side of 100 Thieves, has cited we lost to EG in the past because we seem to have a mental block. Unfortunately, they can't get rid of it.
Yeah, and this is another single-digit loss, right? We cited a lot of the games that they played historic have been like 16-8 kind of scorelines. Well, this one here is even more damning. And like Duncan said at the top of the segment, it's their map pick, right? So their game plan coming out here, it didn't look like they wanted to exploit any of the tendencies of EG. It looked like they were just playing their style, which didn't work at all.
Yeah, it's natural for us to focus in on a map that goes so dramatically wrong for one side, but I do want to turn it on EG for just a little bit, because this gives us a little bit hope again, right?
Sure.
After some of the greatest performances we saw out of them last year, this is the kind of style we want to see them play. Perhaps with a little better opponent, of course, because this wasn't ideal for them either, but it's hopeful.
Yeah, like I said, this is the team that on paper people had winning the group, that people actually thought could be a champion of maybe even this tournament entirely. I'd also say another massive positive is that they did win a map that they went away from. Like, this used to be a strength of theirs. In the Stanislaw era, actually, they've preferred to play the map. So the idea that someone picks it into them, they dominate it like this, I think that's a very positive sign going forwards for EG as a squad.
Let's see what happens in the next map, and let's also hear from Tarek. He must be very happy about that performance.
EG take the map pick of 100 Thieves in a big, dominating fashion. And, well, Tarek, I saw you just before you stepped on stage, and you said you were ready for it. You certainly did bring it today.
Yeah, I think that was a way better performance from us. I think yesterday we had a little bit of maybe land jitters and just not good comms, and today we definitely turned it around, so I'm proud of the team.
And do you think this is now like the confidence boost to feel us back into the EG of last year coming into this?
Yeah, I mean, I'm hoping so. It's just one map, obviously, and there's still another map to go. So I think we got to take it game by game still and make sure that we just keep going like this.
And did you maybe expect a little bit more from them? Because obviously Train being their pick, we know it's something they can be comfortable to play with. So it was quite obviously good from you guys, but also certainly a few things missing from them.
Yeah, it seemed like a slow start from them. They were playing kind of slow. I'm not sure if that was their game plan going into the match. They caught us off guard a couple of times at inner, but overall we adjusted and made sure that we were making the reactions to what was going on during the game. But yeah, maybe a slow start from them and a better start from us.
And going into your map pick, obviously confidence is high, you're stealing it, but you know that anything can happen at the moment this time of Counter-Strike. So what's the game plan?
Yeah, I mean, you can't underestimate anyone now. Everyone's so good these days, so you just have to really make sure that when you're going into these matches, you're giving it your all, and we're going to make sure that going into this map that we're not going to think about how well we played there. We're just going to make sure we focus on it round by round.
All right, brilliant. Thank you very much, mate.
There we go. We'll see if they can close it out. And just as a reminder, of course, if 100 Thieves lose this next game, which is on Nuke, by the way, then they are out for the weekend and they are down to the showdown. They have no chance to directly qualify to the finals in Moscow anymore.
Which is looking more stacked right now than probably these odds from Betway, which makes some sense, right? E.g., they have just made a statement right now that they're back in the tournament and that they should just be able to blow 100 Thieves out again. Going into Nuke, EG should be starting on that T side, but yesterday they managed to actually get the lion's share of rounds on Nuke. Eight for them, coming off a huge performance from Cirque, and they still lost the maps. So they need to fix that CT side, and their fragging looks better, which means it should be fixed.
We're unfortunately out of time, although there is a lot to talk about. Puzzling from 100 Thieves, they are now in an elimination game. They have to win to stay in it, or will EG close it out and move on to tomorrow, rather? We'll find out after the break.
Moscow. And oh, here it might be three. Down to the 1v1 and he'll tap the bomb. Gets the kill. Na'Vi 11-11. This is the place you want to be if you're a fan of Counter-Strike. This is where all of the action is going down. Oh, the timing is unbelievable. Oh boy. What an impressive team. This is just the beginning now. One man left standing. How exciting is this? Trading blow for blow and flaming it with another. Oh my goodness. Everyone's so hyped up right now. What a victory.
Welcome back. We are here with 100 Thieves in EG map number 2 in what has been a little bit of a surprise, at least to some of us. A lot of us had picked 100 Thieves, but EG, they were absolutely ready to go on train. And now it's their map pick, it's Nuke. It's bad news, Sumler, for the Thieves.
It's bad news bears right now for the Thieves. Yeah, they got their backs to the wall. They're going to get hung at this point. It's not going to be pretty. It served as an example to other Thieves out there roaming on the seas.
They got to the cave, but they forgot the password, the secret, password.
I know. Right now, it's like Evil Geniuses are just getting ready to like cause a cave-in at the entrance and leave them in there to starve to death.
Ooh, that's
dark.
the plan.
It's dark for the Thieves right now. It's real dark. They need to come up with something big here to turn it around, but it's on Nuke. Evil Geniuses, they've got a little bit of practice already on Nuke so far.
Oh, look at this.
Very
They're going quick. Blowing up the door, knifing the vent. They're all the way down. They've got the bomb down there as well. This is a really quick hit. What a jump out. Ethan, not even looking, not even caring about it. Don't need that smoke that OG was throwing. And Cirque will pick up a kill as well. They are everywhere on the map right now. I think right now the CT side has lost all control. They have no idea what's going on. They're everywhere. And they've got all the kills as well. JKS in a 1 versus 4. This is a mental strategy. I have an entire PC where I'm just looking at a large version of the minimap, and even I completely lost control of where everyone was. It's impossible to figure out. How do you make a call if you're 100 Thieves at that point in time? Like, guys, they're in the vent, and they're also still up, up at the A-bomb side, and just we're screwed.
Yeah, they're everywhere, and they are not showing any hesitation at all. They don't give the chance for the 100 Thieves to breathe, to set up, to try and suss out what the plan is. They go running straight in, and while there is Lady Luck, giving EG just a little bit of help, saying that they don't get popped in the face when they're trying to make the vents run. But that is also on the CT side where you should have that angle kind of down, and not having that angle dialed in means that those guys get down for free, and a very quick round coming in for EG. Just building off the confidence that they've had. So the first map is an excellent display of what Evil Geniuses are capable of, and now we get to find out if Nuke... I mean, yesterday, Breezy and Ethan and Cirque were looking just fine on Nuke. They were looking very confident.
Yeah, I mean, this is not going to be easy. They do have some weapons here, and I mean, those CCs that are on Azure and Leah's could definitely do some damage once you get a little bit closer into it. But yeah, that was a cool pistol round. You have to appreciate Ethan's dedication to saying, I just have one mission, and it is planting this bomb in the fastest possible way. Just whatever happens next, I don't care. Could have been someone, up on the catwalk down there at B. He didn't care.
No, that's where everything has to line up perfectly for EG. And it did. So there you go. Tough break for 100 Thieves. They didn't get the start they were hoping for here on the CT side. T side for Evil Geniuses, they pick up the pistol, they get the rifles. Now they get some nades to work with, and they are going very, very slow. But we're down to 30 seconds, and at some point they're going to have to go. And this is a stack, upper side stack. So we'll see. Do Evil Geniuses run into it? It's not looking like it. Looks like they're going to be able to just navigate their way around.
Yeah, they cleared the whole way through without really having any kind of an issue. Breezed it, went down, and that follow-up is interesting. Bomb being bodyguarded there from Stanislaw, and they're still losing players. 2-on-3 all of a sudden, and a little bit uncomfortable. If they could bring it back, it actually would be a bit of a mirror of what happened on Train, where they lost the pistol, but won the following round, 100 Thieves, and maybe they could do it again.
Oh, nice trade. That's exactly how it's supposed to go. Here, Cirque, though. What a shot from Jacob. I was expecting the Krieg to take his head off, but a Deagle.
They've done it again. So, I mean, we saw what happened last time. They got those 2 rounds in the first half, and then they got 1 more after that. So they ended 12-3 in the first half of Train. But still, this is something to work with.
It looked like Evil Geniuses had everything going their way as well. But the quick access to the vents allowed for a very fast rotation lower from 100 Thieves, and that just played out perfectly. And there you go, Kassan showing a bit of hype. Not giving the cutthroat motion anymore. It's looking like tied up 1-1. It's going to be a nice buy here for 100 Thieves, and Evil Genius is not going to hold back. But they got the plant, so they're just going for it. Swing for the fences. And this is practice. This is timed. Once again, straight out on topper. Full-on spray here from Asa. Not really connecting with anything. The Az going to find a kill, though. That's Ethan out of the mix. 3 players upper, but the bomb, is it going to get planted or not? Tarek just needs to stick it and trust his teammates to watch his back.
Asa came through the smoke, and the rest, I think they wanted to go, but they were blocked off on the Molotov, so he ended up going in for that smoke alone with nothing else happening. And that's what allowed for the bomb plant. Now it's a 4-on-4, and there is a bit of a flank. Cirque coming up behind Heaven, and he's just waiting for it. Still 3 people up there, and they're going to try and come out. Lias falls to his death. What is going on? Now it's a 2-on-2. Tarek with a headshot, and he's just trying to hide up here. Gratisfaction, he can't transfer quick enough. Tarek to bring it back. Triple kill on him, and EG will steal all of it right back. That is such a win. I want to see what happened to Lias. Can we get the replay?
Yeah, he just got shoved off, you know. There wasn't enough space, Sanders.
Here he is making the jump. Oh, they tag him in midair.
Nice.
That's unfortunate.
Oh, but it's Tarek, man. Tarek with the low HP survives from the start, picks up that he picks up 3 kills in the round. So important for EG to come right back into that. And now it's 100 Thieves who are going for the force buy. They have to do whatever they can here. And that was, it's just a tough break for 100 Thieves. Now we have to see. Evil Geniuses, can they keep it rolling? Spread out, once again with the smoke walls down on yard. And while the odds still haven't really swung 100 Thieves' way.
Still waiting for that.
Yeah, Betway have still got the Evil Geniuses pretty heavily favored in this matchup. But considering the performance on the first map on Train, Evil Geniuses are looking, they are looking better here in this matchup.
Yeah, and better than yesterday too in terms of, I just think some of the decisiveness, following through on some of the strats right away. 100 Thieves don't really mind that they forced into this. Probably would have been a double eco regardless, so might as well try and get something out of this round. But yeah, you need to actually make it work. They're pushing up, and Jacob will snipe a kill. He goes down, but they don't know that Azza's here. He's going to go for a bit of a look. I think Stanislaw had the right idea, but that's a nice burst fire there with the C-Sad. Able to pick up that one. 3-on-3. And now kind of coming to a bit of a halt. MP9 goes down, but it did get the dink, and woo, JKS will follow it up, and it's a 1-on-1. Turns around for it once again. It is Tarek, another triple kill for him, saving the team once again. 3-1, and yeah, now they should definitely not be forcing.
100 Thieves keep setting the traps here with the pistols. As with that, CZ is lethal.
Yeah, it's good, isn't it?
That's great awareness there. Great communication coming in. And Stan.
Not bad. All USPs for the CT side. So EG should be having a nice time of it. Again, they blow open the door. This is some good warfare right now. It's going to be a quick round here. I really like this. That blowing open the door and throwing those smokes can be used in so many ways. I'm going to make a prediction. I think I'd be very happy. I'd give Stan a kiss later on if what they do is eventually they do that same thing, but with 3 of them coming from outside a mini. Because whatever mini, like just going yard and wrapping around, because whatever mini player is there, like the 4th time or 5th time that happens, you're going to be so paranoid about that smoke that you might not be quick enough to realize. So that they're slowly conditioning them to be real paranoid about that door being blown. There we go again. Door blown. Yeah, Jacob going for it. And again, if someone was there shooting him in the back, that's what you want.
Yeah, that would be the play. And Stan is kind of hanging around, but we'll see. Does he sneak his way through or not? He hears the footsteps as well, so he knows that somebody's in there. Communicating that over to his teammates as well. Looks like a couple shots managed to get through and connect, but now it's going to be pressure on ramp. Gratisfaction holding the line with the AWP, decides to back off and play it safe, and now Evil Geniuses have access to the lower site.
Yeah, good that he didn't come back for a fight there. If he goes down in ramp, that's definitely bad news. And they can have the ramp room. I mean, as long as they have some sort of way to reply. Stanislaw's been lurking outside for a very long time. Good kill for JKS. Wants to look for more. He spotted out Cirque as well. And now they're going to come for him. He has to reload in the meantime, but yeah, this is slowing them down. They're now throwing grenades his way. Breeze will finally be able to drop him, and Stanislaw gets caught. He was waiting for a long time to get that working, and he's just been shut down. 4 versus 3, and Tarek going to go for the bomb plant, which should be possible, but they're still in some trouble.
Well, Liaz is gone. They know that Jacob's down here. Jacob still hits the headshots, though. Double with the M4. You would think Breezy should win in that situation. Man advantage for 100 Thieves now going into the retake. And Azza, they have a couple of grenades still to work with here. Flash to kick things off. Tarek holding close. Let's see. Gets spotted. Wins the duel versus Jacob. 2v2. And that's the key kill. If Cirque picks that up, it's a different picture. But Evil Geniuses will not deny 100 Thieves. And 100 Thieves will get the defuse.
Wow, he actually shot him through the box at the end. So didn't even wait for him to get out and take the fight. That's a very, very important victory. Would have been horrible for them if they would have lost another round here.
That's a tough break. Oh, wall bang too.
Yeah.
All right then.
Dropping him immediately. So 4-2. Plenty of money on EG's side to buy a lot in this one. And only 2 people surviving for the CT side, which is still a problem. And for Marcin, play some grenades to work with, but they are not out of the woods at all yet. Jacob, Gratisfaction is out there behind him somewhere. Oh, they actually grenade Jacob. It's pretty good. We'll make it back out. Gratisfaction looked like he was about to maybe get caught. He'll see Tarek just as the smoke fades. And now they can afford to be a little bit more defensive. Don't need to be fighting quite as much. I wonder if they wanted to crunch the A-bomb side from outside because they had 3 people there, but the bomb is still in lobby. So it could have been something like that. Just a delayed version of that. You can do it very, very quickly if you're feeling so inclined.
Yep, there it is. Flash set up. Jacob takes the peek, gets spotted. And now, as these smokes clear, life is going to get a little bit more interesting here for Evil Geniuses. They do manage to get one across, though, so there is going to be a bit of an angle for Grat to worry about outdoors. It's still a man advantage for 100 Thieves, though. And Liaz holding close.
Have they got how many people downstairs? All right, answer. All right, they've got a pretty good setup here at the A-bomb site, so Ethan will go down next. Stanislaw with a flank, but there's a lot of people to kill. He's got the right idea. 20 seconds, and he wants a quick follow-up. He really wished there would have been someone down to that low ground. Breeze pushing in from one side, and he can't win the second fight. Huge double kill for Azza. Otherwise, maybe this round would have turned. Now it's Cirque, missing a little bit. Now running in 10 seconds, and he's going to get caught by JKS. 100 Thieves will win the round. It's very expensive once again. They lost the AWP. They only get to save 2 rifles, so it is still very costly. But I'm not sure if EG can put on the pressure, though. They don't have that much money either. Scary round.
That's a kick in the pants round right there for Rush. Or not Rush. Sorry, Stanislaw.
Yeah, that could have gone south for them. If he could have found another kill immediately, if there was someone in mini or someone, you know, just a little bit too far back, and he picks up a double, that's probably the round in their favor.
There's just been a couple of these key kills that are just going the way of 100 Thieves. Evil Geniuses, though, straight out into yard this time around. Grat holding close.
Just the pistols and flashbangs to set it up. A lot of people coming his way. Gratisfaction getting saved, I think, by Azza. Just the 1 kill there for Ethan. And that is all they will get. Tied up at 4-4. This is trending in the right direction, at least.
It is for 100 Thieves. They need to come out ahead on the CT side. That's the main thing. Yeah. This is still Nuke, after all. But EG now will have the money to buy. And Cirque has saved up enough for an AWP if he wants it. We've seen it as well, but I mean, it seems like they have been going for some Kriegs just to try to keep the mobility going so that they can be very quick on their feet. But I mean, Cirque's just been hitting shots all day long, so I don't know. You could just give the guy the big green gun and let him go to work. Timeout called here by Evil Geniuses, though.
Yeah, they've got some rounds to look back to and just think about what has been working, what hasn't been. Yeah, pretty good buy coming in here from EG. Lacking, I guess, a couple of grenades. 100 Thieves just happy to be winning the round, happy to have a bunch of people alive at the end of that last round, only losing the 1 player. That's a new look for them, and that needs to continue right now. This is about building the economy, so still more work to be done for the CT side. Pretty quick push. Stanislaw just running the gauntlet the whole way. That smoke did land inside of the Molotov, but it didn't create any kind of a gap, which is the point of throwing the Molotov to begin with. And he's down here. He's actually not stopping. This is unbelievably quickly. It's 1 minute and 30 seconds when he's down at the B-bomb side, running the whole distance.
JK seems to be aware of it now. Does Stan catch him? Doesn't look like it. Barely missing out on the timing. Tough break there.
But the rest of the team can wait. EG can just say, call a pause, don't move. Tarek is down there with him. Just let somebody find a kill, and there it is. Gratisfaction getting caught. Now, JKS in a very odd position. They definitely were not expecting that, but now Tarek is here. Only almost got it. That is unbelievably close. 22 health left on JKS. Still trouble, though. Ethan showing up to take him down, and now can they actually get the bomb plant?
Finally gets that window. The window, turns out, was harder to kill than JKS.
Who would have thought? Bomb is going to be planted. Krieg should be winning that fight. No problem. And Jacob going down. Azar and Lias coming in from opposite sides, so they can't help each other out that much yet. They need to clear a way into the bomb site. Molotov still on Ethan. I'm not sure he's... I mean, he could try and throw it, but he needs to buy more time. Otherwise, it's not really going to be possible. He's thinking about it, surely. They do have a kit picked up, actually, one each, so it's going to have to be a lot of time. And with the smoke, it's not quite covering the bomb. There's a headshot. Azza now comes in for it, and he'll take him down. The health advantage will do it just fine. But this is... I'd call this even half a victory. They lost 4 players in this round. So they win it, and that's good news, but man, did it cost them. And the bomb plant means EG they could put on the pressure. It's dangerous, but they could. Wow. Actually, the start of this round is so well set up for EG. If JKS doesn't get these 2 kills, I don't even think it is a round anymore.
Exactly. Like EG right now, it's like 3 rounds in a row where they just cannot seem to catch a break in terms of their setup. I mean, you got to give it to JKS. He was there. But again, that's just 2 seconds later, and Stan is running into JKS instead, and we're looking at an open B site for EG. Without the loss of Tarek, without the loss of Stan. So the way this keeps breaking down, it's the finest of margins, and this is forcing our evil geniuses to go for a half buy in this round. Still saving for the next one, but willing to spend a little bit on Kevlar, nades, and pistols. Cirque is saving for that AWP by the looks of things as well, so he's maybe not really feeling the rifles because he's been losing duels that we really haven't been seeing him lose so far this weekend. He's not looking too comfortable here, so let's get him on the sniper rifle and see what he's capable of. 100 Thieves in the meantime. I mean, Grat's back on the op. And now it will be B. Grat has been holding this angle, though, so they know about this EG.
Yeah, they're definitely aware of it. Rounds like these, actually, EG won a couple of against OG throughout that best of 3 yesterday. If they could do it here again, that's going to be super upsetting. And Cirque actually, at least with a little bit of a ticket into the round, taking down as a Stanislav will fall next. Lias under a lot of pressure, and he will eventually get run down. And Gratisfaction scoped up, couldn't see that they were looking at him. Tarek opening up everything in this round. Another double kill for him, and JKS in a 1 versus 3. And now they have rifles. They've picked them all up. They have armor as well. I don't know how he could do this, but if anyone could, it probably is JKS. He looks right into the scope. That is like the 3rd or 4th triple kill for Tarek. He is 13-5 and doing so much work for his team. And there's the round. They steal it right back.
Can we see Azza's death? Because it was so good that Azza even went nice shot in chat. And Cirque said thank you.
Ready to give up the credit.
So I'm curious about that. If one of the players is saying, hey, NS.
Oh, that's the last bullet. He did not reload.
Oh, man.
That was the last bullet in the CC. What a disgusting way to get that kill.
All right, well, straight out, more of this aggression from Evil Geniuses. This time, however, hard eco, though. Hard eco coming in here, 400 Thieves. And so, yeah, it will be a very quick round there for Evil Geniuses, but that is going according to plan. 100 Thieves, you know, they're just hoping with the USPs to get a kill or 2, try to make it a little bit more expensive.
Man, it's a hard eco into a pretty miserable buy anyway. That's, I mean, I understand why they're doing this, but it's still pretty questionable, isn't it?
This has got to be because we're getting into the end of the half here.
Yeah, they're feeling the pressure. They do need more than 5 rounds, so they're not wrong about that. But it's just if you go for this kind of a force, and that has a lot of risks all on its own. Let's see what they could do. Gratisfaction with that AWP. Circus got one as well. And EG just waiting around for the early part of this round. They do only have 2 people in lobby, which I really hate. If there is a lobby crunch, then I don't think 2 people is enough for it generally.
Well, they've had success in secret, so I guess that's why they have Jacob back out there again.
Yeah.
And then, I mean, now you've got JKS holding down hard on ramp solo. So it is a shift here with the setup for how 100 Thieves are trying to hold this. Molly goes down, but that's not going to flush Jacob out.
Good information as long as he can stick around. Lias, if he spots anyone, maybe could call it in. Push comes through. Lias, he didn't get shut down, and the smoke is covering them as they come in through Mini. Azza down on the low ground. Could have been a double spray, and Molotov will have to force them back. They can't really take that fight, so look at how low they all are on EG side. They should be losing these fights, but the question is, with the bomb going down now, is there going to be enough time for EG, or for 100 Thieves to get back in here? They don't have a kit currently picked up, so they have to move pretty quick to try and get this defuse, and EG trying to fall back. Do they know the bomb position? There's some that you could spam this. If someone's trying to defuse for 10 seconds, you could try and shoot them through the wall instead of actually taking the straight up fight. That might be interesting. Quick reactions from Circuit. Oh, double headshot. They must have walked right on top of each other. We're definitely going to need to see a replay of that.
So clean from EG on the T side of Nuke, though. Doesn't matter. Once they get into these after-plant, these post-plant situations, doesn't matter how much health they have. They seem to just be winning out. Oh, wow. Okay. Okay, then, Ethan.
Surely he did.
Yeah, we're getting that firepower now from Ethan where, you know, he can just hit the headshots, too. It's all, you know, talk about Cirque and
you wonder if he even knows at that point if that two people are there. He's just tapping like, oh.
Yeah, he's just getting in there. Another round of eco, though, from 100 Thieves, this time with a bet better on the pistols. Holding close, and Gratisfaction going to get in on this. Grat with 2, and they are going to win it! EG getting punished for the aggression.
I want that USP. This is ridiculous.
Oh, dude.
What is he doing?
4 headshots. 5, 6 headshots in a row? Okay, then. Yeah, Tarek is looking over like, what is going on here, dude?
That's actually sick. How does he manage to do that? Okay.
Some tasty aim, Anders.
That's really, really well done. Rare thing. Jacob hiding out by the container. They've been pretty aggressive, EG, about bombing this container with HEs, and so I'm guessing that we're going to be fairly ready for it. There's a Molotov to force him in. They're ready and waiting for him. Oh, Jacob, this is not a good start to the flashbang, but he's not peeking behind it. And actually, that flashbang might even make them even more paranoid about someone being there. They're still waiting for it. He goes for the swing, and he actually gets a kill. It's not bad. Gratisfaction will fall away, and 100 Thieves, I think, coming away with more than they could have hoped for in that scenario.
Certainly have. Gifted by Evil Geniuses. And again, when you get these, like the flash is one thing, but when you throw the Molotov and not really take advantage of the fact that the Molotov is there, because they didn't push forward to take advantage of that zone.
Yeah, I agree.
And so it just allows, you can see Jacob to just, you know, hunker back down again in an area that EG should be thinking is clear, but it obviously isn't. So Molotovs, sometimes they can come back to bite you, and that's what we saw there. Still, man advantage for 100 Thieves in the defense, and this is exactly what they're hoping for. But now, Evil Geniuses have control, or at least are starting to get control of the lower site.
They don't have any smokes, though, for a bomb plant, so it's going to feel really uncomfortable. They have a couple of Molotovs that they could try and sort of clear out the most likely positions, but after that, they're pretty much out of grenades. There is a smoke and a Molotov left on 100 Thieves. That could be some great tools to get in here and block off part of the map, and also obviously go for that defuse. They're trying to retake from 2 different angles, so, you know, doubling up with each other and seeing if they could make it work. There's the one smoke. Not going to be for the bomb. That is a potentially dangerous choice. I mean, it could work, but they need to move right now. 15 seconds on that smoke, so it's time to go. Breeze is going to be shut down from Azza now. Just 2 people left for EG. A lot riding on this round for the Thieves. Stanislaw and Circa still in play, but yeah, they're going to have to go straight for this defuse. They don't have a smoke to cover anything at all, and Stanislaw not even with the angle. It's on the other side, and they can't stop it. That seems odd. Did they think that they could see it from that doorway? Because there must have been a slight bit of miscommunication there. Great round from 100 Thieves, though. Very interesting. Ooh.
Well, it's tied 7-7, and we're going into the last round of the first half. But they still have, because they get that bomb plant, they still have money to buy on the side of EG. 100 Thieves, though, they're going to go for it as well. So it's a pretty solid buy for both teams here. That really does make you wonder what was going on with the comms on the EG side. Kind of a free round given away, but again, we'll see. 100 Thieves still putting up some fight, and that's the shot that Cirque needs to hit. Golden opportunity there to start his team off strong in the last round of this half.
Yeah, definitely had a good chance there. 15th round. Jacob been playing that secret stairwell for at least a couple of times with, I would say, varying success. But I don't mind that he keeps doing it. JK is really far back on ramp, and Gratisfaction is right behind him, so they could fight in yard. They could have 3 people in yard in like 3 seconds if they need it. Just waiting around for the minute. A is defended, yard is defended. I think, yeah, the big trouble is if they decide to try and take ramp, but not sure it's going to be that. There might be another crunch here to the A site coming in from outside. Last time they smoked off Jacob, so he couldn't do much coming up out of the stairwell. Let's see if they can do it again. And look at how close they are. Oh, no smoke involved.
No. That was the Krieg in play. Jacob picked off from Secret. That's his usual spot. Azadel gonna catch him. Too many bodies. Tough break for him. Liaz finds the one, but quickly traded, and Evil Geniuses have set themselves up perfectly. Nice shot from Grat, though. Brings it back, and a follow-up. He gets a leg shot. It's not good enough. JKS not hanging around either. 8-7. Wow. The final score of the first half. EG finishing strong.
Yeah, absolutely. Good attempt from Gratisfaction, but not quite enough. That's going to be the first half done. Second half coming up right after the break, and we'll get a conclusion for Nuke. Stay tuned. Well, here we go. Second half, second map. 100 Thieves and Evil Geniuses playing it out here in a best of 3 at Blast Premier in London. And, I mean, it's a pretty even first half score, but it still feels to me like EG just had more of a grasp and more control, even though the scoreline does end up kind of close. I'm still really worried for 100 Thieves. We both are, Sandra, we both picked this team to beat them, so.
We did. We did.
We're in deep.
I blame Chad.
Well, I blame I blame Cirque. Never mind that. Amazing headshots to start it off with. They were up on that silo and they got picked apart. Now taking a long-range fight. That is not advisable against this USP. Not with the Glocks anyway. That's a little bit different though. Medium range, and Leah's doing an amazing job of getting his team back in. And JKS does have a P250, so he's low on health but could still find a kill. Now sneaking up is Stanislaw. No! What a flick to take down JKS. 1 versus 2 here, and Gratisfaction not going to get a chance. Tarek will drop him, and EG will pick up the pistol. Well done.
So sick. Stan, once again, man, you get these guys who just start feeling the pistols. So solid on the pistol rounds for his team this weekend. I mean, maybe they didn't win against OG yesterday, but...
He got him mid-air, didn't he?
The second one, though. Boop. Boop. Clean.
Now just do that 4 more times and you'll be at Gratisfaction's USP level.
There you go.
Get like 6 USP headshots against 3 people and kill them. It's actually just disgusting.
It's actually bonkers, yeah. That's not something you see every day. But no bomb plant for 100 Thieves, so no Krieg shenanigans from them. They have to get a bomb plant here, hopefully going into the next round so that they can actually have some money to work with. But we've got the UMP MP9 in round. JKS still finding a couple of kills, so he's going to make it a bit more pricey for Evil Geniuses. And Azza in the mix, sneaks down and gets a bomb plant on the lower site. Success.
That's what it was all about, wasn't it? Just a distraction for him to run into the end zone with that bomb.
And they've even gone and made it expensive for EG. EG have to spend some money, more than they would like. So we will get the final kill, obviously, but that's bonus money in the 100 Thieves pockets, and so their buy is actually going to look halfway decent now.
It will. Trying for the burst fire at the end.
So, double digits for Evil Geniuses, 10-7. And now we get to see what is it that 100 Thieves have in store for us here on the T side. Keep in mind, this is Evil Geniuses' map pick.
Yeah.
100 Thieves got bodied on train, which was their pick to start things off. So, Evil Geniuses on the CT side here should be at least a little ready.
Just a bit. That bomb plant made a huge difference for their economy. They've got everything they could really want here. Circus got no armor and an AWP. He's really prioritizing that early on here. They've got a really good chance to more or less shut this game down. If they can win this round, force 100 Thieves back into saving again, and then they're really far ahead all of a sudden. Jacob unbelievably quickly outside. Stanislaw, you could see mentally, he's not even ready for it. I don't blame him. That is so quick to be in that position that, you know, he was turning that corner thinking, yeah, I've got to be ready for the container maybe. Like, take a look there. Following it up on Tarek. What an opening here made by the Norwegian.
Oh, and Breezy down at 5 HP himself. Now does Jacob walk in or Cirque? Cirque isn't trusting the angle. Instead trying to change it up, and he's going to find Azza. There's the shot. Can he get the follow-up? Looking for it. Doesn't get the quick scope. So close. So close.
That would have been very nice. Breeze trying to come in with the flank, but Gratisfaction was somehow ready for it, and this is a great start. Ethan could probably try and switch into something. Oh, did they spot him? Yep. I think he knows already. So yeah, now it's not worth it. I agree. Let him have the bomb plant. Save the AWP. That's a better choice here. 8 rounds for 100 Thieves. Maybe he could go and try and shoot through the floor in there.
Have you found a spot?
Well, there was. I think there was some guy on Reddit was doing it in the middle of the A-bomb site. But you can actually do it from the lobby where the squeak door is. You can shoot sort of diagonally through and hit right where the people, you know, plant or defuse the bomb with the AWP. It's possible.
See, I'm just waiting for like the next second, last second. I mean, the next level, last second defuse or,
yeah,
you know, deny.
Yeah, that's what we need. I mean, it's tricky to do with the AWP because, you know, you only have so many chances before the bomb actually is defused. So if you get slight wrong angle on it, you know, you're not going to have a fun time. Maybe if you buy the auto sniper, it would be super doable.
Well, 100 Thieves, they're on the board in the second half.
Yeah, and good job to them. Jacob really doing a lot of work out here. Just catching both those players, that's huge. Okay. He didn't even stop moving, did he?
No. CSGO. Get CSGO'd.
Yeah, just shutting it down. Tarek and Breeze both at 17 kills. That's impressive all on its own. Doing a fine job. 10-8 the scoreline. And still not looking so good on the odds, and hard to blame them. 100 Thieves need to prove to us right now that they can actually do this. Cirque, because they saved that AWP, able to pick up the early kill. That is potentially, you know, a stick in their wheel here, 100 Thieves, that they actually got away with that AWP the last round. Otherwise, they would have had not that much to work with. They're walking through, and no one is stopping them. So they get everyone down here. There's nobody on the other side, which is a little bit scary. Means EG could get the info. And Cirque is certainly going to get the info at this corner. We're just thinking about it. Ooh, that's unbelievably quickly. Nothing showing. He goes for more. Third kill of the round for him. He wants more even. Turning around, and he nearly had the ace. He just picked their whole team apart.
One after another. He's just like, hey, I see you guys you know, Jacob won a bunch of duels in the last round. Let me go ahead and just do that, but better. And Stan with the shot on Grad, who just not expecting that angle.
That was just... Again, that was the one AWP that Ethan saved the previous round, and it came back to haunt them.
That's so important as well, that because if EG lose that round, their economy is in the dumpster. So Cirque, he kept, I mean, 4 players survived the round for Evil Geniuses. Is such a big play from him. And now we're going to get some real pressure getting thrown on here by EG, because 100 Thieves are going to have to go for an eco round. They don't have enough money to go for the buy, and so EG should be getting up to 12 rounds on the CT side. And life gets interesting here for 100 Thieves. I mean, this is EG working towards match point. They won the first map in this series already.
Yeah, and they're taking some big steps in the right direction at the moment.
So patience now. Nobody wants to be the first team to make a mistake here.
Yeah.
Just chilling out in garage, waiting for a shot.
You just hope that someone's going to land the 1 deke. There was a single chance, but now Cirque probably with the advantage here. You know what the benefit is? I feel like there could be an upside to this, which would be, you know, we could get sort of an unleashed version of Chad on the desk. I just don't think he's going to be satisfied with this. That's what you have to look forward to. Cirque taking down Liaz. Again, they just have pistols. This is fine. They just have to hope that they could find a kill somewhere. Jacob with the deagle. Nearly going to be alone. JKS on the other side, and he'll pick up the deagle at least. But it's past the point where doing a little bit of damage would be helpful. They actually need to start winning rounds consecutively. They need to put EG's economy all the way away. Just put it in the ground. Good shot for Jacob.
How's he done that? Long range, Tarek. Okay, finally, with the Krieg, he will be able to pick him down.
That was some true optimism, wasn't it?
But now, yeah, I mean, that could have been a flawless anti-eco round for Evil Geniuses, and this is now Tarek running the risk of getting bopped, by JKS, and so now he's got a Krieg to play with, and this is, unfortunately for him, he wasn't expecting Ethan that close, but that was shaping up to be a very nice round for Evil Geniuses, and it ends up costing him quite a bit, so far from ideal here for the Geniuses.
Okay, that's...
all right on the edge of the smoke, nasty.
I even get it if it was the first shot, but how is it the third shot that he hits at that range? That's
reasons.
Normally the recoil is out of control at that point. Yeah, I agree. Like even the 2 kills in that round, that's 100 Thieves have to tell themselves it's all going to matter at the end. We're going to start to win rounds, and the rifles that they had to rebuy there will mean that we can get him down in the gutter a little bit quicker. 4-round gap. That's not really the point here. They do have a fair amount of kills, 100 Thieves. That was one of the things that was really lacking on Train. So that problem isn't the one that they're running into right now. I think partly it's their own economy and EG's economy that's making a massive difference in who's going to be having a better chance of winning some of these future rounds. We'll see how it works out. If they could start to string them together, story could change. All right. Blowing open the door. Something we saw a fair bit of in the first half. And Cirque immediately there, even checking for the vent, not quite sure if they're going to come. They're going to come out the hut instead, and a good trade for Liaz. That's very important. Taking down Breeze there on the site. JKS will be dropping Ethan, and Gratisfaction with a headshot to drop Stanislaw right afterwards. And this is just a complete cleanup. Gratisfaction with a nice triple. Nothing really elaborate going on in that round, just a clean-cut opening. I don't mind it at all. Whatever works, just maybe save some of the really complicated stuff for later when you've put together a couple of rounds. But look at EG buying. Wow. Is that that hubris or something here?
No, I think this is them not wanting to let 100 Thieves get in. They've been winning these tricky buys, right?
They got Cirque on the up. They're like, you know what? He got 4 kills last time. Let's just go.
Yeah, just get it. And this is a change. JKS will be able to make it down vents very quickly here. And he is now going to be the man on a mission.
And again, because it's so early, they can just leave him here. They can let him work while the rest of the team is just on pause. If he gets all the way to ramp, then those ramp players are going to be in a world of trouble. There is a leg shot, actually almost lined up for the kill. Cirque, they're going to come for him, but JKS, yeah, Cirque falls back. He has no idea. He actually sees him, and he nearly gets the flick. He turns around, he should be dead already. He goes for the fight, he misses a chance. Turns for his Cirque! Dropping JKS, it's outrageous. And now Stanislaw almost lining up that kill long range with the MP9. It's such a bad fight for Ethan. They nearly won this round. And Cirque is a bit of a phenom with that AWP, and you see exactly why. What a lethal player.
Oh, the mid-air shot. That's just...
If he got that kill and turned around for this one, oh my God.
That's just painful to see that he wasn't able to do it. And yeah, you can see the frustration there. Not pleasant to play against well, someone who can just whip around 180 nuke you.
Does not seem fair, does it?
100 Thieves, now they've started to get a little bit of steam here. 10 rounds on the board for them. Into double digits on T side, decent enough bank. And Liaz, well, long range. This is a hard eco coming in here from Evil Geniuses after that force buy. So we can't expect too much from him. We're gonna get 1 kill and another one. Okay, this is getting a bit more expensive here for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, fighting out of the yard, I mean, don't want to complain too much. I'm just happy that they're winning a couple of rounds. Part of me is thinking, what if one of them doesn't have a USP and it's Deagle somewhere and, you know, you lose 1 or 2 more players? That's suddenly very uncomfortable. Breeze swapping out. Maybe trying to surrender.
Trying to go for the flash fake.
Yeah.
I swear it's not a pistol, it's just a flash grenade. Oh, wait.
12 to 10. Oh, sorry, 12 to 11. They just picked up that round. 20 kills on Gratisfaction, and the same is true for Tarek and Cirque. This is doable. The EG economy is suddenly very, very thin. They can absolutely crack this game right open. If they win on Nuke, then Inferno would be the deciding map, which everybody loves.
And for third map finisher, Inferno is always the way to go, right?
We deserve that, don't we? I feel like we deserve it. Give it to us, 100 Thieves.
Well, they broke the contract, right? Because we were supposed to, you and I were supposed to get 30 rounds per map.
That's true.
And yesterday, that happened. But to kick off this series, I mean, definitely didn't. Train was a bit one-sided. So Nuke is starting to shape up nicely, though, Anders. I think they're finally starting to get back on track.
They're pushing it in the right direction. Maybe they can get enough overtimes to make up for the the 20 rounds that we played on Train.
There you go.
Just need 10 more rounds and we'll be good to go back on with our quota. A little bit of a push outside from the T side here, but also CTs are ready. Stanislaw and Ethan are both out here. And oh, Ethan getting caught inside, and that was not part of the plan. Stanislaw missing the chance, and Lias will take them both right out. They actually had so much presence out here, EG, but there were no flashbangs. There was no, I mean, there was just, I think they just got picked up at the wrong time. I don't think Ethan wanted to fight. I think he got spotted like weirdly through the smoke, and then it just all unraveled. I imagine if that hadn't happened, there would have been a flashbang to set up both Ethan and Stanislaw inside of that. But they just, partly caught, partly mistimed, just whatever other random factors you want to throw in there.
The point being, it wasn't pretty.
It definitely wasn't.
Oh, okay. Back in the mix, though. Tarek.
What? No one's called it.
And Tarek is on the main site. 50 seconds. This is big. Gratisfaction has to follow back, and while they do manage to find Breezy, so they do get their way out in the nick of time. And that Molotov could not have been better timed. Tarek not going to be able to get down the fence fast enough now.
Yeah, he would have loved to have caught them there if he could have been there. Yeah, they know. Gratisfaction just waiting for him. I swear it took them 10 seconds to call that there was actually a flank. I'm not sure they knew. Because when they were running towards Mini, no one was checking behind. This could have been so scary. Yeah, Leah's getting the one, and yeah, just great opening. Very scary round in spite of everything, but the EG economy not going to stand for it. They'll have to go for a halfway by, or just a slight pistol upgrade, even not even that impressive. They have a smoke and a flashbang. But it's all tied up. We're getting there, slowly.
Totally possible for 100 Thieves to run this back. I mean, it would be fitting for both of these teams to just win their opponent's pick. And we might as well then just go to Inferno, where it's anybody's game. Although again, there's so much information for 100 Thieves to go off of, considering EG just played 30 rounds on Inferno yesterday. So,
yeah, they did on Inferno, you're right.
There's a good bit for 100 Thieves to play off of. So I'm not going to say EG are heavily favored on that map. But we'll see how this pans out, because EG right now,
surely it's going to be a boost of energy if they win this map, 100 Thieves, because they've been looking really depressed for most of this series so far. Tarek adding to it a bit as he's almost getting that double kill. The dink on Lias puts him at 13 health. Now they're flanking them. Stanislaw is close. Oh, dear. That's a massive amount of output with the P250. And again, the flank is coming. 3 people. They're going to be raining down right on top. JKS, he really needs to get back, but he can't. He's low on health, and he gets caught, leaving Azar alone. He's put down the bomb inside of the smoke, but he can't really escape. He's trapped on this bomb side. He wins the one fight, and the follow-up isn't there. Ethan couldn't flank around quick enough. No armor, and Azar will save them. 13 rounds for 100 Thief, overtaking Evil Geniuses. Oh, man, that is way too close of a round.
Dude, Azar right there. That is such a huge win for them. But eco round for EG. They can't get too frustrated. Yes, okay, they possibly could have won it, but that was still an eco round, and they still did tremendous damage to 100 Thieves in their economy. Now they're going to get the full buy coming in here, Evil Geniuses, and this is where you should just lock it down if you're EG and tie it up. You know now that they're vulnerable. But this is such a big one for Azar. He's had a rough one too. You know, on training, he wasn't hitting anything. So for him to come through with a big clutch here for his team at the end when they needed it.
Yeah, I mean, they obviously did not know where he was, so they couldn't really coordinate the retake or the attempted retake there, but man, close as it could get. 12 to 13 though. Their money is, it's not amazing for 100 Thieves. They could still buy if they lose a round, so you know they're not immediately going to get crushed. And EG, you know, sort of switching between pistols and rifles. This could run away from them. This is not over yet. Again, a pretty good presence out here. Oh, quick with the flash and running him down. Cirque never saw that coming. I think he, you know, could just hear the bullets, but nothing really else. But still out in the garage, and Dave maybe forgot about this. Stanislaw still going to get dropped. Looked like the timing was great, but it's about to be 14th round. Breeze will be killed immediately, and Tarek, not even a chance. That is a lot of power, and again, that was supposed to be a solid rifle round out of EG, and you never even got that taste. They got wrecked in that round.
The aggression. It's the 100 Thieves playing without fear, Anders. They're just going straight in. This is what was costing them at the beginning, when they were just hesitating, playing slowly, allowing for Evil Geniuses to get comfortable. Here, they're just running straight at him, and you can see the frustration on our Evil Geniuses. Evil Geniuses now going to try and cut some corners here. They will go for a little bit of a buy, but still trying to save. Nice nades at the beginning of the round. Considering how successful 100 Thieves have been outside, Evil Genius is looking to punish that, and well, they've set themselves up a little bit here.
Ooh, look at Stan inside of the smoke with a 5-7. He's thinking about it. Will turn for it, gets the one, and the follow-up. That's such a beautiful double kill for him. The timing was perfect, as the rest of them were just walking away from there. Still a 3-on-3, but they've got to be very careful here. The MP9, not really the weapon for it. The Krieg, though, got to be Molotov the way, but yeah, this is another very dangerous round. 100 Thieves do 2 more rounds. If they give this one back to EG, that could be it.
Yeah, glad to see that from Stan as well, just because he's been dropping off in terms of duels so far in this second half. So big plays there. And now 3-on-3. And with the team spreading back out again, it's going to get interesting. There it is, the spot. Tarek was a purist for a while, but he's got the Krieg now. I guess you just got to pick it up, you know? You don't get to pick, you're just going to go for the Krieg after all. You got to use it.
Some good info. They're all coming up for the high ground. Breeze with the Deagle, and they instantly drop him. Lias has really picked it up the last couple of rounds, and Tarek will be dropped. JKS will close out the round, and 100 Thieves now at map point 15 to 12. EG going to have a decent amount of money in this upcoming round, so they could make a stand here. This is absolutely not done, but some of these rounds are way, way, way too close. You could feel they really have to fight for it.
And now we're going to get the 100 Thieves tactical timeout. This is where they want to end it. And so the buy coming in from Evil Geniuses, they were successful with the anti-rush nades that round as well. So I'm hoping that they do the same thing over again in Yard. Just chuck some nades in there, try and damage 100 Thieves, because 100 Thieves have been, that's where they've been finding success.
Yeah.
They've been finding success out in the Yard. So just try and counter that early on. Because 100 Thieves could go right back there, rinse and repeat. Have the focus be Yard and ramp on the extremities.
It does give you a lot to work with if you could find any kind of a win out there early on in the rounds. Well, let's find out. Got 4 Creeks and an AK-47 and plenty of grenades for the 100 Thieves. They can definitely make this work. Again, 3-man presence early on for EG. Stanislaw hiding inside, but not for long. Comes out swinging with the M4, and that could have been a big double. He almost took down Azza, as you could tell. Aiming through the smoke circ. Maybe could get a wall bang if he was quick to put the trigger, but he can't really know that.
Oh, and he falls off that angle right as it peaks.
But trade in the beginning, ramp completely evacuated. JKS is kind of realizing that. That's interesting. It's early enough that JKS could do a lot with the real estate that he's getting over on that side of the map.
Well, now we have to see Cirque. Not going to spot anybody through these smokes. Oh, maybe on the edge there. Just barely.
Yeah, that one he got. Gratisfaction hanging around, but JKS, could he do anything with that ramp position? Circus back and looking for it. They know it's been lost for a while, so they are really paranoid about it, and for good reasons. 40 seconds on the clock here. EG not wanting to let this map go so quickly. JKS gets dropped by Cirque, and Gratisfaction and Lias, they actually needed him to be alive on the other side, and they spot out Lias as well. 1 versus 4 with 30 seconds left. Doesn't really sound doable. And they're going to be very careful about not giving him the fights that he maybe would have wanted here. Smoke is going to be fading. Ethan inside of it. He actually still goes down. Lias will pick up the 1 at least, but yeah, they know he's coming. There is no way out but death. That's always an option. Trying to push in, and Cirque will take him right down. 3 kills for him, 13 to 15.
And there it is. EG, they made the adjustment to go and challenge out in Yard again. They managed to put the pressure on early. This time the fight does go their way thanks to Cirque surviving and not just getting rushed. Held a bit further back just in case. That was the follow-up on JKS, fine. But what I liked is that Evil Geniuses used the nades early in Yard. And so they've kind of rung 100 Thieves' bell there and said, okay, you know, we're adapting to what you're throwing at us, so now it's your time to change up. And now we're going to get 100 Thieves. Now Evil Geniuses start to put a pressure on the ramp, and this is where it gets interesting. Evil Geniuses are the ones who are adapting here and who are trying to take the initiative, which is so important. But now it's all on display. Brazy going to pick up 1. Does he survive another? He does!
Trying for the classic A hit, and it got shot down. Something that we haven't really seen them do that way before. And they just wanted to try. I mean, they obviously are desperate to close this one out. You see the flashbang lands, I guess, just behind Breeze. It wasn't quite enough to actually, you know, really blind him and allow him to get that opening kill. If that flashbang was a slight bit better, could have been it right away. 14-15, and the 30th round is coming up.
Let's just move from south to north now, Anders. So we've gone Yard early for 100 Thieves. Then we've gone mid, right? Or main, I guess, you know, like get into the A site, fast through hut. And then we can go all the way north now to ramp. Just go for ramp rush.
Go for it.
Just rush the ramp.
You could. It's risky when you know they have the grenades, but it's possible. They're probably going to be Molotoving that ramp hallway towards the trophy room. And so if you have the first guy running in with the smoke and you just put that out and come blasting through, it's possible. I don't know. It's so hard. They've had a couple around. Well, they had at least one round, right, where JKF successfully went dove, I guess. And if you get that in, then you've got him on the lower part of the map, and that would be cool to see. Not going to happen. Instead, just moving into position in case there's a push, and they're going to start this round very slowly.
This is default hold now from 100 Thieves. They've got rattled. Now they wait to see. Evil Geniuses have been a little aggressive, but it's mainly been with nades.
Yeah, they're waiting outside, and they don't hear anything. Stanislaw isn't out there pushing. Maybe that's what they were a little bit scared about. Chipping away at Jacob, nothing serious with the grenade.
Cirque gonna get on that high ground again, trying to look over the top. Stan holding close. Oh, he's on lower right now. Oh, so not gonna be able to see. Oh, the smoke's clear. His timing. Oh, Azza gets caught.
On what? I need a replay of that. What did he stumble into? That cost him his life, and that could cost him the map in the series. 4 versus 5, and Stanislaw is down here waiting. It could be overtime if they win this one, and they got every chance to. 45 seconds on the clock. Ooh, a little bit of team damage. That you can tell their nerves are right underneath. They're really scared at the moment. 35 seconds, and they need to make this work. So Molotovs to clear the path, and they've got JKS ready to fall down the vent and join them if they need to. Are they going to try and flip this around? Surely not. Are they going to try and actually come up the vent? That seems like a crazy idea, but they will, and Ethan is there to catch them. Breeze as well. That was going to be a very, very hard way to go. At overtime it is. 3 people coming out of the vent. They needed for that. That would have been very, very hard, almost no matter what. JKS was kind of there to clear the path, but 15-15. Do they have what it takes in overtime? He's
got caught right there.
It's like when you were up in the night and you're trying to get like a glass of milk or something, and you just stop your toe like right into the, just the kitchen counter or something.
No, they've got that at the hotel here, man. There's that chair that's right next to the bed. It's only like maybe 40 centimeters away from the bed.
Got those tiny metal.
Slam your foot into that.
Yeah,
buddy. That'll wake you up real quick.
Only you do it and you're like, oh, my toe, and then someone shoots you with an orb.
You don't have long to worry about it.
It's real bad. Well, that's true. Don't even care about that anymore.
Well, there's the man on your screen, and they are spending the money. This is $10,000 starting money as well for these overtime rounds, and so going for the ops. This is a big play coming in here from Evil Geniuses. They really want to annihilate 100 Thieves hard here in this first round.
Double op, yeah, you're right.
And we didn't see double op really in regulation either, so this is a bit of a change of strategy.
Yeah, it either pays off or it becomes a really big problem. Jacob hiding at the... Oh, he's pushing through the smoke with a flashbang from Gratisfaction and taking down Stanislaw. What a power play. Jacob was one of the guys that was opening up this A yard earlier. Cirque will take one down, but he knows Jacob is right out here, and he's immediately worried about it. Has to look up at the high ground too. He doesn't know where they are. Is there going to be another flashbang for Jacob? They are right next to each other.
Oh. But now Tarek, there it is. There's the shot to bring it back. So 3-on-3, minute on the clock. They're gathering up 100 Thieves, though, so they're still not done with this. Breeze, he's close enough to hear footsteps, so he's giving info over to his teammates. They know now that there was one in main.
Yeah, they're definitely a bit worried about that part. 3-on-3. Bit of a way in here. Ethan, oh, he's actually got Tarek there on the side. That's amazing. Nice timing. That's going to take a lot of the attention away. I was going to say Ethan just needed to wait. There's no point in fighting alone against 3, but now that they get that kill, how do they get the bomb down? They don't have any smokes. They just used the smokes down there, but then they lost the guy right afterwards, so I understand why they want to go away from B. How could you get a plant down with one guy's planting and the other guy's covering 3 angles? That's not even going to be possible, so they almost have to make this choice. Now, going back up, though, I think Breeze is up here waiting for them with an M4. He's a little bit further away. I don't mind it. Again, the trick right now for Breeze is not get killed. Getting a kill is fine, and he'll finally get shut down, but he did his job. JKS jumping down for the plant. It's all on him here. Krieg behind. He's going to have, not much of a chance. Trying to see if he can wrap it around. Big grenade on one side, but that orb is covering it, and he peeks into it. Tarek, just the king of triple kills right now in this series. He's had so many of them. We're going to need the stats on that. That's like the 6th or something he's got just on nuke.
Mm-hmm.
He's amazing.
Well, it's
27 and 18.
Dude, look at what the scoreline is, though, for EG across the board. 3 of them have 27 frags. 2 of them have 17 frags. It's even right now for Evil Geniuses. That was a big round for Tarek, and you can see there it actually works. Getting that double op in play works magnificently for Evil Geniuses in the round. Just showing the versatility that's on this team, what Tarek is capable of, along with the others. I mean, it feels like everybody's had a standout moment for Evil Geniuses so far on this map. So 16-15, the strong start for Evil Geniuses in the first half of overtime. And well, we're going back to what's tried and true. 100 Thieves trying to speed up out here in yard. Cirque feeling the heat, trying to get a shot, not quite going to find it. And this time they're ready for Jacob trying to peek through that smoke.
Yeah, they were looking for it. Some grenade damage done to the T side early on, and the flashbang making sure that Cirque could get that kill. Ethan picking up Jacob. There is a return.
Cirque being greedy for, though?
Yeah, that's a good question. I guess, was he worried that they were going to run him down? But yeah, he could have probably stayed safe.
He could have played that passively, and now he's kind of given up a little bit of the advantage that his teammates had there by going for that repeak. A little bit of a shame, but I guess this is it. You know, Breeze is going to find the one.
Careful with
How
the
many
greediness.
more? There's another. Yeah.
No.
Unbelievable.
Oh, that is fun. He still gets it. It should be fine. Oh, Azza. That is a nice headshot on Stanislaw, but I would like to see his reaction at that point in time, because that is actually, we've all been there. He did like a double take even.
Yeah.
Like, wait, what? Wait, no.
Like, where do his bullets go? And then he just sprays a guy down halfway across the map.
Yeah, that worked way better. Now it wasn't anything like what Stanislaw was doing on Dust Too Long yesterday, where the Creek at the A-bomb site, he just missed everything, remember?
Well, I think clearly this is an argument for 256 servers, Anders.
We need to upgrade it even more.
Bullets just disappearing.
17-15, man. EG winning the first 2 rounds of overtime. 19 is what you want to get to. And Stanislaw's back to playing aggressively outside. I like the mix that they have out here, EG. Some of the rounds it's Stan inside of the smoke. Some of the time he's got Ethan with him. Some of the time they just grenade it. Like, you never really know if you're 100 Thieves exactly what to expect. So keeping them guessing. There's the flash to set it up for the peek, but doesn't see anyone. But that is still kind of, yeah, now he's peeking again. This is good info. If they can adjust the defense inside or at ramp accordingly, could be huge.
Ooh, was worried there for a moment, but EG have adapted, and they are going to be up. Upper side already. Azza taking point and finding the kills. 2 for him already. Setting it up nicely now for the 100 Thieves to hold on to this bomb site. Going to be very hard for Evil Geniuses to retake, but 2 kills will certainly help.
Yeah, they got those almost immediately. They have the bomb site, but now they're weirdly stuck down here, and that's because they lost those 2 guys, Gratisfaction and Azza. How do you make this one work? They have a Molotov on Stanislaw. If he gets here and throws that behind the bomb site here, they're forced out immediately. So that one Molotov could absolutely be the end of them in this round. Going to throw it into the corner instead, which is still pretty good. That means they don't have to check that at least, but they're running out of time ever so slightly. Azza goes down, and it's all on Gratisfaction, pretty much the top player here, 400 Thieves, and it's not going to work. They'll go down, and the defuse will come in. They have a kit and everything, so it's really, really close towards the end, but they get 18 rounds, just 1 away from winning the series. Oh, man. They had it all going on in that round.
Looking a little downtrodden there.
Defeated.
Not quite. Still 1 round away.
Close to.
But yeah, that's a tough one now for 100 Thieves. This is the elimination match, or the lower bracket match as well, keep in mind. So the team that loses this is out of the running. They are not out of the tournament. They will just be relegated to the showdown, which will be happening before the finals. And from the showdown, there will be, it's like a, I guess, wild card or last chance. We'll have 2 teams that qualify from the showdown. So if you get the bottom 2 slots in the groups, you go to the showdown along with some qualifying teams, and you get another chance to fight it out for the finals. But
I mean, so far that showdown is shaping up to be incredible with the teams that are going to be there. So
Stralis is going to be there. Enough said, right?
Yeah. It's kind of wild.
It's going to be a spicy show. But that is really tough, and you really just want to get the top 2 slots so you can get that spot in the finals. A lot of money on the line there in the finals.
3 chances for EG to pick up a single round on the T side. Or if you look at it another way, 3 chances for 100 Thieves. Oh, Gratisfaction sniping away Stan as just the smoke fades. But yeah, they need to win 3 in a row to get into double overtime, basically.
The man has defaced his Dragon Lore with stickers, Anders. For shame.
Is that a crime?
For shame. That is gross. Yeah. No way to Cirque hit this shot, though. This is Grat all day. Oh, decides to back off on the angle, though. And with 50 seconds on the clock now, EG.
They've left Ethan. This is kind of cool. They say you're going to be crunching on one side. We'll all go to lobby where You have to spend, 20 seconds to get there. But then we'll just count on you being able to get the timing. So the question is, will Lias look the wrong way? That smoke is going to be annoying. That's at 33 seconds. And now they have to wait for that. Cirque will take down Azza. Ethan, gambling on the fact that no one was looking, but it was a bit too close. He needed more of a distraction, and Gratisfaction will land another kill in the round. Up on top, it's Lias to nearly close out the round. Breeze should not be winning it. He's jumping down low very quickly. Might be able to get the bomb plant down, but even then, I don't think he can win the round afterwards. How do you do that? Closing the door behind, but they're going to be right there, and no chance for anything. JKS will get the final one. Just, I don't know, a missed opportunity. I love everything about having Ethan out there. They just lost a bit of patience, I think.
It's so tough because that spot that who was it that dropped Ethan? I've missed that.
Lias up on the hut, yeah.
That's such an advantageous spot because you're going to see his feet before he sees you.
Yeah.
And so every time you got to be expecting somebody to play hut at that point because it's such a powerful position when you try to push main. Nice attempt there from Breezy. They've got the bomb plant, so at least a bit of more money to work with here on the side of EG.
18-16. Very, very close round.
Pressure now.
Close round in spite of the fact that 100 Thieves got the initial kills, right? They had a bit of an advantage, so still scary. I mean, that seems to be the theme for Nuke so far, is that even when they're on, they have like a good start of the round, they still have to fight for everything. Now they're going to be blowing up the door, jumping right down. Stanislaw, oh! That was his own Molotov that had burned all the way through. How does that even happen? I don't understand.
Liquid flows downward, right? Is that a...
There's a physics thing going on there. Yeah. Something about thermodynamics and heat dispersion.
Well, Grat was awarded $300. He won the lottery there. Stanislaw's death will not go unrewarded. Cirque.
How is that fair?
Brings it back to a 4-on-4, and now down to the lower site we go.
That's not even like a logical timing. He was just saying, you know what? Maybe I'll get lucky. And I did.
Yeah, I'll take this peek.
4-on-4, you're right. Jacob in the corner, and they're going to check him hard. Ethan will drop him, so it goes down afterwards. The bomb is here, but Ethan just continues. He does not want to play a third map or any more overtime. He just wants to win it right now, flanking in behind. It's one more kill for him. Currently working on a triple, and now Lias in a 1 versus 3, and it seems impossible. He's heading Ethan's way. Been playing really good again here. The bomb down. He's trying to fake them out, but how do you do this? How do you even check it? The smoke on one side, the flashbang to set it up, but this is almost impossible. He's in a desperate mode, and Ethan is ready and waiting. The quad kill in 19-16. They take them down in overtime and win the whole series 2-0. What a great day for EG.
Bouncing back, 2-0 win for EG. The Stars stepped up when they needed to, and they showed grit and resolve at the end as well. When 100 Thieves were on map point there, second map, EG didn't throw in the towel. They ground out the rounds, and they took it to overtime and got the job done there. So we're still seeing that they are capable of winning when they need to. We saw a bit of the same thing from them against OG yesterday as well. Just not quite connecting for 100 Thieves on how to get through. They got blasted on their map pick, and I think that really kind of set the tone for the whole thing.
It did, and it was weird because they looked better on Nuke, right? So you should think like if you could have played the maps in reverse, they could have been more warmed up for Train or whatever the problem was. You needed the Nuke version of 100 Thieves, but on Train. That would have been the big deal. Well, we do have Banks down with Breeze, so please, James, take it away for us.
Thank you, Anders. EG do manage to do it 2-0, but we've got to look at that Nuke there. After an impressive 8-7 T-side there, still managed to get to overtime. What was going on?
I don't know. Our CT side's been pretty rough lately. I don't know why. Usually it was good in practice, so I don't know. I'm just going to go back and look over why it's being so rough for us.
Well, you certainly had a dominant side when it came to all of Train, right? It was very easy for you guys in that sense. So Nuke, a little bit shaky, but you still managed to seal the deal. Are you guys starting to find that confidence coming back now?
Yeah, yesterday was I think it was just a really bad day for us. Like, we were losing a lot of rounds that we shouldn't have, and we know that, and I think today went a lot better.
And what was going on with communication-wise for you guys to get you into the overtime? Because it was almost looking like, okay, we were going to see 100 Thieves just take it and pull us to a third.
I mean, we knew that we could come back easily. We just needed to play the rounds a little bit better and close out those close clutches, so that was it.
And now in terms of how the team are feeling, obviously many people expected you guys to be topping this group now. Do you think you're going to have the run back all the way through?
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, for sure. I love the confidence. Congratulations, Breeze. EG continues to move on forward.
Thank you very much for that. Indeed, it was close in the end, but EG closed it out 2-0. And I think, yeah, you can summarize it as everything just went better for them compared to yesterday, and a bit better for EG usually means a lot better and a lot worse for the opponent.
Well, 100 Thieves only showed up really in this second map, right? That first map was just an absolute blowout. Here we actually had the back and forth. They even found themselves in a position to close out the game, but then to lose those last 3 on the stretch, they're going to be so frustrated. I think Kassad's face says it all.
Yeah, I agree. We're going to take a break in just a little bit, and I think we're mostly going to talk about EG and also to Stan. So I kind of want to wrap the story up for the side of 100 Thieves here, because of course they're going straight down to the showdown. Can you summarize, kind of, Thorin, what you saw from them this weekend and what you project for them, seeing how they have to go to Katowice next, right? And they have a lot to work on.
Yeah, I would say they're another team. Obviously, EG was the bigger name, but 100 Thieves themselves have to look into that whole situation of how did we start so slow? Like, their level, the saddest thing about them coming last place in the group is they were the most consistent team, except for Astralis, for, say, like the last 5 months of the year. Like even when they would lose because it was a better team completely outplaying them. In some of the games they've had here, they outplayed themselves. That really was a scenario that was at play. And from hearing some of the comms, even some of the positives you say about them didn't really show up to this tournament, I don't think.
Yeah, right now that showdown that we're talking about, Astralis is there, Vitality's there. They're 2 already scary names.
Remember, only
right?
2 teams can even make it out.
Yeah, NIP started to look scary, right, as we saw them towards the end. We're going, oh, there's some promising signs here with Naught coming in. Obviously, they have some time to get their stuff together. MIBR, and now 100 Thieves are in that mix. So the showdown is going to be extremely difficult.
It will. Of course, it is a time away.
A long time away.
It's not tomorrow. They can clean it up, unfortunately, for 100 Thieves, though. They're down to that showdown, but EG, they are not out yet. And we will be talking to Stan in just a little bit after this break, so stick around. And welcome back, everybody, to Blast Premier, where I have Stan, the IGL for EG, with me. Congratulations. Before we dive into the hard hitters over there, just a simple one to warm you up. How did you feel about that last map? Nuke didn't manage to win yesterday. This time around, you grinded it out.
I feel relieved, obviously. Yesterday didn't go as planned for us, but today we managed to close it out, so I'm happy.
Safe there.
Right, we'll start there then. On Nuke. So one of the bizarre things about this game today and the game yesterday is, I don't know if I've ever seen a team, like the amount of times I've seen your team beat Astralis on this map, like amazing Nuke team. But one of the reasons why you haven't picked into it too much is you can have amazing T sides on the map, but then the CT side seems to always be a bit shaky, right? Normally CT side's the strength of this map. So what is it about EG that hasn't quite fit on CT side at the moment?
I feel like we potentially still get rocked a little bit too early on in the half, and then that causes us to play a little bit scared throughout the whole half, and then teams that grow in confidence on T side are able to just take aim duels that they normally wouldn't take if we just got in their face. So later towards the end, we started realizing that that's what they were doing. Yes. They were taking more aim duels and being more aggressive outside. So I think Chet took a pause and told me to be a little more aggressive, which ended up slowing their attack outside. So just about starting out confident instead of like we did yesterday, which we weren't just hitting shots. And that's all we have to do. We just have to not let them have the space.
So just on that, I think here in a lot of the situations today when they would find 1 or 2 opening kills, you guys still look super dangerous in 3v5 situations. There was that round where you're sitting in the smoke with a 5-7, you get 2 big kills outside, and that round feels like it can go either way. Whereas they, when you get the opening picks, they just look flustered. Why are you guys so dangerous when you're down in numbers like that?
I mean, it could just be experience. We've been in many of those scenarios before, and we have players that can make those kinds of plays, like myself and Tarek, I find are really good at making those sneaky plays. But, I mean, we have 4 other players on my team that I can have full confidence in any situation, whether it's a 2v5 or 3v5. We just have a lot of skill, and I think just experience shines through in those situations.
I mean, that's one thing we did notice a lot, especially in this particular game, but also on train, is on CT side, you seem to just be looking for the sneak option at all times. You're always trying to get a flanking off, where if the guy doesn't just hold that spot, you're going to get them from behind, basically, right?
Yeah, I mean, if they're going to give me the space and I'm going to take advantage of it, it's on them to be able to watch their flank. But it's just about, for me as an inner player on train, it's just about feeling. And if they're going to give me that space, I'm going to take advantage.
They have cited mental block against you guys specifically as an issue why they can't seem to overcome the hurdle of EG. Do you think the fact that you play that way and you always catch them off guard works into that fact that they're just really nervous about playing you on these maps?
It's tough to say because I can understand where they're coming from in terms of a mental blocking against a team. Our mental block right now is Mouse Sports, and we still haven't figured out the formula for that. It's just about playstyle and matchups. I think we match up very well against them, and they just need to go back and do their homework because every time they play us, I feel like personally they play the same way and they don't adapt quick enough. So they're still a very good team, but against us, it's just we're very used to their playstyle.
So what do you think it is about this year, and especially Blast, where we've had all the big names and they've come in and looked very shaky and very slow? Is it just the off season? Because some teams, 100 Thieves had a long boot camp, for example. Astralis said, or teams have said Astralis have been very good in practice, but they still come in here and they look like a shadow of them for themselves.
I mean, it could be just nerves or first round or matchup jitters because same thing happened to Astralis that happened to us. We had a great boot camp, felt very productive, and we were dominating teams in practice. And then we come here and we're struggling against these kinds of teams, which we shouldn't be. So, I mean, I think as the year goes on and more practice we get, more matches under our belt, we're going to grow in confidence, and that's all it's about.
So what percentage would you say, like, it seems like a ridiculous question, but like what percentage do you think you're at right now in terms of where you can be? Obviously, we've seen how good the team can be.
What's a realistic number, basically?
Yeah.
I mean, probably around a 75%, but it's just so tough to say because from map 1 on train, we were at 100, and then we show up on map 2 on Nuke at like 50. So it's just finding that consistency for us. Yesterday, yesterday we were probably at like 50%.
Okay. Yeah. One thing I wanted to ask was, the most positive sign from EG I've seen in this tournament is Breeze has been really good in almost every game. And that was the thing towards the end of last year that was really lacking. Like, just statistically, the numbers went down. He was one of the best players in the world. So has he been revitalized by the time off or something? How's he rediscovered his game?
Yeah, I think exactly how you just put it. He's been... he had a nice break, and we've all had a nice break, and it just kind of breathes some fresh air into you. Towards the end of the last year, obviously we know we were a little bit exhausted, and we've attended too many events for our own sake. And now that everyone's back fresh, we're eager to play and just play as much as possible and make sure we reach the level that we reached last year.
Is that sorry, just to interject, because I think that's quite interesting, because we often cite the fact that you guys were quite burnt out. You played so many tournaments last year, and there wasn't really time to like come up with these plans and more strategies because you were just playing all the time, right? But it seems like now you've practiced so much already in the boot camp. You're already saying we have to play so much. How do you protect yourself from just again doing the same thing and always just putting in all the work when you could be taking a bit more downtime between things?
It's pretty simple. You just kind of learn from your mistakes. Like last year, we attended too many events, and this year we're not going to do that. We're going to make sure that we go into each tournament prepared 100% and make sure we have time in between tournaments. Like for instance, last year we would go to China, fly home, and go back to China. But this time around, we'll probably stay in Europe in boot camp and take it a little more seriously so that all those factors that affect players like jet lag and even nutrition and all that stuff, we're taking a lot more seriously. So we're just going to make sure we go into each tournament prepared.
Yeah, just more smarter looking at the schedule. That's very good for 100 Thieves, of course. That is their exit from this weekend. But JKS is going to give us a bit more insight as to what went wrong.
I've got JKS with me after 100 Thieves are eliminated, but they will go forward to the showdown at least. Obviously, you guys spent a lot of time in Europe, and we saw what you managed to do last year with that practice, right? Kind of bringing you guys back up to the top in the position you're in. What's the feeling right now, though?
Yeah, I mean, obviously we're disappointed because we just lost both our matches. I think we should have closed out that nuke game versus EG, and versus G2, I think it was just, I don't know, I think we just had the first game jitters kind of thing, like coming back. We didn't really have much playtime before that. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, if I had to think about it, that's probably the first few mistakes that we made. Obviously, we made a lot of silly fundamental mistakes in game, which cost us some close rounds, like on retakes, and we lost a couple of anti-ecos as well. So it's not going to help you when you do that.
Now, what was interesting is Train, right? I was hearing from you guys that in practice it was looking good, it was looking strong for you guys overall, but EG's just kind of had you guys numbered on the individual level. Is that really just what it came down to, or did you just not get a chance to come into your own game?
I think we kind of started okay on Train, like the first 4 or so rounds we're doing things correctly, and then after that we kind of just fell off flat, and I mean, they just ran away with it. I think individually we're all pretty sharp, but I think we're just, in that game at least, we're kind of just scared to do things, and they were just capitalizing on it. And yeah, we're just slow to react to certain rounds that we should have actually won, but yeah, that's about it. And the trains for us at least, sometimes it's really good and sometimes it's really bad. So it's just the nature of the map, I guess, on T side at least. Yeah.
But your T side when it came to nuke was looking really good, right? We were starting to see Easy be pushed to their limits. What was the kind of swing moment for you guys where it started to feel like, okay, we can't do this? Because going into overtime, obviously they came back with a dominant force.
Yeah, on T side, we actually had a good number of rounds that we actually strung together. I think it was 12-8, and then we made it to 15-12, and then we obviously lost the rest of the rounds. I think on 15-12, we made a call after the timeout, but people were still kind of confused, and I think we threw the wrong smoke set outside or something. I'm not quite sure what actually happened, but people thought it was a different strat than what it actually was. And after that, I think we kind of just made some individual mistakes on each round, like people not pushing up certain spots and people not going together, and yeah, they just took it away.
Well, you certainly seem to know what needs to be rectified, and this is only the first round of the year. Plenty more to come your way, so thank you very much, JKS, and I look forward to seeing you next time.
Thanks. No worries. Cheers, man.
Indeed, many thanks for doing that interview as well. We're going to say goodbye to you, Stan, for now. Of course, tomorrow you'll still be playing the loser or either G2 or OG. So I'm going to let you get back to the practice. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
And we'll see you tomorrow. As for us, we're going to take a look at the tournament bracket as it stands right now with Evil Geniuses, of course, moving on tomorrow to play the loser of G2 versus OG Esports in the winner bracket final, which is the next match. The winner of that will go straight through to the group final.
I'm going to double down. This EG doesn't lose to OG again.
They should win the whole tournament if they play like they did today. I think they actually should.
At this point, we may as well run with that, right? Because
I'm going to pick them every match.
We kind of have to. We almost have to back that in, because if we don't, then we're going against what we've learned about Counter-Strike or what we learned about these teams all of last year. I think it's fantastic to see these other teams being competitive, but like we started off with this lower bracket match today, the G2 versus OG match is another coin toss, and that's because what we saw at OG was them playing back into games, having to fight back, showing good performances from individuals. Like we said, if Mad2 can play well, now we're potentially talking. Voldev, he can be the star again. Yeah, things are looking good. If Alexi B gets a chance to call, that's even better. And we had all of those boxes ticked. So going into the G2 game, it's just a question of which team do we think is going to have the better individual shot today, because in terms of map pool, in terms of what they've been working on, that's still in the dark for us.
Thorin, final thoughts?
Yeah, I would actually, just to add on what JKS said there, I can confirm, one of the most disappointing things actually about the 100 Thieves run was that they did sound, even on the comms, like they were second guessing themselves, or they weren't quite sure what to do. Like, you can tell it's a team that's lost to the same squad over and over again, and they don't really know. Like, they know the first option doesn't work sometimes. In terms of the rest of the tournament, I'm with Chad. Like, I'm a believer in EG again, especially because Breeze has been the best player, maybe even in the tournament so far. He's been one of the absolute big-time performers. So if he plays at that level, you can beat any of the teams left here. In terms of the next match coming up, I think this actually could just be a banger. It just looks like there's potential. It could be a 2-0 either way. Could be 3 drawn-out maps. Like, it's really tough to tell because there's so many sort of factors up in the air at the moment.
Maybe we get all the rounds again.
Maybe. I would hope for it. Would you like that?
Bit of overtime. Overtime on all maps. That's what we need more of.
Let's do it. We think we were promised a banger, so let's hope we get there. Of course, we have a little bit of downtime. Unfortunately or fortunately, go chill, go get a snack or something like that, and we'll be back at 7:10 London time, which is 8:10 in the rest of Europe. Kind of, I guess I will get called out on that, but whatever. Look it up. We'll see you then. Welcome back, everyone. Hey, I gotta say thank you. I think this is the very first time we got an actual applause coming back and introducing our next teams and welcoming everyone back. So I'm very happy for that. Thank you, everyone in the crowd. My name is Esports supporter. Still here with Sponge and with Thorin as we go into the second half of the day and the second to last day of Blast Premier Spring. This portion of it oh my god, just take it away.
Yeah, well, it's the group stage. This is group 3.
Great start.
As we can see, this is the bracket on screen. Now, yesterday, both underdogs G2 and OG had upset victories, and that set us up for this winner bracket final. The winner of this one will be qualifying for the finals in Moscow in June, but they will still have to play tomorrow for seeding and a little bit extra prize money. So this is a very big game right now for either of these teams, because if they lose, they have to go down and face EG, who's actually looking on form.
That's a great point. EG looking great when they came out of that last match. We're going to start by looking at G2 Esports, who yesterday had quite a surprising but also convincing victory, all things considered, against 100 Thieves, especially off the back of the performances of Kenny and Nexa.
Yeah, it was basically the dream distribution of kills, because even after Kenny and Nexa, you had Hunter coming up with a pretty strong performance. Meanwhile, I mean, I think we saw in this tournament 100 Thieves never really showed up individually as much as we needed to. So if you wanted to believe in this G2 squad still, we've heard some stories about how they've switched some of the roles up, how they've maybe made it now a little bit more of a Kenny S-focused team. Maybe Nexa is actually getting to have a little bit more tactical input. Okay, at the moment, you've got decent reasons to be hopeful. Going forwards, though, you're probably going to need a lot of those same check marks to be completed if you want them to win this game.
I think that's a good point. Like, everything has to be online. But I think when you look at how positive we were about the roster coming into form, it's been 5 months now, by the way. So, I mean, we have to stop cutting them so much slack, I think. We're glad that we're seeing these improvements. And I'm at least a bit more positive about where the development is going, if not very positive after yesterday. How about you?
Yeah, they were very lucky with the end of last year with some of the tournaments that they were playing in, right? It was kind of a soft way to end the year. They ended with that victory in Malta, and then this year they can re-gear, and exactly like Duncan said, with Kenny S coming in and now being more of a I guess, spearhead for their attack, that's positive. But we got to hear like their communication, and it's still very messy.
Yes.
And that's one of the things that we pointed out as a problem for this team was Jax. You know, his English, it's not fantastic. It's something that he's been working on over time. But things seem to be working. They're getting the victories on the board. So I don't know how much we can look into that in these types of matches. But when it gets close, if we see some all the rounds like we saw yesterday with OG versus EG, that's when you start to question those little details like communication.
And when looking at Nexa specifically, I was reading an interview with him today where he was saying, well, I started off in the shot calling position a bit more as an anchor, but now I'm doing a lot of different things. My communication has to be at a high level. I'm repositioning people. I'm talking about the rotations to everyone. That seems like a tall order, in combination with the fact that he was fragging so much yesterday as well. So the fact that the communication is lacking a little bit, I would cut them some slack, but it is developing into something that could be quite impressive down the line, Thorin.
Yeah, the key thing is at the moment he's doing a decent enough job with the IGL aspect, and he's doing a really good job individually. I usually say that's usually the clue right there, is if they're a really good fragger, odds are they're not a super brain who's doing loads of stuff. That's the point. They're able to just make it simple, and then they do their role within it. So if he can actually expand it out, because I know from talking to Malik, the coach of this team, they want it to be a tactical team. They believe in the idea of having proper fundamentals and real roles and set playbooks. So that is a lot to ask of Nexa, but then again, I have to say, so far he's delivered.
Just to note, in a couple of those last rounds we saw there, and we can keep the conversation on Nexa there, when they're retaking in those situations, you're not seeing crazy good retake utility. They were actually just using their individual ability, right? And when you're an in-game leader and you're making calls and you know that individual skill is a strength of yours, you can be very comfortable. Like Nico as an in-game leader is someone in the past who we've seen set himself up. Like let's look at Mousesports, for example. If Nexa can do the same thing here, put himself in a position where he can get advantageous frags, that's great for the team, but it needs to make sure that everybody else can still contribute. That's been the case so far, but we need more information with them against tier 1 opposition.
Yeah, I think that is a great point. We don't have that much to go off of, so we'll be tracking that development. And I think that Nexa is also standing by with Banks, so we'll get a little bit more insight into that.
Do you have a lot of respect for Alexi B as another in-game leader and the kind of style that he throws into this team?
Yeah, definitely a lot of respect for them, for him. What he did with Ents was absolutely amazing, and he definitely didn't deserve to be removed from that team. And how it all went down, I think he was like the person who actually made them what they are, and he's doing a great job right now in OG.
Brilliant, mate. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Cheers, next time.
Immediately giving the credit there to Alexi B. Of course, yesterday, Team OG beating EG in an absolute slobber knocker that lasted almost 4 hours, or I think even more than that, and pushed it into overtime. But they did it. A typical grinding out Alexi B win also on OG.
Not something we were expecting from this team, right? I came in, I didn't think they would have any business being in the server with EG.
No.
It shouldn't have, in my mind, gone 3. It shouldn't have been close. It should have been a blowout like what we saw with 100 Thieves versus EG on that train game. But they showed that they can compete, right? And this is where we look at the players and them being in the right positions now. They've obviously had some teething issues. There's been a lot of talk about who's doing the in-game leadership role, who's stepping on whose toes. We even had Alexi on the desk yesterday telling us he's taken over complete control of that again. And that's how it should be with this roster. Mantu proving himself, that was a good sign. And Valde being a star throughout. He was just consistent.
Yeah, I would say the interesting thing about both teams is they've shown similar sort of personnel dynamics in that sense. The star players are doing great, which is enabling the teams. Still a couple of players towards the bottom end. NBK is an obvious example here. Issa sometimes, who looked a little bit off in their game, but it hasn't cost them thus far. But that's a factor I'll maybe look to in this game. Yeah, I want to see the stars perform, but I want to see kind of which of the lower fraggers is going to be the guy who might let his team down.
Yeah, who's hemorrhaging more, right? When you have Valde on screen here, we're going to see a lot of highlights from him. Alexi said when you give Valde one clutch, the confidence that he gets from that, it's going to snowball throughout the game. And people maybe, you know, think about this guy, oh yeah, no, he had a stint where he was in-game leading for North. That's when everything went wrong for him. When he was in that team and people were leading for him, he was the next player to join Astralis. If Astralis, you know, there was a tragic accident or someone was going to get cut or something along those lines, he would be the name that I'd be throwing on in there because he is the full package as an individual. So now if he can go back in that direction, be a star player in the team, we might actually get the Valde that we're all excited about a couple years ago.
Yeah, finally, that would be a treat for Sorais indeed. And I think we're also going to have a little chat with Alexi B. He had a lot to say yesterday, but he has a lot more to say today before this match.
The first thing I want to get into is something, just going back a little bit, is how different things are for you now compared to leading Ents and leading this team, and how are you adjusting?
Not too much different, to be honest. I think the main difference, obviously, the language and getting to know 5 different individuals and how they like to play the game. Obviously, you need to adapt and do certain things differently. But overall, I think the whole team just comes together quite nicely and people like each other, so it's easy.
Now, you know me, I've said this to you even when you were back on Ents, you're a very mature player in how you handle this. We can hear some of your comms in the back as well. And your mid-round calling is really solid, you're keeping control of it all. Do you feel like you have a lot of respect from this team, despite being younger?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the more we play together, especially on LAN, I think the more people have trust in me, trust in the whole process, trust in every strat. I think we're climbing and we're doing good progress. We just need to play a lot more.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's perfectly logical. When we talk about G2, we talk a lot about kind of how the communication is going to evolve and how that is all going to turn out. For OG, is it more a case of, okay, we need to find out clearly how we can define these roles so everyone knows exactly what their task is in the game?
I think one of the tough things for OG is, I've already alluded many times when I talked about this team, that some of these players weren't the first people they were targeting.
Yeah.
Sometimes it was the 3rd or the 4th name that they had to go with. So I think when you're someone like Alexi B, who's been ousted from a regime and no one really knows how much you did there, they don't necessarily turn the keys of the car over to you immediately and say, just go ahead with it. Like, you've got people like NBK who've always wanted to have input in that stuff. Valde just was an in-game leader. So I can see why initially they maybe did it by committee, or they said, we'll see how it shakes out. But after the first few tournaments, as Chaz said, wasn't that impressive results, and it wasn't actually that great opposition often. Now they have kind of done what you'd expect proper coaching staff, proper in-game leaders should do, which is right. Now we've seen everything we can from everyone. We're going to make the hard choices. Like, this is your role now, whether you want it to be or not. This guy's going to do another role. I'm going to do this role. And at that point in time, now you can get to see what the real potential is of the team.
Yeah, the structure is very important. And for those of you who maybe are newer to Counter-Strike, the 2 guys standing at the front right here are 2 French legends, have played together in the past before. Obviously, a lot of history with these guys.
The French connection.
NBK having to rebuild several times over the last couple of years, while Kenny's actually been able to keep himself within the top of that scene. So lots of history between these two, and it's going to be interesting to see if, NBK can have any impact compared to what we should be expecting from Kenny.
That's a good point. I think we have a funny picture of them two, or a throwback in just a little bit as well, but that will come after this. Incredibly difficult to predict once again, because yesterday we were kind of thrown for a loop. Actually, the whole Blast Premier Spring Series so far already. So where are you going to put it? There's the picture, by the way. Look at them.
They're babies. That was
absolutely
very games.
adorable.
NBK looks like he's about 20 years younger, doesn't he?
What is it's the beard and the
Kenny
glasses.
just looks like he's growing his hair out.
So you know The Walking Dead, Carl from The Walking Dead, that's what I think that NBK looks like. like in those kind of photos, you know, with the baby face. But yeah, Kenny's definitely changed a lot in that.
Well,
time,
luckily, OG isn't the Walking Dead anymore, Chad. They're very much alive and resurgent.
Yeah, they're also resurgent as they're going to take to the stage with some swanky intro and hopefully some trash talk. We don't know. Let's see what Banks can get out of them and go over to him.
Oh, we do love the trash talk. London, are you ready for the last best of 3 of today? Oh yes, I'm ready as well. So let's bring these teams on, starting with G2 Esports. G2, they may have had a good game yesterday, but can they now deliver against an OG that look like they prepare in a unique style? They have the heavy hitters in Kenny, back in his new way of being used. Seems to be able to deliver the firepower of old, but can he now do it against the likes of OG? And to bring on our next team, it's OG Esports! OG showed us a crazy game yesterday. It went the full distance. 2 maps of 16-14s and an overtime game in there. But they did prevail and they did conquer. Many people doubted the team after their performance at Ice Challenge, but they showed us that they could do it yesterday. Question is, can they do it today versus G2? Kenny, come on down. Nathan, come join me down here. I like how this is already becoming a thing. Now, Nathan, you left the French team. It's because they're pretty terrible, right?
I mean, it's just the same story again, you know? It's like daddy's back to be the kid.
That's right. Now, Kenny, right? Did you just not want him anymore, right? You didn't want him in the scene? He was getting too washed up?
No, absolutely not. I mean, yeah.
I mean, yeah, okay, Kenny, you were working on that, but you guys had a really good game coming out yesterday. Is this just going to be another walk in the park for you guys? Maybe not make it as long?
Oh, I mean, I don't know. I mean, in general, I respect the team and the players. Truth be told, I just want to play our best game, and if that happens, we're going to take it, yeah.
And what would a win mean for you here, Kenny, going up against MBK again?
That would be really great. Beating him, that didn't happen for a while. So I think it's going to happen today. I'm expecting them to bark like dogs, but not bite too much. So.
Issa thinks it's going to be easy. Maybe we should have got Issa on here to do this. You guys can have some fun. Get a handshake on, go. And let's keep this show rolling. Let's get into the game.
All right.
I like it. Kenny, he didn't want to go in. He was like, I'm not going to throw him under the bus. Don't make me.
We know the French are nice. Every time they see each other, they sort of that thing, you know, the very French thing, they're kissing each other, they love it, you know?
No, I can tell you, that's one thing I made the classic mistake with Chad, actually, which is when I first got to see them, I used to say, what are you talking about? There's no problem between NBK and Existence. Look, they're just hugging, having a glass of wine. And Semler told me, like, no, that's actually how you like get your enemies in the game. Like, you bring them in close and then like, you just trash talk them the whole time. Yeah. So I'll just say, Kenny S is too pure for this world. Yeah. Like, he was going to say something lovely there and just ruin the whole thing.
I think so. With that, though, and those choice words, we're going into the pick and ban, the map Fido.
Yeah, that's OG's perma ban.
Yeah. And obviously, at this point in time, like, listen, I don't personally believe anyone's going to pick that anyway.
G2 after yesterday's performance, maybe? It was very
I don't know if they would do it again, though.
But I assume we're going to get G2 picking into Dust 2, right? Because that's what they picked yesterday. They look pretty good on it. Their ban here is going to be Overpass going out the window. So for the side of OG, okay. Now, I understand this one, because when I first saw this G2 roster playing on Nuke, they look terrible, right? Because the communication as being a huge factor, that is the main thing that comes in on your CT side rotations. Even if you have protocols on how you want to rotate, the question is, there's little details that may be missed without the actual communication coming on in. A player may slip past if you're too slow to communicate, give the wrong information. That's a big problem. Should be a Dust 2 pick.
This is a very bold pick, though, because actually it is just based on yesterday. Like, this is not a team that was picking Nuke. They would have picked a Mirage, something still available, obviously, on this map. I think at this point in time, the question for the decider is, will we really play Inferno? Feels like something they wouldn't mind playing. G2, I think, would rather play Train, but that's going to be taken out. So between Mirage and Inferno...
G2 will probably go towards Inferno, right?
Feels like it, right?
I think that if it was the other way around, maybe we would find ourselves ending up on okay.
I think they've played into their hands here. Like, here's the thing. This suggests G2's very confident, but I think that is a mistake, actually. I think at the very end there, if you make that Inferno, I think that's a better move if you're G2.
Yeah, I think just trying to think about some of the G2 games I've seen, that's where Nexa and Hunter have really had to pull them out of a hole, because the French Counter-Strike has never really been too friendly with Mirage. Apparently they lost to a team called Renegades once upon a time. But yeah, so that's a curious
one.
Both
of them were in that team.
Yeah.
Yeah, good point.
Yeah. So it's going to be a curious one when we get there, if we get there.
If we get there. Nuke does too, and then possibly Mirage as well. So talk to me about Nuke then. Who's going to make the difference for either side, if so?
Well, I will say one thing that makes this a fun map pick actually from the side of OG is, like I said, it's not a map that they were picking previously, so it shows they have changed the team up. And then secondly, if you were enjoying Kenny S yesterday, Kenny S is one of the best players of Nuke of all time, despite the fact he's an AWPer.
Yeah.
Well, what does he do exactly?
Everything.
He finds the gaps.
Shoots everyone.
Kenny with the
That's
AWP on Yard on Nuke
Yeah.
is fantastic at finding the gaps. Now, utility usage over the years has gotten much better to negate an individual like him, but if he can still, be feeling the flow of the game, him picking up Secret is this thing for an AWPer. It can be a very dangerous move, but it's something he can get away with. One of the takeaways from yesterday with OG's T side was how easy it was for them to get Alexi down the vent or get down Secret. That was one of the ways they were putting a lot of pressure on EG. So for the guys from G2, I think they might actually get ahead of that. They're going to be quite aggressive in Yard. I think that's one way to deal with it, right? If you push out there and you're able to fight, you're able to stop them from getting under, you completely stop all of that rotation and potentially stifle the Ts. And that's when you find yourself in 3v3s, those mid-round situations. And I would probably start leaning towards G2 because more experienced players.
On the other side then, for OG, we see here Alexi V yesterday on Nuke, but who could make the difference? Is it him, the IGL?
I mean, I would look on the other side of the AWP battle, Mantu. This is another map that he's had strong performances on, and I think actually when you have a player like Kenny S that you go ahead, not a lot of people want to take the direct duel with Kenny S. Normally the logic of the old classic AWPers is like we just kill everyone, we kill each other's teammates basically. Like we don't take head-to-head duels because it's such an expensive weapon, but I actually feel like he's one of those guys where he has the call factor. Like he's still young and oblivious enough to what tier 1 CS is. He could imagine he can go head-to-head and slap one of the heroes of his game, I'm sure, from years and years ago. And in this match, maybe it can happen.
Yeah.
One of the awkward things I saw yesterday happening towards that top side for OG was it felt like Issa and MBK occasionally were a little bit disjointed. But Mantu, you're not going to see too many AWP kills within his highlights. He was doing a lot of the work with the SG/Krieg on either side. And this kind of a round right here, he gets 2 big Deagle kills. That's a huge amount of impact on a swing round, which they were able to win in a 16-14 game. So as an individual, we don't know what to expect because he hasn't played a lot of tier 1 Counter-Strike. This is his first debut in this level.
Seems like a great find though, because I literally almost never heard of him in the scene. As I said, he wasn't even in the top 2 or 3 in that list of sort of free agents to look for. So far, yeah, what a find.
There we see the huddles. There are so much to unpack analysis-wise, but we're just going to boil it down to making you choose one or the other, which was incredibly hard. I will note. So Thorin stands a chance of going 0-4 on the weekend.
Exactly.
And I
don't even
for
get to beat
G2.
G2 for doing that.
I can go 0-4 as well. So
yeah, exactly.
either Duncan or I will get all of our predictions wrong now.
Yeah, G2, by the way, the League of Legends team has sacrificed a lot to the Blood Gods. I mean, they even lost to Schalke 04 today just to make, to get some karma in the side of G2 Esports. You can't do that.
How rubbish are they?
They're not very good.
They're not very good. They're not very good. Yeah, but maybe G2 can run with it then in the huddle. We will see. So as for your predictions go, and there go the Betway odds, slightly in favor of G2 Esports as well. And I get the feeling from the desk that is where you are leaning also, no matter what you predicted, for Nuke at least.
I would say for Nuke, I actually think that... I'm not actually sure on that one. I feel like Nuke's a 50-50. I'm not that confident in OG's Nuke overall. I do feel like the veto overall went slightly towards the side of OG, but even then, I don't think either of these teams have really good map pools. So I'm not that certain on where their strengths will lie in this particular series.
Yeah, I think that the G2 as a team, with what we saw yesterday out of the individuals, there's still another gear in this team, right? I think Hunter can go nuclear. I think him as an individual can still show up and get a lot more done. So I'm going to lean towards them. I think there's more firepower on the G2 roster. I think that they've had a longer lead in time as a team. Communication should hopefully not be too much of a problem for them. Whereas for OG, like yesterday, they performed well. They played a lot of rounds of Counter-Strike. They were able to get that out of their system. But can they do it again? I need to constantly have this kind of stuff proven to me.
Yes, and I hope you will in this one. I hope it becomes a banger of a match. And remember, between G2 and OG, the winner heads to the spring finals in Moscow of the Blast series. I did it now.
The Blast.
No, I got that. Yeah, the Blast premiere. Oh, God. I haven't done it the whole weekend, but it's so important to make it, of course, to those spring finals in Moscow. G2 and OG, they are ready to put on a show. So Scrawny and Launders, take it away.
That's right, second half of today's show ready to get started. I hope you guys are ready, London, because I've come with a lot of energy packed, and it's starting to boil over, and I'm getting real itchy, Launders, for some Counter-Strike, baby. We've got OG back in the server. Can they pull the complexity? Can they qualify out of nowhere? Questions to be answered.
Yeah, a lot of questions to be answered. I am wondering as well. This is such a tight matchup. I love the diversity in the predictions. So we look at this series, and it's really hard to say. I want to echo Sponge when he says that he feels like G2 has an extra gear. I feel that way as well. I feel like with OG, they have the surprise factors. We talking to Chet backstage, and he's talking about, well, they're a good team, and he feels like they have a large future potential. But at the moment, they're a little bit unpolished, but they get to surprise every team with new strategies. They even changed up positions before the match that they had prepared for versus EG yesterday, and so that is going to be an element to that. And I just don't know which way this is gonna go. I just hope it's exciting, ladies and gentlemen.
That's what I want. Listen, we had to sit on the sidelines for that 3-map bender yesterday. I want it.
Oh, you guys are awesome.
Here we go. Hot start to the day. Or, I mean, geez, I guess the day's halfway done. But this map has just begun. Here we go. Over towards the ramp is where the party gets started. So much damage. That is great grenade play straight out the gate. But let's see. Kenny S is going to have a couple more players to shoot down, but they cool their jets. They're going to hold off here in ramp.
Holding on to what is basically the middle of the map here on ramp, waiting for any CTs to make some moves. Difficult part for the CTs is just knowing when they need to pull all the rotations down to the vent onto the floor and help out Jax. And Jax is going to be the first point of contact, as it looks like OG are going to commit. Could be very difficult to try to wrap heaven here. Jax has the wrong angle on the ramp exit so far. We'll see who makes contact. It's MBK, and he nails the shot. So now it's 3v3, and they can go for the plant. The rotations will take 20 or so seconds to get up here.
Yeah, ages. That's years in Counter-Strike time. Already going to have Kenny down secret. His two teammates trying to join him through ramp. If he goes down, then suddenly this is a one-directional hit. And it's never what you want with the retake. So Kenny S versus Montu here on double doors is going to be crucial. And there we have it. OG swinging back man advantage and extending it some. Amanek, he's not even coming out of the smoke yet. Poor guy's tagged to 56. So crisp USPs is what he would have needed, but he'll find none of that. And Issa popping off as OG find pistol.
I'm just curious, do we have Dota fans in the crowd?
Dota fans?
Do we have any Dota fans in the crowd? We've got one raising hand. Yeah, Dota fans.
All right.
Any Dota fans? Okay, we got Dota fans on this side. I just needed to know.
All right, because you're a Dota fan. That's why you're asking.
Dota.
Yeah. That's why you've been diehard OG since the day this project began.
Yeah, a few months. Diehard for a few months. In this matchup, I also love the storyline of Mantu matching up to Kenny S's Thorn brought up. Oh my God! Actually, hold that thought for a second. We've already got the Alexi B event drop that we talked about from yesterday. It was so successful in getting down here, and this is obviously the termite underneath the floorboards. The guy who now is going to affect. He's living rent free in the CT's minds. They have to respond to him, but they don't know what he's going to do.
It's these slippery fins, I tell you. So much time in the sauna, he just slips down through. No one can stop him. And look at him draw his teammates over now. He's calling for them to come.
It's also steamy outside as they cross over the smokes. Nobody knows just yet. It is the anti-eco almost, but you can see from the CTs, they spend all their money here.
Yeah, look at this. Alexi, he's corralled his entire team here with him. And G2 have decided not to go on the offensive just yet. It's NBK with an opening kill. That MP5 silently knocking down the first. But look at this damage that's coming out from the defense. You've got Montu, NBK, and Issa all tagged, now starting to fall over. Montu's going to change direction around from Vent as Valda picks up 2 off that MAC-10. But again, the HP's the problem. Bomb plant attempt shut down.
Covered.
Door swung wide, and it is headshots after headshots. They knew they were damaged. They knew they had to be very accurate, and oh, baby, were they. OG, 2-0.
It could have gone either way from what we saw. Obviously, there's a couple of really good individual plays that worked out well. Some nice timing in favor of OG here. Valda coming into full effect. As somebody that we talked about as a player who needed to be star on the team, has now taken on more of that role, dropped off in the IGLing, allowed Alexi B to be the front runner with the calling, and then for him to maybe chime in. From what we heard yesterday, it felt like he wasn't talking as much as you'd think someone who had previous experience in IGL should. Because I'm sure he has a lot of great ideas, despite maybe not, even if he's not going to take control of the whole round or call out of spawn. So there's going to be a lot of things that develop and change, especially with a team like this, with so much kind of like such a high tactical IQ.
Hup, hup, hoo, hup.
But we'll probably watch things happen and change live But again, we're on pistols. Hopefully OG doesn't give us too much excitement. I just want to draw that storyline between Mantu and Kenny S. Thorn brought up that it's kind of interesting to have Mantu, who doesn't have much experience in the pro scene, to go up against a player like Kenny S, who's like a master of nuke and has played for so long and is top-tier opper. And Mantu's been playing well. But one thing that was interesting as a Dota parallel was there was a player, his mid laner, named Sumail. And he was this fantastic mid laner. A lot of people talked about that because he had the innocence of not knowing how good other people were, his confidence allowed him to take duels and win versus other top mid laners in the world. As we now wrap this round up really nicely with a fat red ribbon on it.
Yeah, Issa, 3 on the anti-eco. 1 rat left to find. And that's Jax here, hiding behind the windows. He's just looking for that single deagle shot to connect to someone's head, but no sir. Issa gonna find 4 on the anti-eco.
You know, Issa's first name is Rifle.
Yeah, no it's not.
Yeah, it's a real name.
I'm looking in your eyes and I sense a lie.
I'm not, I wouldn't, would I go on a live stream and lie?
I think that's what we're paid to do.
Yeah?
Sometimes, Mohan.
I didn't get the memo.
You want to see ops, though, so Kenny S got that memo. However, as said previously, Mantu not always needing it here on Nuke. He's going to still have himself an AK, but we are early days. Oh, wait, hold on. That Kenny S op comes at a cost. That's Glass Cannon.
Yeah, Glass Cannon. He is out there in the wilderness right now. Issa has already crossed down into lower. Oh, he's come back up from secret. He's cleared things out a little bit. Jax, nice catch that headshot just off the corner. Wow, such a small angle to play with, and he's been so efficient. A fantastic round from Jax.
4 frags off of him. He just gets ahead of that flashbang. The utility attempt from OG. He is quite literally 1 step ahead.
He made that doorway look a lot smaller with the angle that he was working with. That was nicely played by him. And it's just Issa who started off this round by sneaking across outside really quickly and quietly, and then after dropping down in a secret, came back up. Didn't let his presence be known, so didn't really get OG to rotate, or sorry, didn't get G2 to rotate at all. So maybe the idea was if Issa makes presence, they execute ramp as the ramp guy gets pulled into lower, and then they can execute and flank the guy ramp with Issa's help later on. But it seemed like they executed before he made presence, but it didn't feel like they gave him enough time to make that presence. So I'm not sure if that was the play, but that's what it seemed like went wrong.
Okay, well, let's see if anything else goes wrong. There's a chance here for Issa. He has the straight-up duel down ramp. Unfortunately for him, that's going to cost a lot of his health. He sits on 37, switching over to the AWP and missing the bullet, allowing Nexa to clean up shop. So G2 Esports on the board early, all thanks to a pristine 4K play from Jax here. Look how close that flashbang was to blinding him. He could have been a sitting duck, but he quacks back and shuts down all 4 members of that push.
Mighty Duck, look at that focus, baby.
God.
We've all accidentally full screen cammed while streaming.
Yeah.
That's nice. He's not a player who's in the spotlight very often, so it's nice to see him get some shine. A lot of pressure towards the door. A critical element to nuke whether or not you use it. Try to draw attention here, make that mini player uncomfortable, get some spam damage off, and maybe even use it to get out of the door. Nice. They'll go for it right away.
Solid hold. It's a big old lockdown yet again. Holy moly. That's just CTs all over the place. They had that presence on top of Hut. Nice position behind sight. And despite OG's best attempt to make them uncomfortable, they sat pretty.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, when you explode out of squeaky like that, there's such a heavy reliance on getting the first entry within seconds, because then you can pull that string out of the ball of yarn, everything unravels. But if you don't get the first entry and they maintain a crossfire, then the whole round is ugly. You don't even see a post-plant situation.
Just straight up burst, and they unfortunately for OG ran into 4 players there. 4 of the 5.
That's true.
Picking up kills.
Yeah, that's true. And they were they're overstacked, as you're pointing out. So there's a lot of ways to lose.
You ran into the English Bulldog.
Back on Glux. This is the French eco. The time to talk about the next round.
And their feelings.
Yes, and their emotions.
Something that we know Issa has lots of.
Mm-hmm.
He was telling us yesterday on our overtime show how he is so much more a LAN player than online. And I think that resonates with a lot of players that you see kind of have that physical element to their play. Emotions are human, Mohan. We can't ignore them.
Yeah, and they're important, and they can work in your favor as well.
Can also work against you.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully won't be the case, as we are still early days. 1-round lead for OG, but so little to work with here. So they're going to try their best to pressure Jax. He can relax. He's got cover behind the orange box. He's got Nexa here to help him. Hunter in the meanwhile, locking down the squeaky door. He's sick of waiting around. He pushes into that, kills them all. Very minimal damage, very minimal utility usage. Just a great way for G2 to move into the 7th round.
Mm-hmm. Not a single rebuy. Everybody has a bit of a bank built up. Nexa will probably purchase a kit, hopefully, as we come out of this round, because they have no reason to not buy everything they need. Tough to go up against CTs who have incendiaries as well as smokes on these rounds. Especially if you're coming into like a buy safe situation, and they understand that there's not a lot of room for fakes, but on the T side there's a lot of room for smokes, and you can basically never have too many. It takes 3 smokes, sometimes 4 to cross outside alone, and oftentimes the T's don't even use that as the final strategy. It's just one note in the musical, if you will, and here that's going to be all they can do. So we'll see if this cross ends up doing anything for them. Kenny S known for this position, as was brought up on the desk as well. Coming up through Secret, getting that kill. It's a huge thorn on the side of OG. They can molly him back, but again, they don't have many nades to progress.
Yeah, and BK is trying to keep his attention towards Garage. That'd be a good idea, seeing as Nexa's tucked back here, very passively standing behind these boxes. I mean, he welcomes the fact that they are taking outer yard, but here he goes. He's going to be challenged by 2, so traded from Montu. And a 4v3 is where we're left. Susceptible, perhaps, on this A site, seeing as we do have Valda starting to wrap around on Heaven. But Amanek's going to get into position. Offset crosshair, though. That's not going to help. And Valda has to make that decision. Does he extend right away? Does he try to catch another A player by surprise? Or do this? Just wait. There's 30 seconds remaining.
I think it's a really good play here from Kenny. Full scoped into the lobby. And it's... and he's got a teammate as well, so they can get full control. Alexi B might on a good angle. Oh, unlucky. Can't hit that shot. Could have been a critical one. It's now 3-2 in favor of G2 when it could have been the opposite.
Whoa, Valda's going to hear those footsteps close, though. Bombs thrown into the open, and Montu, 10 seconds. Denied. Kenny S swinging the magic stick, getting 3 kills on that. We've got the secret peek, and then this massive rotation back around from ramp.
He was in the bulletproof vehicle, right? Rotating in through ramp. He had a teammate to take the brunt of the damage. If he has to hit that op flick, he maybe does, but because he's able to just walk out of the hut knowing his teammate's with him, he could take both these kills no problem. It's all because they went and sought out information. I think it's a really good play from G2. And just fundamentally speaking, a lot of their CT subs have been really nice.
And I think one of the unsuccessful moments in that round for OG was Alexi B peeking in lobby. Had he skewered those 2 players, hot damn, A site could have crumbled. And we saw the timing almost happen there, but a slick, quick flick, and his low health was not a problem.
It's true. He did have the timing, right? Just he didn't have enough health and missed that first bullet. Didn't realize he could have taken time with it, but was a little bit worried. But as we get into this eco, Alexi's started off by getting a kill with the CZ and lower control this early. Minute 20 here, they're already down and lower.
Not just through vent, but with a frag. Nexa's like, dude, move. They are coming in full force. Mantu's able to drop just 1, and there's the help from Kenny yet again, covering the back of Nexa. Sure, these casualties are going to be worrisome in the moment, but all things considered, they've certainly shut this one down. A minute for Valda to try and make magic happen. Just the CZ, a smoke, and Kevlar. Ooh, hold on. Switching to the big one. And dodging the first shot. Kenny gonna have to try and keep his head on, but Amanek could peek right in front of it, and then you get that double peek. Valda walks away. 35 seconds. And he even dodges nades.
Yeah, I'm gonna write this one off, but I just wanted to say this is name of the game on Nuke, fast rotations, right? The rotations are very quick. You can drop down the vent in a matter of seconds. You can be the ramp player and the lower player very quickly. Oh, there's Amanek catches them coming up the vents. G2 are on fire, but the rotations are very fast from G2, which shuts down the anti-eco perfectly, right? If you have one player up there in control, maybe he gets swarmed and he dies, and then they give up a gun, and then the ramp rotations can't come in. Here, 2 players are already downstairs nice and quickly, so it's nice that they're acting off that information. CTs would win every single round if they were able to know when they could rotate quickly. The difficult part is knowing when it's safe to rotate down, or if you don't have outside presence, knowing that you're supposed to stay in heaven. That's the reason teams are going lower very often, because it's easy to cut off that information, and that's what makes it very difficult. That's what can make it very difficult for CTs to win rounds. But the rotations are available. They're fast. You just have to have the information to go with it. G2 have that right now.
Yeah, the support system's been really good for G2. I feel like we haven't seen any players caught off just on their own. The only moment maybe you had Nexa back in deep garage, but that's kind of a one and done. You know, no surprise, there's no one near. So let's see if they can keep that up. You know, it's a good start, but we are only 8 rounds deep here on map 1, and we have OG coming in with a full-fledged buy. And opt for Montu.
Yeah. It's outside again. They're getting away with going fast, so I don't even blame them here. Actually, G2 are not doing such a great job of hitting them when they cross. Here they throw the Molotov down at their feet, but they'll run right by it. No spam at all. They'll even boost themselves over top of the smoke to see if anyone's looking. But who would have guessed it? No one's there. Every single round they've been able to cross secret, no problem. It's just that G2 are confident because they've been winning rounds despite that.
Yeah, this time I feel like G2 very much playing inside of their bomb sites. We have a little pressure going on in ramp room, but Jax is sitting back down on B. Normally we've had, you know, say Kenny peeking from secret stairs, Nexa deep garage, or somebody floating at least over towards hell, but this is very much G2 giving away this real estate and welcoming OG to try and bust down their doors. Little exchange of grenades down here at the B site, but again, it's just posturing, and there's no rush. We're at that 50-second mark.
So this is, I think, what they wanted to do before, but there's 3 lower. This is a very interesting split that we've got going on for OG. They can drop Mini if they want to, and because Shadow's going to be given away to Nexa, oh, he drops off onto the side. It's a sound cue. But where do they intend to go? The bomb's in lower, so those outside players, who are they trying to catch off?
Oh man, there's 2 kills. Coming in quick for G2 now. OG, the only thing they have going for them is the fact that they're so close to this B site. So here we have it. They're going to try and push out Decon. You can see G2 swarming all around them. They understand they've got to be somewhere, but are they all in Decon? The answer is yes. And now 2 dead as Jax flanks round back and Kenny locks down sight.
Kenny S, and the S is for Swift. He is lightning quick. And we're going to have a T timeout called. I don't know what OG were trying to do there, but they could have been doing something completely valid. There's like a number of ways you could run a fake, but because they had the 2 players outside, bomb and lower, I just want to know what was the pathing for Valda and MBK outside.
Right.
Were they going to go into secret later? Were they going to try to drop into mini and catch 1 player off? And if that's the case, did they need 2 players to do that? Could they have taken 4-1 in that situation? So we just didn't see how it played out. They ended up just dying outside.
And unfortunately, we don't even see how they're dying.
Yeah.
So it was just one of those moments where like it seemed like B site was about to get bombarded, and yet those other 2 frags could have been the key piece for us to figure out what the heck is going on.
Maybe these are the players that like they're basically running the fake. So if they are able to get a kill,
big flank.
Oh, okay. So they just had so much information. Yeah.
Jesus.
So maybe
Hunter just swoops in on him like Batman.
That's true. Everybody gets 1, right?
That's Spider-Man, bro.
Spider-Man, right.
Come on. Here we have it, Launders. They're back outside pretty quick. Looking to play Swift, as they have. Going to abuse the ability to get their feet on secret stairs. And Hunter, well, he's got Nexa, who could just cover Mini if he decides to cheat his way down vent, but they seem a little sketched out by that smoke. Let's see if Jax can handle it on his own. Seems so. Great start. 2 easy kills versus these pistol players, and the 3rd one falls right after. OG left desperate as their last 2 members are tucked away in secret.
You know, Astralis, Esports, they could spend an entire half going downstairs almost every single round. There's clearly an affinity for OG to go into lower, and you can see why they'd want to. They've been able to cross no damage. They've been able to get into the bottom stairs without losing a player, taking any damage, or even giving up information a lot of the time. Personally, I'd still continue to try to go back, but then I just try to figure out why the rounds are not being won after. 1v3 here for Montu. Oh, maybe a couple more bullets.
NT.
Yeah, NT is in chat. Those are the most wholesome spams. One of the very few spams that are actually wholesome these days.
I love when, like, you know, that final kill happens.
In the toxic world that we live in. Yeah, the NT spam. So 7-3, and yeah, OG have a, like, for me, they still have a lot of options. There's some halves where you look at it and you're like, well, they've just been losing on some of their options they've been trying. For me, I'm like, man, if you get across secret into lower, you're onto something. I think you still kind of want to test that out a little bit more.
They have options, but do they have time? We've got 5 more rounds here on this T side, and G2 still leading 7-3. Luckily, full round loss bonus in effect. Clearly, as G2 are on fire. That's one of those logos that looks good in flames. And Kenny S looking great as well.
Man, I feel like he's just leading with experience sometimes with these pushes.
Yeah, very confident.
Through their own smoke. Smoke's not walls, as they say.
But there's a little something. And BK swinging it with a kill of his own. Hunter pressuring somewhat through Hut. And understandably, I mean, we have 2 members of G2, half of the team that's still alive, standing over on ramp room. But that's a great Molotov. Flushes out the second half of this setup. So OG, they're kind of boxed in, but they're also still very capable of fighting their way out in one direction. All they're going to need is a crisp call to action, a quick hit on this A site perhaps, but 40 seconds, and they've decided to swing this back.
Yeah, they're trying to call it the setup, but they're still 2 ramp. They haven't actually fallen back off of this. And they got to expect at least one until someone's spotted because they haven't rotated anyone down lower. But what is the situation? Someone's going up to the T roof with 30 seconds remaining. He's maybe prepping for a flash or upstairs. Oh, and it could be a critical entry, but it goes the way of Hunter as he defends the A site.
Good thing he got that fast trade, though. Valda could still bring this bomb into the A site. Issa's looking to pinch in through Mini, but Amanek, he's got that smoke cover as his 2 teammates still stand above. Great call. They've dropped bomb down vent, and they're going to plant it B. There's no way to really stop this. Despite Kenny S having eyes up early, he's gone down. Now it's going to come down to the rotates, 2v2, and they catch Valda as he tries to cross back towards Decon. Nathan Schmidt can't hit the headshot.
Nice.
And OG give up another round, 8-3.
Yeah, nice round from Jax. He's just been mechanically very good this map. Also, Kenny, you know, he dies and you think they have a chance, and that's because Kenny's been so good as well. It's information that's winning this game right now. G2 are making so many smart pushes. They're taking a lot of risks, but they're always doing it together. We had 2 players from them in Hut last round, 2 players in ramp as well. It's no surprise that OG are scrambling to look for a good option because it feels like G2 have got every single door of their house covered. You know what I mean? They're standing there in front of Squeaky, inside a Hut, on the ramp.
It's like Home Alone, man.
It's like Home Alone.
There's traps everywhere.
It's like Home Alone with a bad ending. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh, God.
Yeah. I mean, things got weird for Macaulay Culkin after, but this is in the movie I'm talking about.
Little Molotov at the feet of Alexi B. He is rapid when it comes to running these plays, whether that's hopping down vent as quick as can be or trying to get outer. But here's Kenny S from Hell. Swinging the stick like Satan. Only gets 1. 2 players incredibly low for OG, so they are standing on shaky legs, wobbling at the knees perhaps, but here's Jax trying to wrap through lobby, and he's caught. That's going to be an excellent position for OG to be in. 4 versus 3 at that minute mark.
At this point in the match, not even mad at G2 for exploring like overly aggressive options because they've been putting on the pressure and it's been scaring OG as well. Imagine G2 went around like this where they get away with these audacious pushes. It just saps the energy and confidence out of OG. And they kind of have rounds to play with, as we can see they're on fire. But this round's not even in the clear here for OG. They have 4 players live, but Alexi B is so low, so is Issa. And OG have yet to pick a site. It's tough to know for them exactly where they should go. It looks like at the moment, Secret could be a great option. It'll be Kenny to be the one guy to gain line of sight on the cross into lower.
We've seen him do good work once they got behind the bomb site.
He's actually a little bit scared of ramp, so this is, I guess, good for OG that they've kept him on his toes. Oh, and he's going into
lobby.
Yeah,
as he comes
back a bit late. Issa going to catch him off. Bomb is going to get planted. Things get a little bit dicey here for G2.
All right, we've got enemies behind enemies lines. And we've also got the bomb plant, so that's so crucial for Nexa to pick up this kill. At least they know they've dealt with Issa. It is even numbers, but not even health. 4 HP for Alexi B. And the utility starts to soar forward here from G2. There's a frag on Nexa. If he were to underhand that into Dark, Alexi is gone. But instead, he tries to throw it deep, and it does nothing. Valda peeks wide, goes for a second, but Kenny's ready. And Amanek now in from Decon's going to try to pressure from the other direction. It's a great peek from Kenny, but he doesn't clear the second player. Mantu, he stops Defuse and takes Kenny. OG have found a 4th round.
The 1v2 bomb goes off in his face, and he doesn't give a hell. He's good. They needed that round so badly. This was one of those situations, and there's Seb, one of the most winning Dota 2 players of all time, part of a very legendary roster, come to help out the CSGO team, maybe help them get to achieve a similar level of greatness. That'd probably be like 5 years of Counter-Strike winnings, though, to be equivalent to 1 TI, so hopefully he's in it for the long haul.
Swinging out.
This is good. The thing about this, right, is like, the whole time it's been G2 have gotten so much good information all the time. The call here to go into lower is perfect. They're limited on what they know outside. Issa catches Kenny in rotation from ramp to pushing into HUD.
Yeah, and doesn't even kill him. That's the thing.
Yeah, it doesn't even kill him.
He just kind of scares him a bit.
They found the one choke point that was completely open. So that was a great call from OG to pick lower by that route.
Seeing if G2 can rebound immediately. Their fire extinguished, but their momentum not quelled. The room's starting to pick up here in London. And we've got fire and smoke immediately on this A site. We've also got 2 players down secret.
You're gonna get here fast. Why not exploit what's working?
3 players. Oh my God, they're multiplying.
Yeah, they're infecting the place. They're now turning corners. No CTs to be spotted. Once again, they've had very little resistance in these attempts.
And they've had chances. I mean, 8-4 score, but...
How is it that there's no rotation at all? Usually Kenny's on top of this. No one's actually corroborated this information. They've got a hold on to ramp, no problem. But the bomb's going to go down 5v5.
What?
Interesting.
Oh, man.
I mean, I can say OG have gone to secret and downstairs, you know, like at least 5 of these rounds, right? How many rounds do you think?
How do they manage to slip this one through?
Huh.
Awesome. I mean, it's put them in a great spot. They've again, it's something that they've gotten away with, as you said, multiple times. But normally we've got Jax down on the double doors, or we've got Kenny over on ramp, just denying them access to the bomb site. That is a wild round. If we can get a replay, actually, I would love to see Hunter's expression when the decon door opened and bombs started to be planted. Because it looked like he just literally leaned forward at his IGL, like, bro?
Right.
You know, like they really seemed surprised by this. OG just taking a 5th round. I mean, okay.
Yeah, I mean,
round 14. Let's go.
That's what's been confusing, right? It's like they were still losing some of those rounds where they tried it, but it was always open. So of course they're going to try it over and over again. But you'd think G2 were prepared for that option first,
right?
That option 100% first. They were letting them into lower because they were still confident winning the rounds. Here, they just literally did not respond at all.
And something we were praising was their consistent rotates, that speed of which they, the decisiveness of getting down to the B site. But
it was a curious round, when
that one was really missed.
Usually when you cross outside, someone throws a Molotov to interrupt your smokes, or throws a Molotov before you cross secret. Someone peeks from heaven, spams through the smoke. There's an opera outside that looks to look between the cracks. G2 haven't done that at all, and they've still been able to get a lot of information in other areas. But it seems like now they're going to have to try to be a bit more aggressive outside, because I don't know who doesn't realize it's their job, but somebody has to keep an eye on it. And yeah, I mean, otherwise OG are going to be able to come back into this half. So far, G2 have done splendid. They're looking great. Eight rounds so far, they look great, but that seems like a glaring issue.
That's a weird one. I mean, happily taken by OG. Props. They played the speed. They played with tenacity. And they may try to do it yet again. Valda and Issa, shoulder to shoulder, opening up with that 5v4. Now, Kenny's not going to waste time. He has already thrown the AWP towards the base of Secret, but Alexi B getting a frag elsewhere has this conga line turned back tail towards A, and suddenly they walk into Amanek. Kenny's trying to pinch them, and he does find Valda inside the fire! Jax, you're a madman! 9-5 as G2 swarm that A site.
Manages to not even fall. Just stay on that on the lisp there. In the Molotov.
Dude, he's just floating.
He was down to about 20 HP. Yeah, I actually thought the call from OG was great too, to wrap into Mini when you think G2 are going to panic for that lower hit again because they ran across outside and killed your Mini player, and instead they take it to Mini. Wow, and they just clean up.
Yep.
They just clean up. G2 have been solid upstairs. They have been solid upstairs versus rushes in general. So that's a nice round, 9-5. And as interesting as this half was, at this point, it's becoming very lopsided. 10-5, you know, that's a lot of rounds to come back from, no matter what half on what map.
Douche. Gadoosh.
That is way too cool.
Yeah, I know. It's like we're 3 weeks in.
I want to play it cool, but that's really cool.
And it still hasn't got old.
Yeah.
Back into the action, though. Quick pause. Dealt with swiftly. And we are on for round 15. Can OG break through? We had 8 rounds in a row from G2 Esports.
So what do we think about this one? Alexi's out first, looking around outside by himself. And Kenny's in secret. This could have been one of the great options they could have applied to like almost all the rounds. Jax was awesome in ramp, so, you know, I'm sure he's happy to be left alone. Jackson's up dying, as I say that, in the ramp, and now ramp can be cracked wide open.
Talk about a jinx.
Yeah, Lower's in danger.
Big time. They've already got Hell blocked off by the Molotov. Hunter's going to be down here on the site, ready for them, and Kenny carves one off outside before they can get this hit rolling, but NBK extends away from his teammates, so it's a solo peek. And Kenny S dodging shots in the doorway. He's got a teammate, and Aminex had 6 health Setswa, but ooh, Mantu tries to go a bit too far. Low HP for Issa. Oh, boom!
Good night.
Done is the half. 10-5 as G2 blow Issa away. It's again a rapid pace trying to be set. Ladies and gents, we'll be back with the second half here on Nuke.
Final week of Blast Premier here.
The Group C upper bracket final well underway as we're halfway through map 1. OG's choice of starting on Nuke. Did it backfire, we ask, as they currently sit 5 rounds down versus the 10 of G2.
I'm glad you're taking the show when we come back from break. I'd just be like, yo, sup, cowards?
Yeah, hey, guys. That's the Mohan approach. Here we have it. Second pistol, full-fledged action. Whoa, 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 Alexi, a CZ smoke. We call that one the Dawn.
Up to top of hut? Yeah, he's got an automatic gun on the top of hut on the first round. Why not? Look how close all these T's are together. Oof. MBK gonna spot 5 and take 1.
Flashbang to his eyes. Here comes Alexi. And he gets snapped back on.
Wait a
MBK,
sec. We got a round. We have a round.
3 P2K frags, all headshots so far. And he knows Kenny's near.
He's got a new target.
Yeah, you can see him locked
His best friend, Kenny S.
Ooh, come on, come on. I'd like a little pistol round ace, but not gonna happen. Can Amanek swing this back? He went with the P250 flash smoke. My personal favorite. Minute on the clock, the flank's inbound. And if he's not careful, it's gonna hit. Man on cross is gonna serve as distraction. Issa slowly working into this. Amanek's aware.
He's gonna spot it. That's a headshot in. He's on for it. He can do the 1v3 now.
Come on.
Get them all back now if he wanted to. Click clap goes the P250 long distance to the back of hell. It's a tense situation here for Mantu.
Oh, he's done such a good job. Such a good job of playing behind that little blue box.
Yeah.
He minimized his square footage and just crawled up as close as he could.
Yeah, it puts him in a very awkward position in that 1v1 because it's not his fault if he loses. That was a very, very real situation there for Amanek. Shuts down the ace. Well, I mean, it's a 3K, but it looks like by how well MBK was playing that he's going to go ahead and get 2 more. And then almost wins the 1v3. Very, very nice attempt. I guess that's an NT in chat again.
Yeah.
More wholesome spam.
Okay.
Got to give it up for that. Yeah.
Okay.
Not a bad play. Not a bad play. I like that. That was pretty good.
Comme ci, comme ça.
10-6, and it's all Glocks, pretty much. Speaking in hyperbole, Amanek picked up a P250, that's it.
Yeah, I feel like it's well-deserved after his attempt in the last round. Here comes the M4, though. It's going to be overwhelmed. The sheer number of Glock headshots that connect to drop him, just too much to handle. But let's see if these MP9s can start milking the cash cow that is G2.
You're taking money away by getting these FAMAS kills, you know? Go ahead and just get the MP9 kills. That's what we like to see. Build up that economy. Invest in your future. Kill with the MP9. Okay? 3 rounds to go to catch up, and then we can like start the half or whatever. It's going to be something of a bonus round here for OG, but it's still really relatively important that they just win straight up. They're going up against more firepower, better guns. G2 have 5 AKs. MBK is going to be sporting the noob tube, maybe top hut, maybe ramp, who knows. Don't know if they're going to change up spots just because the guns are a bit mixed up right now.
Oh.
Into lower. Oh, sitting on the ramp as Valda pushes up. Interesting. A little bit of a bait play for him. No one spotted quite yet. This is the kind of spam that we were looking for in the first half, you know, something just to let him know you can't just cross for free every round.
They do, in this case.
Yeah, but it's like, I know you're there. You know, it's important.
Right. It's a warning shot. And on the other side of the smoke, NBK sits with the noob tube. Oh, they might not know what's about to hit them. Tension. Oh, come on! What is this? Up next, the MP9. Inside event, tucked away here, but you've got 2 directions to look, and it's a 50-50.
It's all in the name, huh? Hunter. Tracks him down.
Now we will see if Man2 can tuck back behind Dark. We do have G2 on the cusp of this B site. It's only Issa upstairs working around alone. A little bit of utility support here for Mantu. He's got players locking him into position. Ooh, wow, he gets away with one that he probably shouldn't have. But now the question's asked, can Valda and Issa make this retake happen with just the FAMAS and MP9?
No. It looks like they, well, so they still want to get something done here, right? They want to try to do something because they're going to rebuy. I guess they rebuy. A couple of players are quite low, so maybe they even want to save these like really crummy guns. And that's a tough position to be in. They have to give up the round. G2 would take to 11. They were favored coming into the round. Did good to survive it, though, still. There's a good chance, OG could still win the round. So now they'll just hold for exits casually, passively, outside, hoping not to get pushed, I think, more than anything else. Bomb will go off. Good amount of money gained here for G2. Majority alive here for G2, so they're able to take some more money on into this next round, as opposed to like come through with a net loss. And now we're gonna have the ops out and on board. That was a juicy frag, right?
Not too bad. We had that little Kenny S versus NBK trash talk before the game got started, thanks to James.
There was an attempt.
It just continued. You know what Kenny S had to say about that shotgun kill? He says, typical Nathan.
Typical Nathan, yeah.
And I could feel his tone in chat. But let's see if OG can bring it back. They do come in with a buy. It's limited, MP9, FAMAS in the mix, but there's an op on Montu.
Let's cross attempt again. MBK is now working here. I don't know with Montu or not. Yes, they're both spotting the cross, and here it is. A little bit of damage to come in. They're making a lot of noise, which is a bit unfavorable when you could walk, but that's, wow, Nexa holding all the way back. Interesting to catch NBK off. That's a good call by him.
Yep. NBK could have just slipped in with the tease. But here's Mantu firing a shot from ramp. We've got Valda actually above the bomb site. He's going to have a lot of pressure on him now that the Opper is smoked off. It's going to be a tough hold on this B site, and he is caught sleeping by Amanek. But here's Alexi B and Issa, both players down from vents. He gets that no-scope. He got that no-scope ramp, and he keeps himself alive. Unfortunately, his whole team dies, and it's a 1v3 left over.
Yeah.
But this could have already been done.
It's true. It's true. It could have already been done. That's a good round from Nexa. Not only he gets like a very important kill outside, the first guy who would flank secret. Oh, wow. Amanek actually takes the Opera out, too. Mantu gets killed. In Mantu's position, he drops a shot from an already passive spot. He can't fall back from ramp for more kills, right? He has to re-peek some of those same angles. So it's not great for him to have to start out the round there defending to lower. Valda also a really amazing lower player, actually, but he gets caught from this decon push from Amanek. Completely identifies exactly where he's going to play. A lot of the times he'll get back like to scream, but they have to get that first kill, and he's hoping somebody jumps out of control. Mantu can take care of the guy who opens the control door, but none of those happen. It's a nice round from G2 in terms of like who was entering where, like with Nexa holding back on the outside push and with Amanek coming out first on decon.
Here we've got the Betway odds. G2 favored with the 1.2. Understandably here, not only picking up map 1 by the looks of it, but also versus OG's choice. It's not over at all. Remember, we are still dealing with a CT side for OG. It's just that economy they've got to get back under control.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like it's over. But they did say, they did feel yesterday, they felt really good about the T-half coming up. And they obviously took that map, even though it was quite close, 16-14. Was that the OT on Nuke? Either way, it was very, very close. But it was off of the T side. So I wonder how they feel about their CT side on this map.
Deep ball of smokes here inside of Garage and on the sides of Blue Box. Good to see some variation in G2's playbook. Hunter's going to get tagged up by a flashbang. No big deal. It's not going to cost them. Nobody's here for OG. They are actually so far back over towards ramp at the base of heaven. Hunter.
Oh, they're playing snakes and ladders here.
He's going to get his chance now. All of a sudden, there's just tons of footsteps all around them. Luckily, he's got Amanek to play around with him. One man left, and the Glock sets up shop.
Solid round there from G2 as we achieve critical mass. There's 3 rounds to go to close this first map out. OG picked Nuke. They did. Picked Nuke, yeah. Lots that they're going to learn about who matches up with them stylistically on their maps as they develop their maps in a vacuum, in practice, doing dry runs. They're going to learn a lot when they play a lot of these teams for the first time. This might be a lesson for them if it keeps and continues to go south. We're already off into the next round here. The setup outside, a fast cross here from Kenny S. He spotted nothing in the big garage. Nobody is holding him from top heaven. They're holding on to the vent drop, but that's not in the plans for G2. They'll instead sit patiently outside and wait, try to catch anybody off guard. MBK is just sitting in a spot to watch people coming into mini. That's his only job. So 2 players in lower. OG are hoping it does come here.
Mantu could get into the mix, but next looking to lock him down. This is going to be a pinnacle frag, perhaps. Oh, he's spotted. He just needs another chance. Now, Mantu actually has better cover here, but he doesn't want to stick his head out, so he will retreat. You could argue lucky to be alive.
Definitely, yeah. Aminek's been great on that in terms of awareness.
He's 16-9 at the moment. Up there with Hunter and Jax. But let's see. It's going to be a second cohort of teams over towards Ramp Room. Hunter picking up the first kill of the round. And Valda's just tucked away.
Such a good job of catching these rotational frags from G2. Another one goes down, an unanswered trade, and lower control is now G2's.
Yep, Mantu still trying to get into the mix somehow, looking for a favorable frag. Hunter honing in on Vent. He's going to get that first kill, then the late peek trades him. So at least an open route for OG to run away and save. But when that's your at least, and the score about to be moved to 14-7, it is dire straits here for OG.
There's a lot going on here. It would be tough to unpack live, but it just from what we can see, G2 have them on strings in terms of their rotations. They're knowing where the first kill is coming. They're always shooting someone on the side of the head, as you should be doing on Nuke most of the time. Lots of opportunities to shoot people on the side or catch people from behind. Excuse me.
And
if you're lurking properly,
anticipating positions too, waiting for that secret peek.
Yeah.
Making sure to lock down Valda's corner.
Well, yeah, exactly. And it's like a domino effect.
Yeah, of course.
One kill results in two results in three. OG feel like they're scrambling to make up ground. Meanwhile, they play right into G2's hand a little bit. Oh my God.
Is that
what?
Is that allowed? Can he do that?
I thought you were supposed to have an SG to do that.
Right. Hunter with another. Couldn't follow up, but still content as he should be.
I love how he's like proof of genetics.
Right.
It's the most Nico moment right there.
Kovac blood. Now on sale.
What do you think it tastes like?
Victory.
Victory. Yeah, they do win a lot. They are winning.
Like Jason Lake's toothpicks.
Winning bloodline. Yeah, you got one of those.
I did.
Was it flavored?
It was. I can't remember, man. I was overwhelmed by the moment.
Flavored.
I was like, hey, Jason, you got a toothpick, and I expected him to maybe pull out like a handful of them.
Actually,
they come in packs.
I already asked you actually when you had it, and you said it tastes like victory. You literally said that.
That's why I just referenced it again.
Circle.
I did.
Okay.
Mohan, that's how we got here.
Right.
But you know what? This is how OG got here. By fumbling moments, unfortunately. So many so that they are now at half the round count of G2. And at not even half the buy. Their firepower, a third of that of the T's. But a very quiet round. And I feel like we've had that. G2 at moments have just gone completely silent across the map. And then there's that quick burst when they find a flank, when they find a rotation. No panic coming out of G2 here on this T side.
No reason to. It's been OG to give up those opening kills over and over again. Alexi spots carefully and then falls back. It's just the P250. And he'll just be shrouded by the smoke inside of Mini. Nexa goes ahead and grabs that opening kill. As we can see, a bunch of tourists here inside of lobby sightseeing.
Yeah, got a little bit more than they were hoping for.
Yeah, they're like in Jurassic Park at the moment. About to get eaten by a bunch of dinosaurs. 3 CTs now have moved into lower, while it's actually the plan of the T's to have it control. So could be a pretty clean plant. So it's got a good gun to work with. So moseys his way back to ramp.
And kind of dodges Nexa there inside of lobby. He's just looking from the top of the ladder, but we hit that 20-second mark. So G2 going to have to sink their teeth into the A site, and they'll find it for free.
They sent them fake invitations. They said the party's over on B, and meanwhile they went to A. Every single CT went into their safe position for them.
This feels like high school all over again.
So like last year.
Yeah, whoa.
Hey.
So, unfortunate for OG that they couldn't get anything done with the 2 guns they had. You saw them trying to posture. Issa's playing inside of lobby. We had Alexi B just inside of Mini, even with his smoke. Maybe he would have gone to try and work around that had he felt a little safer. But ultimately, it's G2 just slipping away with a round. Kind of the same way OG did once on that B bomb site.
It's true.
You walk in for free and you just add 1 to the tally. So, without further ado, it is G2 taking 15 and we have 8 map points.
This is why I think Nuke is an S tier map, because I feel like this is the map. This is one of the maps. If you're smart enough, you don't have to be a better aimer. If you're smart enough, you can win the map with free kills. And right now, G2 are controlling rotations in that way. Other maps aren't as complex. You know, they don't have the ability to do that. Eventually, you're gonna have to take a bunch of pure duels. But here, if you make it the mid round, you make it a 4v4, rotations get so interesting and complicated that if you're smarter as a team, you can just shoot everybody in the side of the head, and that's what G2 are doing right now to OG. It doesn't seem like they're going to be able to find a way out, and we may be in the last round of the game, or maybe OG reinvent themselves live here on the spot. And they have to defend the upstairs site. The trades are coming out.
NBK, good job from Mini. He's got another player to duel off of. That's 3 frags for him and a Molotov on Jax. And 4K from NBK before he finally hits the dirt. Can Amanek swing this back? Ooh, close headshot. And he predicts the position of Alexi B. Oh, but the op from behind. There we go. A little life from OG. NBK tucked into Mini. They tried to burst out Squeaky Door, and hot damn, that was a mistake.
Yeah, it was. You know, the execute falls into their lap. They can test this.
Yep.
We haven't seen the upstairs exec yet versus OG. OG seemed to be fully prepared for this situation. Obviously, Nathan himself getting so many kills, you know, makes that all the easier, but G2 still have lots of options to work through. We've got tons of different levels here that OG have to be able to beat before they can win the game.
Here's Alexi B fully blind. Whoa. G2 just trying to force their way through this A site. At least they've gotten Kenny down vents, but it's NBK to lock it down with at least 1 kill already. Smoke and bomb.
Whoa. Playing side solo.
Just gonna go for it.
This is gonna be kind of curious here for Vald. Like how scared is he, and where does he think the rest of the T's are? They're coming through ramp late.
Oh my God! But we talked about how G2 were really effective at cutting off rotations. They have 2 players in position, 3 even, to deal with these flanks because they don't know how many players actually got down. But they've tapped that bomb, so you know these CTs are already on top of it, and it's halfway ticked. Double ramp flank is huge, but still there's a chance. If Issa can clutch this, he's gonna swing open the double doors, and down he goes. Amanek in from behind as G2 pick up map 1.
That's a beautiful map from G2, man. Especially in that second half, just looks so good. Did such a good job of catching off rotations. If I was G2, I'd be scratching my head and wondering what the hell happened on all of those situations. There's a lot that they got learned today.
Damn, schooled on Nuke. They're gonna pick it up. Kenny S kind of sets that defense scrambling. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Dust 2 up next for the second series of the day. We'll see you guys there.
Alexi B, Kenny S, and Tarek taking it on. And going up first is Azza. So you've seen other people do it. Are you nervous?
Not really, to be honest.
Pretty calm?
Yeah, pretty chill.
Do you know the rules? Do you know the rules? You
Yeah,
confident in the rules?
I mean, you just aim at the chicken, right? So
aim at the chickens, but the big chicken is worth 5, medium chicken, 10, small chicken, 15, and hit the barrels. You lose 5
5,
points.
is it? Yeah,
it's
yeah.
5, it is
Okay,
5.
gotcha,
So
gotcha.
it's time for Azza to hit some chickens. So obviously you're known for your tactical play, but I've got a little tactic for you. If you pretend the red barrels are simple, you won't hit them because you're never going to hit the love of your life, are you?
Everyone knows I like a bit of simple.
Yeah,
but
I've heard you got a shrine in your bedroom to him, like next to your bedside table. You've got a little picture. Yeah,
he's going like that.
Every morning you're like, "Thank you, Mr. Simple."
I mean, disregarding the whole simple thing, I'll go for the small chickens just because what I've seen so far, everyone goes for the easier shots, just playing it safe. But we'll go for the small ones today.
Yeah. Well, this should be exciting. So, on the count of 3, 2, 1, go.
Let's go.
Oh, that was a -5 already. That's sick.
That's unlucky, bro. On my screen, that hit.
64 tick,
bro.
Is
that a leg shot?
No. So bad.
Not even no HP,
maybe
bro.
That chicken's not good for you. Maybe try the 180 here.
Yeah. Wait. Do we win anything right now?
Pride. We win pride. Hey.
Oh my gosh.
There you go.
Sorry.
Keep going, Kenny. Keep pushing me.
Yeah.
Ooh. So you're down to 0 points.
Look at the foot.
But still doing better than Shocks.
Wait, what did Shocks get?
Minus 20.
Yeah.
Oh
my God, that was aggressive. Bro, it's,
I like it.
It's a chicken.
Just as hard as you can. Just
guys
actually launch it one.
Oh. I didn't even try to do that, but.
What about for damage? Does it get extra points?
Come on, hit the small one.
Oh, wow. Take that again.
Legit right on it. I got one more, right? Nice. Esho.
This is your final dart. So currently you're on 20. So you're going to go for the small chicken?
Yeah, going for the small one, definitely, bro.
Alright, I got it.
Oh. So Azza, 15. Not too bad. Are you proud of yourself?
Yeah, not too shabby. Came in with the goal, beating Shock, so got the goal done, and yeah, had a lot of fun.
You achieved that. You could have achieved that by just throwing the darts on the floor, but I do appreciate your tactic of going for the 15 pointers.
I mean, yeah, especially when everyone's been playing it pretty safe.
Awesome, nice one. Well, guys, up next is Alexi B, so stay tuned.
I go left. It's defusing. Defusing, boys. One side. One side. One is 2v1. Last is double door. I'm watching. I have left. Nice!
G2 Esports take the first map nuke that was versus OG in this winners bracket final. Now this was the map pick coming out of OG, Thorin, so were you surprised that after getting a good amount of rounds on the T side, they weren't able to show more on CT?
Yeah, I mean, there was even more play, I think, actually in that T side than you saw in terms of the representation in number of rounds won. Like, there was a point in the game where, what was it, 8-5 or something? Like, actually, at that point in time, that's game on to come right back. You have a good CT half. It's a CT-sided map. You're supposed to be right back in the game. I have to say, this is an example of a map, though. You have to just look back at the veto and say, what were you thinking when you picked that map, though? Because they only really have the big win over EG yesterday. Yeah. That's it. So they're putting a lot of stock in that, whereas G2 definitely has holes in the map.
I would say they also don't have a lot to go off. So maybe they thought, if that worked for us, why not try? But it wasn't the case.
But when you pick your map, you want to be picking the top of your map pool, right?
True.
Especially as a new team. Picking into weaknesses of other teams is normally when you have a very wide
You better be very good. That's a high-level maneuver.
So you want to, when you go for that, it's a punch. Want to make sure that you're confident as a team. So I think yesterday with their result versus EG, it's probably overinflated how good they think they are coming into this. But some of the key elements for G2 within the early stages there that I really liked, that Jax round, the first round they put on the board there, I think we probably have a highlight of that.
We do.
But the amount of times that I've seen him do this, now, not with the M4 that you're going to see in a couple rounds time. He normally does it with the XM, but he is fantastic at playing these little off angles, and his first bullet accuracy is insane because, look, as a 27-year-old who you're only just hearing about now as a Tier 1 Counter-Strike player, he has very good mechanical ability, right? Maybe not so good in all the decision-making, but you put him in an anchor position like that, he's going to get you those multi-kills time and time again. So he had a very good game here, so props to Jax.
Yeah, absolutely. Great job from him. Chad, you were also saying that when it comes to G2 on the CT side, when they lose territory, they have an apt way to reply.
Yeah, so normally what you'd see happen if you lose yard, if they get secret control, you're going to rotate people under. You want to mitigate that. You want to make sure they don't get the bomb down. They just go the opposite approach. Like, okay, well, if you want to send 3 to 4 members towards that yard position, what we're going to do is take lobby off you, right? So I think we have a highlight as well that we can whack on the end of this one here from round number 7. You're going to see more of Jackson, more of Kenny, but you can see this situation. There's 20 seconds left on the clock, and instead of, just playing the bomb sites, they're going to move forward. They lost yard. They didn't know if secret was open. Clear out the rest of the map. See if you can find a straggler. As soon as you do that, now you know that the T's have all the pressure on them. You're retaking now kind of as a terrorist through lobby, and Kenny with some absolute bangers there. So we saw them do that time and time again. Instead of rotating towards yard, instead of rotating towards lower, let's take the fight to them, and that's very G2 with their firepower-heavy roster.
That's a good point. Thorin cleanly played out, I would say, from the side of G2 all in all. And we're seeing some elements that they talked about really prop up. putting Kenny in positions where he can do good things. Now Jax, who's having a phenomenal game, and everyone else doing their job adequately, that spells good things for the maps to come.
Yeah, especially because actually Nuke was a map which it wasn't at the top of their map pool either.
Yeah.
So this is a big confidence builder for them against anyone else they might face in the tournament. I'll also say the very weird thing about G2 is, if you ask me without looking at the results of the scores, how good their comms are, I'd say it's fairly chaotic. But bizarrely, they seem to be one of those teams that actually doesn't seem to bother them. Like, it doesn't seem to mess the comms up. They just kind of seem like maybe they know the right voice to tune in, or maybe actually what to us would be an almost abundance of information. Maybe some of them need that. Maybe some of them aren't the greatest players at knowing where they are on the map and what the other opponents are doing, because it seemed to work for them. As you said, the adaptations they made, fairly good actually.
Yeah, some things I want to note with OG that are positives for a newer team, and probably things that we can associate with Alexi B. In this tournament, they've won 5 out of their 8 pistol rounds. That's okay. Really good is their round 2 conversion after winning pistol rounds. They're at 100%, right? So if you can make sure that you're converting after winning pistols, which they did in both halves here in this game, that's going to get you on the board with early rounds. But then if we throw that into the mix of a 16-8 loss, you're getting pistol, you're converting. That's actually the lion's share of your rounds. So their gun rounds were really lacking in this matchup right here.
With that information, how does the Constellation change that, knowing that we have Dust 2 coming up next?
Beat the traffic? No, it should be quick. No, I really think it should be quick.
Right now, this should be G2 2-0. Like, Dust 2's the map that they want at this point in time. Listen, fragging-wise, I feel like OG can hang with them, but I haven't seen anything in terms of like what they did yesterday against EG today.
Well, looking good for G2 so far. Let's listen into what their coach had to say after that first one.
Malik, I'm going to start straight into this one. A good performance on Nuke, certainly, but did you learn much from what you saw them play against EG yesterday?
Not so much. I mean, yes, we have been looking the map. It helped on preparing and what we would like to do on first rounds or things like this, but we just supplied what we have been practicing for. We are lucky, like every team, basically, to play a month without competing. So this is actually quite comfortable to go in and like having solutions and just supply them.
And that's the thing, right? We've seen many teams come into these events starting off and it's their first event. They struggle massively. You and OG are one of the few teams that have had stuff in the past before. How much do you think that's kind of elevated and helped you guys here?
I just know that for me as a coach in G2, like more than a year, like I feel like we are getting step ahead. Yeah. Maybe we don't see that on results like on a daily basis, but from the inside we see the system is better, we practice better, we use the players better, and now we had time to launch the new year again. The roster is sick, players are just out of, it's just crazy what I see every day, so I think we just start right now.
Hey, it looks like that for sure, man. Good luck going into Dust 2. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
There we are, some positive words rather from the coach as well.
It was crazy what he was seeing with the old team too, but maybe now in a positive light, because this G2 roster, right, I think they actually have a foundation to build on if these are just the early signs. Like if they can continue to grow from this point, they're actually looking like a bit of a dangerous team, because they're not grabbing the Astralis model. They're not going, hey, we're going to play fundamentally sound CS. They know what their strengths are and they play towards them.
I would say the most impressive thing about G2 thus far, I'm not convinced that like the map pool's there. I don't think they're actually going to be a top team. But unlike last year, they haven't capitulated in any of these games. They haven't had rounds that go against them and then they just get blown out completely, or maps that just look utterly terrible. They've at least been in it, fragging-wise at a minimum, every single map of the tournament so far. Very, very positive signs.
As well, let's see, check in rather with the Betway odds. I think it's going to be in the favor of G2 Esports. They also were before this, and it is the case. And yeah, the gap has gotten even bigger.
Makes sense.
And I understand it completely. So G2 Esports have a chance to qualify for the spring finals if they close out this next map, Dust 2 versus OG. But OG, they've come back before, so let's see what happens after the break.
And here it might be 3. Down to the 1v1 and he'll tap the bomb. Gets the kill. Na'Vi 11-11. This is the place you want to be if you're a fan of Counter-Strike. This is where all of the action is going down. Oh, the timing is unbelievable. Oh
We are back after map 1, G2 and OG. We had fireworks in the server and I guess a little love. Kenny S and Issa with the eye contact, Launders.
Yeah, we had him on the show last night doing the Valentine's Day segment, and we found out that Hunter was his favorite player, his perfect match.
It's true. So now they have to face off once again. But you know what face off I'm looking forward to? It's that possibility of Mantu versus Kenny S. We talked about it going into the first map, but obviously Nuke maybe not always giving us those AWP duels, not nearly as regularly as Dust should.
100%. We look at what I talked about with Nuke near the end of it was that if you play well, you could shoot everyone on the side. Dust too. That's not as much the case, you know. There's going to be a lot of straight up duels. A lot of them will be ops.
Let's go.
The round starts right out of spawn. See, all the way down mid, folks. Let's make some noise here for map number 2. And right out the gate, next to spawning down long, there's a flash coming this way. It's a perfect pop flash. Pixel perfect on the corner. Next will be moved out of position. And the CTs will start to roam over.
Hammond gets the P250. That's fair. He did good work with it on Nuke.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
Doesn't have the Kevlar to couple with it. But no problemo. We've got G2 Esports already making their way up from box towards Cat. Alexi B's trying to see if there's anything to be spotted, but no. They've gotten this far without a cost. Now, that smoke goes out. It's going to go and cut off mid to B. We've got 2 players for OG dedicated to this B bomb site. They're going to start spamming those pistols here. They're getting a little nervous. They're getting a little worried. Next up, high flash. 4 players are looking to push past, and it's Alexi on ramp to get gushed immediately. NBK's died over on the B site, but it's CT's falling all over the map. Another flashbang sets up Alexi, and he's done a great job of getting into cover, but he is wrecked. And we are left in a 4v2 retake attempt here on A.
Call it if you want it. Ball it up long. Whoa, tough spot. Forced to take a fight he didn't want to take, but he's ready. Oh my God, he's got 2. Yeah, the 1v2 now, as Issa will come up to bat.
He should find one in the open. If it had been clean, maybe he gets the second, but here we go. This is what you love. Pistol round 1v1. He takes to the skies. Oh! And Hunter dies. Kit's there. It's desperate. He's going to sprint to the bomb, hop on top of it. Oh, London, hold your breath. Yeah!
He's nailed it. He's on his feet. We saw him yesterday. He was turning heads on Dust 2 and popping them as well. A monster on this map, and this was one of the only performances he's had that was very successful in terms of lands recently. It was yesterday playing versus EEG, and a lot of that on Dust 2. He was a monster on this map, a great aimer. And here in the 1v2 put it together. That's crazy. 2v4. With Valdo getting those first 2 headshots, he thought round was done at that point.
Dodging mollies over here on long.
Alexi's that Aza player right now, where he's playing the rotation from mid and A site, and he's the guy who's going to make the CTs look really smart or really stupid. He's kind of in control of that because he has to decide, is it going to be a cat exploit or is it mid to B? Last round, he rotated over to the A ramp in time, well enough time to help Mantu out. They both ended up dying, so it was more of a frag problem than a rotation problem. They made the right read. Here he's also helping out on A at long this time around, but it's a lot of B presence. That means they're late. They're going to be late rotations over to the site. A lot of this rests on the hold on MBK and Issa's shoulders.
That smoke, though, well timed. You could feel the energy there between G2's players ready to try and pop onto the B site. You know, it's an M4 and an MP9 looking to lock it down. Still no rotate. Even as we hit this 45-second mark, nobody has come from the A site to try and play mid. They're throwing flashbangs over door, Molly down Cat, and now they even have this pick. So Issa has everything to do here from Carr, and he's got himself the first 2. There's the pistol down.
Yo!
4 frags from Issa.
Monster. An absolute monster. That's it. I mean, it's a 1v3 Hunter. He's got 2 kind of up on top of him already, and it looked like he was going to maybe cancel it, look in a window. Valdo's like, screw it, we've got bodies to spare. Issa made that easy for us. Getting 4, that's insane. That's insane. And again, we talked about the rotations were late. It all comes down to the hold. He has to deliver.
Man, this 4th one, like the same second that he dies. Watch the player who jumps up and Issa. Instantaneous.
Crazy. You thought he's not even good. He's not getting the 4th one, right? But yeah. That's some good stuff. Off the more slows like that, please. We got the 1v2 on the pistol plus that round. But more is there to say. It's the ISA show so far.
NBK with dual Berettas. I'm always a skeptic of this. 2
guns is better than 1, as they say.
We'll see.
It's usually not, though.
Yeah, right. I feel like nowadays, the only 2 players I ever still see picking this up is like
Get
NBK
Right.
and, Get Right maybe, Nitro.
Oh, Nitro?
Nitro
Okay,
does it from time to time.
Yeah.
I like to believe that it's only when they have a huge lead. But like you said, 2 guns can be better than 1.
Yeah, in theory, on paper. But
that's just
will it
math.
be in practice? Yeah.
Let's find out. It's going to be Mantu pressured here on ramp. He does have Alexi B off of Goose as well, looking to make that SMG money. And oh, baby. That's a nice, clean anti-eco. Textbook.
Chopping them down across the cat is harder than it looks, to deny the plant. There's a lot of times that the ecos can be lost, but they still get the bomb down. This isn't one of those situations, so OG have a very successful round to follow up with the 2 very tumultuous rounds, the very stressful rounds that come down to the clutch, the insane hold. Now we're going to go into round 4, full buy, full strength. And 2 MP9s, though, for OG. They're holding on to those, and what the hell is that? Kenny S. Flick upwards. What an obtuse angle into the door.
Oh, man.
And yeah, why wouldn't you go B after that?
He's going to try to hold it yet again. They're giving him chances to separate 1v1s, and then the distraction from door. Nope, cannot hold it anymore. Amanek and Hunter combine for the trade frags. They cripple this B site, and bomb will go down.
He is wicked fast, though, isn't he? He almost got that second kill as well. But yeah, that comes down to Kenny nailing that shot through the door. I mean,
the moment that first pick happens, you just see G2 shift into 6th gear.
So it's like so perfect because they were already prepping for that lower default, so they're at least going to have 3 people there. And they're like, whoa, okay, let's reroute. I mean, let's just turn this into a straight up B hit. That's a classic G2. I mean, when it was a full French lineup, they would throw in a full rush B, maybe 3 times a half. Sometimes it didn't look so great. Usually you want to do it when you're low on utility, because it's kind of stupid to lose your whole utility belt before you get to throw it, especially with the B site as it is so far. Not a lot of room to throw grenades. In fact, if you throw too many, you really shoot yourself in the foot, or your teammates.
Yep.
You got a 1 flash fence. You're gonna have maybe a smoke for the end of tunnels, flash at the end there.
Here it is.
And it's just nasty.
Magnifique. Good little adjustment there from Amanek as well. That could have enabled Issa had he not lost his teammate on doors so quickly to come in with another multi-kill. But alas, here we have it. G2 Esports have found themselves 1 round, but I want to see this op duel unfold.
Look, he said he'll do it again. So they would decide to go to tunnels. In front of the Molotov. Oh, MBK's got to get that, and he does.
That's going to feel good.
Yeah.
Kick this off with a man advantage. You've got G2 corralled inside of tunnels. The entirety of their team is over here.
Good on MBK for checking on the tunnel. It's not usual.
Right.
Yeah, don't often see people face that situation. Wow. MBK making his best Issa impression while Issa takes a new position in the back of the site.
Finally, a response here. Hunter's able to drop Valda in mid, but careful. He's playing with his nades.
Oh my God. Combined, like 20 HP on the B site. So Op's not necessarily more effective in this spot. The group up is here. The bomb is in the CT's control.
You can see Kenny just wants to extend here, but at any moment,
they've got to rob the evidence department now to get that back.
Oh
my God, what the hell?
The nade. It bounced over the box, predicts Issa's position, blows him into the open, and suddenly this 2v4 has gone 2v2. 35 seconds, and Alexi, he's flirting with the windowsill.
Don't do that versus Kenny.
Do not do it. If Mantu has this smoke fade, then maybe he gets his op into position. Hunter's going to have that bomb. But look at Kenny. He's gone back into tunnels. He wants to make sure that nobody's coming in hot on the flank. Molotov is thrown up and over. That's going to deny one side, but Hunter commits to the plant. They want this in now, and they've got it. Smoke about to go. Utility, non-existent other than that of Mantu. They can contemplate the save just because of the smoke grenades, but nope. They're going to make a little bit more space for them to play around this doorway. Flash goes up and over. Hunter executes Alexi from behind, and Mantu hasn't traded yet, but still he can try. Oh, no, sir. G2 shut it down, and that's a full house between Hunter and Kenny.
The no-looker through the smoke there for Kenny S as he just gives it a test at the door. Just gives it a knock.
Dude, I would love to see that grenade kill. It just glistens over top of the box.
Oh my god, yeah, just forgot. This is also 2v4 in response. This is crazy because they also have the B sites, and they just take a blood pact and die at the same time. Two friends in the B site. Again, they were low, but you know, versus the op, you'd think, all right, well, they still got a really good chance. That's a nutty round to win back. I think that retake, even though it was that 2v2, it's already kind of a little bit too late. It could have used some work. They had a lot of nades to work with. The Molotov, I don't know what it was. It was just intended to
deny under window.
Yeah,
but
deny
on
under
the other
window.
side,
but if it could have landed on the top of the,
could have spread
it
evenly.
Could have spread evenly. So I think there's a chance for them to use their nades a little bit more effectively there.
Whoa, tunnel push here. There's not much to lose for OG, so they're going to try and pressure Amanek. He starts throwing utility up the staircase. And all of a sudden, this back line is compromised. Nexa, he's going to have a lot of players about to peek him, but luckily gets his gun out just in time. Matsu, one frag, but G2 survive.
I like Nexa as the IGL and as a lurker. I feel like he excels in both those roles, and he's really flourishing with those together. He's been a fantastic caller for G2 so far. This might be my favorite iteration of G2, just in total. I saw a prediction on Twitter that said that they saw G2 winning an S-tier tournament this year, and I could totally see that being possible. They absolutely have the talent.
Yeah, certainly. And
Kenny's back on.
They seem to have the chemistry, too.
Yeah.
You know, there's nobody that's too over the top. A lot of hard workers on this lineup.
It's true.
Kenny S in a confident place. Was saying that he feels great right now. Life's just in an excellent spot for Kenny.
Always love to hear that. Always love to hear that.
I think you see it. He's a little more energetic again. He's got that smiley pizzazz. But let's see if he
deserves nothing less.
Continue his success here. We are all tied up at 3 rounds each. But whoa, Kenny does not shy away from the mid-peak. The flashbang is going to prevent him from extending into CT.
That's interesting. Yeah, this is the perfect response for the CTs to get him back. Once they're calling it's going to be a long play, they can always get out mid, right? So they're just making a gamble read there on what they thought OG's setup was going to be. But then for them to flash back means Kenny can't even get anything from it. So it's a complete reset. You know, even though they cleared out mid, that doesn't tell you much as a T, so it doesn't really count for much either.
Cost them some nades too, but obviously G2 still in a great spot. Odds will say the same thing, favoring the T side at the moment. We hit the minute mark. All 10 players alive. Grenades dwindling here for OG.
OG more than set up for this A hit at the moment. It's going to come down to Mantu if he's really used to these good cat execs. And it looks like Valda will have to be a bro and take down 2 to protect him.
Yeah, it's going to be...
We'll see how late they come, though. They've got 2, so that means they're probably going to come out a little bit sooner. Maybe one of them will come out first.
Double molly. That's Goose and Ramp compromised. Issa's going to have to retreat. Frag grenades flying at him. Oh, he walks into it. Self-immolation. Jax, he gets a headshot too. Valda's only able to lock down that one player, so Long falls, Ramp crumbles, and this A site is taken by storm. There's a world where these low HP players for G2 don't find those entries so easily, but that world is gone. And so is this round. G2 extend their lead.
They had the manpower, but not the awareness. They're still 5v5. They don't know what's cleared out by G2, but they just assumed it was going to be 5-cat. Valda left pit, didn't watch the door at all. Mantu would have been fine to hold that cross by himself. Valda could have stayed in pit for as long as he wanted. Just make sure to catch that last player, or just make sure no one's there. And if Issa dies, they can play retake and hope Mantu gets kills. But instead, Valda comes running out of the pit to try to help, and then they both get backstabbed because of it.
Right.
So
his position's compromised.
I don't know if somebody's asking for help from him, but he probably was better off in a number of those variables not moving. Just holding, so Mantu could just work.
Right. And even if Issa was calling for reinforcements,
Poor Issa.
Poor guy Issa.
Yeah, in the middle of Dunkirk right here. That's a tough spot to be in. But like Issa's life in that situation is not so. It's not in vain if Mantu can get a kill. And all of our favorite operas who play that position, no matter what the execute is,
they know
if they can always find a gap and find an opening if they're good enough. And they should have basically trusted Mantu to come up with on. Timeout's going to be called here from OG as they reassess, try to figure out what's going on. This is not going to be an easy map to win. G2 are super good on Dust 2. We saw amazing stuff from them on Nuke. That's given us a fresh outlook on G2, even though we already believed in their Nuke, but their Dust 2 yesterday was so good. I find it difficult to believe that this won't, end up into the 27 to 30 round mark. If G2 don't even just close it out straight up.
I mean, OG showed that they had the ability to go to the distance. Over 90 rounds of Counter-Strike versus EG yesterday. The longest map of those 3, Dust 2. But they're going to have to start getting things under control because that was a very well flushed out execution from G2 on A. Those Molotovs you saw were awesome. Made Issa so uncomfortable. We've got a boost down in lower tunnels, and Hunter takes the head of Valda. The grenades come soaring back, but Jax still standing.
What's going to be the response now? Valda out of the round. So conglomeration, they pull the goalie on B side. They're all towards mid and cat. Issa closed doors as well, in danger of getting spammed down. Kenny is chilling, scratching his face. Not a care in the world, even carrying the bomb.
Can decide to do as he pleases, trying to skimmer a shot through the doors. But no connection. May have to be Mantu to set this one up. Obviously, Alexi's here trying to play counter flash, keeping eyes on long. You can see him very much on a swivel here. Could boil down to timing. 45 seconds. And they encroach ever closer. Not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4. NBK is going to take 1 off, so it's the entirety of them. Deagle attempt. Just 1 frag from that. NBK and Issa going to try and sprint over to the A site, and NBK's instantly shut down by Hunter, so this site has fallen beneath the feet of the T's yet again.
It's a critical op entry to help them get up there. It's a nice couple of kills that they got, but Kenny S opening up the round right there because they don't kill that guy in the corner. He takes a little bit more time. NBK can walk up the ramp, get into a better spot, and then we've got another attempt at the hold, but it's a round where G2 have a lot more to work with. So no surprise to get the bomb down here. They keep 3 alive. Issa is going to be trying to save this AK all the way back, and that's another great round here from G2. Another slight lead early on in the game. Definitely looking very sharp, and we talked about it. They have a strong Dust too, so there's definitely a lot more to show still in this half as well on T side. Already seen a number of mistakes here from OG. Hopefully they can figure out what they need to work on. But one of the features and highlights of G2's Dust 2 was their ability to take long, so it's no surprise that teams that aren't rated as highly as them are having trouble defending. It was their long takes and their long holds. That was on both sides they were good at it.
Ooh. Ooh. I felt that one. And then obviously he comes in here to clear up Catwalk. And later, MBK is going to get shut down. So Hunter doing a good job of kicking off Dust 2, standing at 10 frags, 4 deaths. And we are only 8 rounds deep. Coming at you hot with the 9th, though. We've got a little variation here from OG. They're going to be swinging the double op setup.
That's always nice, especially if things aren't like gelling properly on the rotations and the setups. Get a double op in there, you'll win the round for free. You can anyways. It's kind of just everybody get a kill type of situation. Mantu holding down this angle by himself. Not really assisting in that long setup. But it looks like G2 might be running a similar attack on A. Bomb stationed outside long, holding for a push. They haven't made a decision quite yet, so we can't call it too soon. But I think it's wise for G2 to avoid Issa, right? Like, why go B more than you have to? He's been so nuts.
Let's try that again. Throws him over. Nobody close, nobody far. It's all for free. And that's kind of sketchy, man. You don't see anything. You start second-guessing yourself. Where could they be at? What could they be up to? NBK is being teased by the knees of Amanek. So they're going to exchange some smokes. Oh, wait. Jax, he's gotten down into CT spawn. This is an awesome mid-pinch. if there was a counter-terrorist here, they should have been doomed. But now they're going to look to sink into this B site. NBK fully flashed, just gets obliterated. And Issa in from the corner. He's only going to find himself one. Way too many positions to try and deal with. Dude, G2 just slip and slide through CT spawn. Casually combine through mid doors. That was awesome.
Way too casual though, right? You know, like we saw, remember Azur? He was so good at, like, we look at this and it looks like a genius from G2, but we saw how if that player that rotates, that Zipix, that Azur, he's playing in mid properly, he's keeping an eye on when there's going to be a Freiburg drop into CT spawn, when it's going to be a B hit, when it's going to be, when we saw Liaz jump up on the, you know, the person who understands when that rotate's coming in or if it's going to be a mid to B can help out B. But these B players relied on that information. It is not their fault at all that they lost this round. There was no one to help them out at mid, no one to even tell them that mid was compromised.
All because one slippery snake gets down into CT spawn. And Issa, I mean, he had a chance here, but you can see just the complete difference in distance between those two players who were actually on site. Super difficult flick shot for him to hit. But here we go, G2 still on fire. This is 6 rounds in a row.
Yeah, you do appreciate how well executed it was, how well paced it was, and it was the right choke point to attack. There was no one there.
Just another great call.
To stop him. Yeah, another great call here from G2, from Nexa, from the squad. Another great shot here from Jax.
Squad. They're gonna move off of that as well. Smelling blood in the water, they start to move up catwalk. Little bit of utility damage here. Jax and Hunter both softened up. Whoop. A little bit more.
Yeah, slipped a little bit more in there. That worked. They move back. Interesting. There's a re-aggression from the CTs on Cat. In front of the smoke. Once this comes up, we'll have action.
Yeah, they're looking to really screw this setup. I mean, they seem to have an understanding that G2 are very much corralled here. Alexi, not the time to be playing with nades. Issa opens up with the first kill. Hunter and Kenny S all dropped by headshots, but here's a response. 2 kills immediately out from the T's. And Nexa now needs one more. We are in the clutch, and Valda's not going to have any cover.
Oh! Come on! 2 aware or 3 aware. What a play from Nexa. Again, the lurker, the IGL, the brain of the operation. So good mechanically as well. Delivering there in the 1v2. Literally, everyone dies at mid. All pushing, all off Cat. It's a 1v3, actually. Does he get that? Woo. Yeah, that's crazy. Calls out the push perfectly.
Yep, got the timing on it. That's one of those rounds OG most certainly could have broken through. Down to the 1v1. Unfortunate, but they're going to have to lick their wounds and move into the 11th round now. Silver Lining, still on the buys. Not as many ops as they once had, but still weaponry. And Issa, great timing on the peak there. He hears this ruckus coming in through doors, decides to try and screw it all up. But the problem is now NBK is completely on his own.
This poor man. Alexi coming in to try to help him out. Damage is done, but damage isn't enough.
Nope, that B site falls. Nexa just has to get the bomb onto it, and you know that the tantalizing prospect of a save is going to be too much for OG to throw this one away.
Yeah, they're struggling here. They need. I don't actually know who's responsible at mid, because sometimes Alexi's in pit, sometimes Valda's in pit. It seems like some things are changing on the fly, and then but Mantu's always opping on A. But right now, with all this mid to B presence, you wonder who's responsible.
I ask you then, at what point do we stop playing 3 players over on this A site early for OG?
Yeah, it's the thing is, you might not have that as like a setup. Like you might go 3 long, and then your one player comes back to mid after. So you can kind of have it both ways. So if it's an early A hit, you're ready for A. But then eventually you've got to float back, or you've got to be able to, at least if you're in CT, then you can listen and then make an informed play as opposed to just guessing.
Sure.
But if you're nowhere near there, you can't even make a guess. You're too far away to help.
Right.
Somebody has to be around.
I think in what you're saying, if there is that CT player, somebody else could have sprayed before NBK had to wide swing here.
Yeah.
And even if it was just a little bit of damage, if it was just one of those players turned around, then suddenly NBK could have been set to succeed. But another one of those rounds where, like, even as a G2 fan, you can see how it could have slipped away. You could see how that would have been the defenses to win. But another one added to the board, and eventually we're going to get to that part of the half, which I think is right about now, where it's now or never. Close calls, saves, not going to manage.
This is the best part for G2. They've been exploiting everything else. I think this is the epitome of their play, their long takes. They're busting that out now. Oh, man. Valda had no idea.
No. But you could argue lucky to be alive, so he's just going to slink back into the bomb site with a teammate by his side. They're going to boost one up into the site. Sure, they've lost long, but there are still ways into this round. They could pressure mid. There's bodies there. You've already got Nathan pushing through the tunnels. If he can find timing, get around T-spawn before they move their feet forward, then just maybe OG are going to clamp down on this round.
This is nice that they make that tunnels push, even though they're not looking great on A. They're all crowded. It's a little claustrophobic here on the A site. Couple on ramp, up behind the boxes. But they've only got one threat on Cat, and this flank is coming in. Mantu pushing off now.
Molly's burn. Kenny hoping to find one. Mantu doing the exact same thing. All we have on Cat is Jax tucked into the corner here. Now the action on the cross draws attention. Jax finds timing, screws over the offer, but still NBK and Valda are able with a couple kills. Flank still in, but now they know about it, and Issa trying to fly through the flames. He's going to be taken out of this one. Bomb planted by Hunter for Catwalk as NBK is looking to clutch a 1v3. Swapping over to the M4, it's going to increase his chances. Low health on Hunter. 8 HP. A single shot would push him out of this round, and then it's just going to boil to the 1v1. But NBK understands where they both are. He's going to go ahead and creep and crawl down to just so few bullets that they're confident enough to fight, and it's good night yet again for OG. 9 rounds to 3.
Tough to see him in that situation, considering the circumstances. He makes a great push through tunnels. They get lots of information on A. This kill
Jax,
is the one, right? If Mantu holds on to Cat and doesn't move, doesn't even worry about long, he's supposed to let MBK be the one to, like, you know, take a lot of the frags there along. He's got teammates on the site to help give distractions for MBK.
Yeah.
If he just held on to that, if he cleared it deep enough, at least, maybe he gets the kill, or he spots something and has the attention he can hold. But once he dies, it's just, it all unravels once again. And G2, they pounce in those moments.
And I think that's one of those moments of, like, well, if we start the conversation before this series got going, it's the experience that G2 have.
Sure.
You know, when they're primed to take an easy 2-0 route into the next stage of the Blast Premier tournaments, then why wouldn't they go ahead and win? You know, Mantu, how often's he been in a position like this?
Sure, yeah, definitely. It's there, you know, uncut gems.
Uncut gems.
But it's not so much a comedy.
Not this time around. No one's laughing other than G2.
Laughs in French.
9-3. And still confidently moving through middle.
They've got like a secret stash of money they're working with. They just like always have a buy. Looks pretty decent too. Up on Montu. Do they push? G2, you know, they could be playing so many mind games. It feels like they understand what OG are going to try to come up with. MBK alone on the site, so it looks like, you know, OG have the right idea, at least for now. But once again, mid is wide open.
Yeah, and once again, when it's boiled down to those crucial kills, they've just constantly fallen to the favor of G2. Minute mark, round 13. Double digits on the cusp of this round win. Dude, we've got so many players piling up here on Cat. They could smell each other. Issa looking to give support here. First player does fall to Alexi, but then instantly it's 2 trades back from the T side. Mantu, he's going to have to... later! Commit to that. Jax slaps him, and now it's going to fall on Valda. Great first kill. A second headshot connects, and we're back into the 2 versus 2.
Yeah. He can reset here. He's looking for another peek. NES drops off the scope. Flash comes out to help him cross. Bomb will also make its way over. Kenny spots an opportunity, falls back, drops a second shot. Valda up to 3.
And here comes NBK. There goes NBK. Amanek just needs to connect one bullet between the eyes of Valda.
Just one.
And he's looking. 7 seconds, drops his pistol. Ooh, had a chance, but now he's got a brush. Closing the gap. Gets him. And G2 find 10.
Another
again.
1v1 in the bag.
These moments, Mo. Time and time again, falling to G2. All of these little clutch potentials.
Yeah, this is crazy, right? Because this round should have been over. Fair play to G2. If Valda doesn't get all 3 kills here, they don't even come close to winning this round. And he does it from Mantu's spot with an M4. You know, he's playing car. He's supposed to get a kill and die. So he goes above and beyond and they come close. So maybe that's their solace, the fact that they even brought it close. But we're at the point in the half where the economy barely matters. They now will have these 2 rounds to go. They have to win them. That's all that really matters to them. At least for G2 or OG, excuse me, they've gotten tunnels control quickly again. They've got the beat now on the A site, but Kenny's up here at top mid waiting for them to cross the enemy lines.
Yeah, and they've decided not to. They're just going to go ahead with the full-blown rotation through CT spawn. We do have Kenny catching NBK, so that one single player. That's an excellent flashbang. CT's going to try their damnedest.
Wow.
But you bring a knife to a gunfight, you're going to get shot.
That's true, yeah. Unless the other guy's an idiot. You would think, for sure. Last round, and it's a very healthy buy on this last round. Ooh, that's something nice, but damn, dude.
It's a slaughterhouse.
Yeah, some really sick rounds here from G2, man. Some really sick rounds.
Listen, Lunders. I have seen the T-side comebacks one too many times. So I'm not writing this off until OG are stomped into the dirt.
I know that's coming from a generous place, too, because you picked G2 to win this, so.
May or may not have. Definitely did.
Definitely did.
Double ops. Ooh, not even going to get a chance at early kills. It's Amanek with aggression into CT spawn. He lines up those 2 players. It didn't even look like they wanted to fight.
I think on the plus side, the holes in their setups right now are apparent. Okay. Well, we finally see a pure duel, right? Creeps right into it. Exactly what Manzu's holding on to. Of course, Kenny will shoot him before he can shoot back. One of the features of Kenny S and his gameplay is the wallbang headshots.
Yeah. Welcome to the big leagues, kid. Another body falls, and these CTs have been splattered. 12-3 after the T side of G2. I mean, you look at that scoreboard. Thank God OG won the pistol. 3 rounds to 12. A wild place to be. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back with the second half of Dust 2 in just a bit.
Final week of Blast Premier here in London, which means it's the last time we're going to see the Aim Chicken Challenge. But today we've got Azza, Alexi B, Kenny S, and Tarek taking it on. And going up first is Azza. So you've seen other people do it. Are you nervous?
Not really, to be honest.
Pretty calm?
Yeah, pretty chill.
Do you know the rules? Do you know the rules? You're confident in the rules?
I mean, you just aim at the chicken, right? So
aim at the chickens, but the big chicken is worth 5, medium chicken, 10, small chicken, 15, and hit the barrels. You lose.
5, is it? Yeah,
it's 5, it is, okay, 5. So it's time for Azza to hit some chickens. So obviously you're known for your tactical play, but I've got a little tactic for you. If you pretend the red barrels are simple, you won't hit them because you're never going to hit the love of your life, are you?
Everyone knows I like a bit of simple.
Yeah,
but
I've heard you got a shrine in your bedroom to him, like next to your bedside table. You've got a little picture. Yeah.
He's going like that.
Every morning you're like, "Thank you, Mr. Simple."
I mean, disregarding the whole simple thing, I'll go for the small chickens just because what I've seen so far, everyone goes for the easier shots, just playing it safe. But we'll go for the small ones today.
Yeah. Well, this should be exciting. So, on the count of 3, 2, 1, go.
Let's go.
Oh, that is a -5 already. That's sick.
That's unlucky, bro. On my screen, that hit.
64 tick, bro.
Is that a leg shot?
No.
So bad. Not even no HP,
maybe
bro.
That chicken's not good for you. Maybe try the 180 hit.
Yeah. Wait. Do we win anything right now?
Pride. You win pride. Hey.
Oh my gosh.
There you go.
Sorry.
Keep going, Kenny. Keep pushing me.
Yeah.
Ooh. So you're down to 0 points.
Look at the foot.
But still doing better than Shocks.
Wait, what did Shocks get?
-20.
Yeah.
Oh.
My God, that was aggressive. Bro, I like it. It's a chicken,
Just
bro.
just
guys
launch it one.
Oh. I didn't even try to do that, but.
What about for damage? Does it get extra points?
Come on, hit the small one.
Oh, go on, take that again.
Legit right on it. I got one more, right? Nice. SO.
This is your final dart. So currently you're on 20. So you're going to go for the small chicken?
Yeah, going for the small one, definitely, bro.
Alright, I got it.
Oh. So Azza, 15, not too bad. Are you proud of yourself?
Yeah, not too shabby. Came in with the goal, beating Shock, so got the goal done, and yeah, had a lot of fun.
You achieved that. You could have achieved that by just throwing the darts on the floor, but I do appreciate your tactic of going for the 15 pointers.
I mean, yeah, especially when everyone's been playing it pretty safe.
Awesome, nice one. Well, guys, up next is Alexi B, so stay tuned.
We are back, baby. It's Dust 2 between G2 and OG. And you've got to ask yourselves, just how much longer may this match last? At a 12-3 deficit, OG take to the T side of their opponent's map choice.
That's scary, man. It could be 4 rounds if G2 win this pistol. So we'll see. We're gonna take this 1 round at a time. One of the more friendly maps and not being sided. So why get ahead of ourselves? Why make any assumptions?
I signed up for the long haul.
For a long haul.
So let's see it. Comeback can be a beautiful thing, but so can the pistols. Kenny S and Nexa, oof, and Hunter gonna be able to find themselves 3 kills quickly. That aggression through middles, focused on lower tons, but here comes the A-Rap back from Valda, and Jax is still flirting with the idea of committing to this fight.
Hasn't swiped by the bomb just yet. Oh, Valda's gonna see 2 mushroom cap CTs waiting for that peak. And clean their clocks. That's it. Yeah, kiss to the sky. 13-3. This is the hardest part of it all. Like they know you. Well, they're gonna assume you're gonna buy, right? You think you're probably gonna force up here, because Dust 2 you can definitely eco back. The hard part is when you know the other team knows that you're gonna force up. But it's that. Whoa, 3 scouts. Okay, 3 scouts on the T side to try to eco back into this round. I'm going to assume one of those is a mistake. But
look,
maybe not.
The odds are as far apart as when Complexity started the event.
Astralis, yeah. Those are like the exact same odds.
Maxed out. So, obviously G2 primed, poised, and prepared to pummel OG for another couple rounds and finish this one off here on Dust 2. I mean, very clearly their map choice thus far. There were moments that OG had in an attempt to shine, but down goes NBK first and foremost. That's one of the scouts gone.
Yeah. It's Kenny, I guess he'd probably be the best anti-scout defense, knowing exactly everything about the weapon. So, Alexi up to bat. We'll try to double up this time. A little boost ski here for Alexi.
The old totem pole.
Can't spot anything interesting. One on the ramp. Oh, we'll have to fall back. Still safe from the Molotov. Just working this. 45 seconds to go.
Yep.
Nobody has to move either from G2, as long as a kill doesn't happen. The cross is out now.
Grenades fade, and the Fomuses are about to start popping off. There's Kenny, taking a bit of damage back, but he's got a teammate to support him here. He can really swing for the fences with the USP. Not mandatory, but still decides to go for it. It's this peak that was supposed to prevail, but Issa has made a bit more space. And there's a chance for another Deagle kill, but down they go. 3 more frags to the favor of G2. Defuse comes through 14-3.
Knocking on death's door. The double Deagle, just to juggernaut that bomb to go down, and they get the money at least, so they can potentially buy some good stuff again. If only, it might only still be a broken buy, but they might be able to buy some Kriegs for their teammates. But this really is last chance saloon. And again, G2 know exactly what they're going to do.
Yep. Coming in with something like this. The mismatch cabbage patch buy. Double Krieg, AK, and Deagles. Go for the early tunnels play. Curious to see whether G2 respect the offense. I mean, you saw the way in the pistol that they looked to just punish. The aggression was key, but here it comes. A lineup on the B site. First man down, favoring G2. Molotov and a flashbang meant to kind of force these players into separate corners, and that's exactly what happens. They have to lay off. Smoke's now down.
They've got the note. They can push out long, and this is just a free reign now from the top of mid. A bunch of T's about to get shot in the back of the head. There's one down, potentially 2 more. They're through the door. They're also getting spammed through the door.
Damn, give him a chance. Here comes Issa. Whoa, you kick the bee's hive. It tries its damnedest, but Jack snaps back 2, pushes Valda into the 1 versus 3. He doesn't have that bomb control, but if he could just get a kill here on the B site, that would be a start. Woohoo!
Not bad at all, but so low on health.
Yeah, and getting low on time.
No bomb in hand. Yeah. Right back through spawn. Maybe get a 1v1 if he can. Honestly, I think in an ideal world, he just saved. He just wants to save the gun if possible, just to truly play for the win. And not even a lot of reason here for G2 to go and look for him. I wish we could see the second half because it'd be really cool to like compare what G2 do on their CT side to what OG tried. Because it just felt like there were so many things that were like, when they watch it back, they're like, all right, that's, we got to change that. That's an easy fix. And it almost, because it's so obvious, I guess, that's like a benefit, right? You can just fix those things really quickly.
Yeah, yesterday Counter-Strike games felt too long. With this one, it feels too short.
That's true. It's true, yeah.
I want more of a sample of G2 here. I mean, we'll get another series tomorrow despite this win. I mean, what's on the line is obviously an immediate qualification for the Blast Premier Spring Finals in Moscow. It would be really cool to see G2 book their tickets so quickly.
Yeah, man. I think they'd be one of the teams to watch, definitely. Maybe a dark horse to win, based on what we're seeing so far.
Well, here we go. A final attempt coming out of OG. Another rough buy, but they'll manage. They have to. They're going to try and trudge down long. They sprint for an attempt at a win here. NBK was alone. Now he has support. Kenny S, M4, rattling some shots and then retreating into cover. I understand why. The numbers are here for OG. And when you've got nothing to lose, magic can happen. Molotov hits the bomb site. That's going to prevent any kind of a plant for the time being. Kenny decides to go for a fight and a follow-up from Mantu. 5 versus 2. This is OG with a little bit of life in them.
Yeah, funny how they all just like lost their duels one by one. Just like couldn't get it going. Kenny S panicked there, falling back in the closet, looking every which direction. Had no idea what to look at. So are we just prolonging the inevitable? It's gonna be a save here for G2. A couple of good guns can make all the difference. It's the explode out long that works well here for OG. They take it quick. There's no one there.
What I like about that explode out long is, in this instance, yes, it works. But in a world where that went poorly, the only first kill would have been NBK. It's not like there was a bunch of bodies right behind him. It was just very much him on his own. So let's say he dies. Let's say that gets shut down. At least OG didn't use this Hail Mary of a long push and lose everything they invested.
Right.
And they'll even clean up those CTs at the end of the round. So an 11-point deficit here. A huge ask of them to make this map comeback happen. And we're not even going to start that conversation.
Yeah.
We're just going to enjoy this T-side while it lasts.
Yeah, as they should as well. Nexa has $4,200, so he could potentially save up. Or you could spend down to like 3 something, buy a pistol, still save for the out for Kenny if you'd like, or just save everything that they have, come through with something really creative. In this tac pause, we've got the chompers flapping on both sides.
Scary prospect now is I feel like, at least at this moment, the individuals are so sharpened from G2 that something like a couple scouts and a Deeg could be enough.
I think so, yeah, I can see that. I can totally see that. No, it's very scary to Antico on Dust 2. It's just such an open map. A map that is popular and defined by how fast the rounds start.
Well, they started lightning quick last time here on long, and it seems like they're going to try something similar, but there are bodies piling up here for G2. They're going to flash through the smoke. They've gotten themselves one gun already, but there is a player in pit. Valda's trying to help NBK before he gets swarmed by these pistol arrows. And things slow down. Ooh, that's a rough spray. Jax has his back turned, and he doesn't get anything for it. Thank God
Hunter,
Valda saved him.
He could kill Issa. Oh my God, Issa, he heard it.
Yeah,
he's gonna come back. Hunter, he doesn't realize that that's happened, but he pops up. Yeah, gets his head blown off as well. A recovery. Wow, that was close. What a messy round.
Alexi B right now is looking at Valda like, thank you, friend.
Thank you, friend.
A guardian angel out long. Jax could have had a magical moment.
Scary, very scary. Just like you said, also could be scary here too. About the same buy. Got to be careful, man. Those anti-ecos. 10 rounds to go. And Hunter's alone at B. So could be a nice round to burst through the tunnels. Interesting. One of the only smokes on the map, and it goes towards the tunnels. Gonna shake up OG a little bit, scare them, make them second guess themselves. Good call here from G2. They are crowded up on the A side. Double goose. They're expecting a full cat anti-eco, and I feel like there's a chance that it might happen. Well, MBK throws his own smoke. No rotations are coming from G2.
Here we go.
Oh, that's a headshot. MBK gets a kill, but what does this mean to MBK? Does he think that Hunter's alone?
He could. I like that bomb is still sat inside of the tunnels here, so OG not looking to make mistakes and walk into the bomb site stack. Alexi's going to slow things down as Issa looks to lock down mid. You know, he's leading by example here, offering his own life. A good leader doesn't send his troops in to die.
Just waiting for a, yeah, they get up there in front. They help. They got a good split going on. I think they were going to flash through into B site. It looks like they're committing despite whoever else is in there, and they'll win.
Easily.
Nice and careful.
All right, technicality of the round out of the way. Let's keep this game moving. We are one step closer.
We're all waiting for next round, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Oop. There goes Jax. Minimal save coming out of G2 as well here. But when you don't have a lot in life, sometimes the little things are precious.
Yeah, that's how the rich stay rich, you know what I mean?
Kenny S. cradles his smoke. Mon amour.
French, of course.
I like that OG at least already have layers to this. You know, it's not some like haphazard. It's not one of those map picks where I feel like they're gonna walk in and get outclassed. I mean, the score says that tail, but that was the CT side.
Yeah.
You know, their T side does look well played. You know, there's layers to it. I feel like when this team just kind of started as well, they were constantly finding themselves on Dust 2.
Yeah, it was like not that last round, but this one that we just saw.
Yeah.
Right, like this one looks a lot better. You could say the last round was a little bit of a like, just that happens sometimes, and they're just lucky to survive
chaos.
it. A little chaos, yeah, it happens. That's why it's just scary on Dust 2, no matter what. Full strength rifles, here we go. Again, what could be the last round of the game. 5 attacking long this way. Kenny gets right up in their faces. Shotgun with that off. Jax pushes through a flash, gets a kill and stays alive. He's still here to fight.
And they've got to go on. They've got to try and trudge along. Oh, it's Valda to swing it back. And with Alexi already being on such little health, if Valda dies in this moment, it's all on Mantu. Now, you look at the HP for both these teams, it's a near mirrored image.
Yeah, total reset for sure.
And still, all 6 players flirting with this side of the map.
Anyone's game. Interesting. That Molotov comes out nice and early. They're still clearing stuff out. Most of their utility has been expelled from the T side. They sit and wait now. Minute just over to go. Well, you can see if G2 want to like get some information in case they want to rotate back. There's a chance they peek long here. So.
Yeah, it could be Kenny. We talked about this. We tried to hype it up. We unfurled the scrolls for the tale of Mantu versus Kenny, and it is on the cusp right now. Mantu's gonna best him. Peeking left-eyed into Mantu. Kenny's been dropped. Now Amanek, 100 health. There's a flashbang on Hunter. He just threw it. He's trying to set this up. It goes perfectly. He takes down the first one, but the Opper trades again.
Oh, hold on. Or are they going back to Cat? If Hunter peels back to mid, he potentially catches this bomb if Alexi has gone a bit too far out. Mantu walking up now. Some noise is being made. He's going to come out for the fast flank. They're not expecting this just yet, and it's the bomb that's behind, so he has to commit further. Alexi's low, ladies and gentlemen.
He's coming!
There's a chance for this, and he gets both down to 1v2 to close it out.
16-6, G2 sweep away on Dust. Oh, mind games, baby. Hunter just emerges from the bushes on Catwalk and drops those last 2 frags. I mean, OG, they knew they had a daunting task ahead of them if they were ever gonna make that second map comeback happen. Way too much to ask. And this is awesome. G2 coming into the group and looking dominant versus the opponents they should.
Dude, what an amazing map of Dust 2. Great stuff in that second half of Nuke as well. There's so much to pull from those demos in terms of what to talk about. There's a lot of good, valuable game tape as well there for OG to go back and look at. So it's great that some of their their issues were very palpable. But congratulations to G2. That was an excellent series.
Yeah, there we go. In convincing fashion, they go ahead and qualify themselves to the Blast Premier Spring Finals, joining the other toppers of the group. Of course, not done just yet. They will be challenged tomorrow too, but they'll have time to rest before that happens. We're gonna go ahead and throw this one down to James Banks and Nexa on the stage.
Nexa, we got to start things off with. That was a solid team performance and a dominant 2-0 once again. What does it feel like you've made it to Moscow?
It feels amazing, actually, well, we didn't top the group, but we made it to the finals, so it feels pretty amazing. Again, today we didn't have the best of showings, but then again, like when you have people popping off and shooting hands like we did, the games come pretty easy.
And that last round was pretty tasty. Hunter making the right decision there, going up short.
Yeah, you know, sometimes you make these right calls and people, the opponent just overthinks the clutch situation, and that's how you win it, and that's exactly what happened.
Now, you've taken down 100 Thieves, you've just taken down OG. Would you like to go up against EG in the next one?
I would love to, so we can beat them as well, and then we beat everyone in the group.
I love the confidence, mate. I love the style. Thank you very much again, Nexa. Congratulations, G2 Esports, ladies and gentlemen.
Fantastic performance by G2 Esports. They had a job to do today, and they did it. Convincing 2-0 once again. That's 2 in a row now for this squad.
That's the right answer as well there from Nexa, right? You want someone to just be confident to beat all the teams in the group. Even though they've already qualified, you may as well continue this, right? Because they're in their cycle of proving themselves as a team, right?
Sure.
We know we were talking about last year, they were on the up and up, or at least they were playing decent tournaments with decent results. Now they're playing the big boy tournaments. Now we want the big boy results. So if they can beat EG as well, that's going to be fantastic. Getting a bit ahead of myself.
We've got a big boy right here.
OG. Yeah,
Kenny.
Yeah.
Hi.
Hi.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Great job. What are your thoughts about how you guys played this this map?
Well, first of all, I think we played much better than we did yesterday, which is a great thing. Nexa has been leading really well. Literally, I think he's a great player, obviously, but I think this is the best game he ever done since I'm playing with him. Dasu was like, everything was so clear for him. He made like straight, like right decisions and reaction regarding how they were playing. So yeah, I think we played really good overall. And there was.
So speaking of proving yourself, though, last year you didn't make the HLTV top 20. Kenny S wasn't on there this time. And also, we heard coming into this tournament that they were finally giving you some focus in the team again. Before, were you in some sort of a supportive role? What was going on?
Well, first of all, obviously I'm feeling comfortable in the team, but also I realized that there was a lot of components for being like performant, I would say. So I'm working, obviously, and also I'm trying to be as cold-blooded as possible throughout the whole game. Obviously, I love to frag. I want to frag every time. I might be overpicking sometimes also, but I also know that I have a lot of things that can help my teammates. I can do a lot of entry kills. I can lead some situations sometimes and make sure that the communication is much clearer, that we play clutch situation better. Something that I was doing wrong yesterday. I think I was a bit nervous and played the situation really bad. So today was really important for me to play the situation much better.
It seems like you really got your consistency with the AWP back though. Like all the easy shots, you're hitting them all now. It's quite easy to hold your angles, etc. Right, here's my question for you. Forget as the best player, like just as an AWPer, are you going to challenge Zebu this year?
I don't care, I just want to win. And if we win, it means that I'm really good. So if I'm really good, that's enough for me.
All right,
we win, I'm really good. Everybody's happy, right?
Yeah. Worked out for me. So.
Just one thing on the whole like team element, right? Because obviously when the French were the best, it was when Counter-Strike was very brawly, lots of force buys. You were one of the best players in the world, definitely the best AWPer in the world for a period of time. Then you've obviously gone through a downturn with G2. Things hadn't worked out. There was a super team. You had ups and downs there. Now you have this new team. Now you have Nexa. Now you have Hunter. It seems like a whole new direction with the team, right? Do you actually feel that? Is it when I ask this question, I mean, the French teams before weren't teams. You were just brawlers. You would just run around. Is this an actual team that you believe in, right? Is this a team that can be top 10 in the world, top 5 in the world? How good can they be?
Well, of course, I believe in every team I do, in every team I play. But this one is something really special, I think. First of all, I feel like all the players respect me, which is something really great for me, for my confidence. They praise me. They They do everything to make me feel super good. So yeah, I think that I'm important within the team. I need to have impactful kills as well, and they do as much as possible for that to happen, right? And also, like, we have great firepower, not gonna lie. And Nexa also learning an in-game leader role that is, I think he's doing great. He's trying to have the right leadership, something that we were missing back then as well. Just like Shox, for example, you didn't want to lead. It was more like default, you know. So yeah, I think we pretty much have every requirement to have success. But you know, it's competition, right? It's always easier to practice and to perform in practice, but I'm really satisfied about how the game went today, and it shows that it shows the potential I'm talking about, pretty much.
It seems to translate pretty well. If it went well in practice, well, it's gone well for you guys the last 2 days. About the communication, of course, now the whole language thing is, of course, a very big topic when we talk about G2. We had a chance to listen to some of the comms. How do you think it's going with the adjustments from the French speakers who now have to speak a bit more English? And do you think it's necessary that they give a lot of information, seeing how Nexa is taking up a lot of that role as well?
Well, I think the transition is a success so far. Jax is speaking decent English now, which is a big change, trust me. The beginning was really like awful. We all needed that transition, obviously. Even my setter speaks okay English. Like the communication, the call-outs, everything, you have like that latence between what you want to say, and you know, it's not natural at first, but now it's really natural for me at least. I think Jackie is also pretty okay. He's having English lessons. Okay. Yeah, so I think the communication is not perfect, obviously, but it could be much worse, and I believe it's actually pretty good.
Okay, let's do a case study, because I believe we're going to listening to the winning moment on TeamSpeak. Let's see.
Both.
This is Kasheva, right?
Yeah, we learned so much.
Not
from
a
that.
lot of communication in a 1v2, really, is there? So
yeah, I mean, we let him play, obviously. You know.
Apparently, I just got cue from production that there's a better case study. Okay. So let's see. Okay.
Here we go.
One has backplat.
I can flash. I will molly backplat first.
I'm flashing.
Let's say CT, guys. Oh, dead. Nice.
Let me close the tunnel.
Yeah, he's close tunnel. Oh my gosh.
Dead. Nice.
Two and me, guys.
This one.
Nice call, Nexa.
Yeah. We can save on mid.
They were blind, by the way?
They were.
He was in the middle of the plat holding window. I killed him from behind. He was blind. Full blind.
Of course he was.
You want to check with those flashes, right? You want to make sure they're working.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really important flash, and I threw it most of the time.
Okay.
Actually, I know it works. It's always satisfying to know.
The affirmation, it feels good, mate. Yeah.
Before we move on to kind of the possible opponents for them tomorrow and stuff like that, is there anything else you'd like to ask Kenny?
No, not really. I just hope you guys can keep it up against EG. I hope it's an EG G2 final, because that one there could be fireworks. So, yeah, hopefully you guys can keep up this performance for tomorrow.
Yeah.
Me too. Thank you very much.
Yeah, what will it take? Because these guys are saying EG is just going to blow out the whole thing and nobody will have a chance.
They're going to wreck you if they
them.
play. I'll take them 2-0.
Oh yeah, well, we will see. But we want to win. We want to win tomorrow as well. We want to beat every team of the group. There is 2 out of 3 so far, so we're waiting for EG tomorrow.
Okay. You have something to make up for it. Your League of Legends team completely shot the bed today and yesterday.
I don't know.
We don't care about that. We care about Counter-Strike. Boo!
I mean, I'm a CS player, and for me, CS is the best game anyway.
There we go. Yeah, fair play to
and
that.
Not Project A.
There we go. Shots fired at Henry G.
We were going to say. Oh, anything else? Yeah, go ahead.
No.
No,
it's all right.
You good? All right. You can do what you like. We were going to say goodbye to you before you made that comment, so I'm going to say goodbye to you now, Kenny.
Goodbye.
Congratulations. Great job, and we'll see you tomorrow. The best of luck, of course.
Thank you.
All right, and as for us, we're going to take a look, I'm a little flustered, at Valde, who has agreed to a loser interview.
Valde, you're kind enough to join me for the losers interview here. These are never fun to do either way, but you're not eliminated, right? You've managed to take it another step forward. You will be facing EG again, but looking at that G2 game, they were again so dominant, right? And we can see what you're trying to do on Nuke. We're seeing that the executes and stuff were starting to be there, maybe a little bit slower than what you wanted, but what do you guys make of it just on first hand?
To be honest, I could really feel that we played 96 rounds yesterday. Yes. Like, I'm not going to stand here and make any excuses, and then they played way better than us, and like, definitely didn't play up to our potential, but if we play like this, you're not going to beat a team like G2.
And this is the thing, right? Because yes, you're a new lineup, but also you just mentioned it, 96 rounds yesterday. It's a hell of a lot of CS, high pressure on LAN, and you've got some players that are younger in those aspects as well. Is there still a lot of this like learning to do for these guys?
Yeah, for sure. Like, we still have some inexperience, and you can still feel it on some rounds. There is a lot of uncertainty, but today I just want to give credit to G2. I think they played an amazing game, and yeah, we just didn't step up at all today. So yeah, unfortunately.
Now you're going to be facing EG again, and that's one of the great things about what we got with the Blast format, right? We get the rematches to come in, what we don't usually see. Are we going to see too much different here? Are you going to come back with a more confident style? Because it was so close last time around.
Yeah, it was a really tough game. I'm not really expecting anything else from the next one, so we'll see how it goes.
All right, mate. Well, thank you very much for your time, and I'll see you tomorrow.
There you go. Valde very valiant in defeat as well, giving all the props to G2 Esports and not seeming that entirely confident about that rematch versus EG. Hey, they beat them the first time, Chad. It's easy. They'll just beat them again.
No, they won't.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not going to happen here. I think yesterday was the surprise factor, the rust, all those things that we were talking about.
Yeah.
The way that EG looked today and the way that 100 Thieves looked today, they both look better than they did yesterday. So going into tomorrow, I think that EG should walk away with a pretty convincing 2-0 and then set us up for the G2 EG final, which I'm excited about here. I think if we just want to quickly dial back on that Dust 2 game, their early game plan, it felt like they were trying to counter the standard play, the defaults of G2, the way that they like to take lower. They were doing certain nade stacks. They were doing things to try and counter that. And when it didn't work, well, if you can't stop them from doing what you know they're going to do, how are you going to stop them from doing what you don't know what they're going to do, right? So I think their game plan, the wheels fell off very early.
What do we want to see from OG then tomorrow? If they can't beat EG, do you think they can? I don't think you can.
I don't think they can personally. I would say that you have to see some of what you saw the first time they played. They've got to have some tenacity. Like in this game, they did just roll over. The second they were getting beaten up, the game just disappeared. So I would say if you can bring that aspect, that's one of the things about EG is for such a high-powered team, they can break for sure. And you saw it twice in those games there. You just have to push them to that point. But if you can't, they will blow you out the server. So everything I've seen from EG is that their players are powered up now. Cirque, Breeze, these guys are some of the best players we've had in the group. And if they're going to come with a third day of that performance, which is reasonable to expect, I don't think OG's got the firepower to match them.
Well, EG has come online. Tomorrow we find out who will join G2 Esports in Moscow for the finals, for the spring finals rather, if it will be OG or EG, and we'll of course have that grand final matchup as well. A lot more action to come tomorrow, but in 10 minutes also right here, Landers and Scrawny will host the overtime after show, and I'll join them for some shenanigans as well, so that'll be fun. So get a snack and join us there, and if not, we'll see you tomorrow. Bye.
Up next is Alexi B. So we've just seen Azza take it on. How are you feeling?
Feeling a bit nervous, but if I don't go minus, then I'm happy with myself.
Okay. Compared to a major, how nerve-wracking is this?
Way worse.
Way worse. Way worse. Everybody knows the rules by now. But for the small chickens, you get 15 points, medium chickens 10 points, and the large chickens 5 points because they're easy to get, and the barrels are minus 5 points. So, Alexi B, it's time to kill some chickens. With Azza, I gave him a little tactic of pretending the barrels are simple because we all know he loves him. I'm thinking the small chickens, if you pretend they're Ents logos, you're gonna get 150 points easily. Are you gonna follow the tactic?
It's gonna be embarrassing if I miss all of them.
It will be. Of course, I think it's a good idea.
You can picture Alu's head on the chickens also. I mean.
Yeah. Or anybody.
Like the management, the players.
Management, players. Okay, but you do have 1 minute 30. Are you ready?
Yeah. Let's
3,
go.
2, 1, go. Ooh, it bounced back. I'll give it to you. Ooh. He's got the speedy friggo and he's
getting straight into
so close. Wait, do I have 3 misses already?
No,
you
hold on, one sec. Because one actually hit the chicken but bounced back.
Yeah.
So you get that one back.
All right, let's go.
Freeze the time.
Freeze time. Nice.
Oh my god.
Not in.
Am I going minus?
I think you might be going more minus than shot.
Oh no.
No way.
You've got 2 darts left, remember, because that's your final dart, but obviously there's 10.
I mean, it's close. We can give him some points.
Yeah, so for some of those are...
look,
that one has to be, that one.
Okay.
I would be for...
Is this the last one?
This is the final dart.
Blindfolded, if you make one,
How many
if you
points?
make any of them with your eyes closed, you get 100 points.
Okay.
100
points.
Yeah,
And if you get the small one in the head...
we leave. We all leave. We close the video, we all go home.
Guys, I've got my eyes on his eyes.
Oh my god.
You thought you had it then. I've never been a very good coach,
the chicken.
to be honest.
Looks like my spray button.
I am sorry for giving you the advice.
It's okay.
But we all know behind the scenes though, in warm-up, he was hitting every chicken, wasn't he? He was doing amazing.
But as you say, that the pressure is huge.
The pressure is big.
I'm not even paying and I'm feeling the pressure.
Yeah. Well, congratulations anyway.
Happens.
It happens. Minus 15 is the score for Alexi B. I don't really know what to say about that. Minus 15 means you're not last because Shocks got minus 20, so it could be worse. And I'm sure you're going to have a better day tomorrow on the server anyway. So, guys, thank you for watching. Stay tuned because Kenny S, he's got some flick shots coming right up.
All right.
Tonight, we've got an interview with Kenny S, followed by Shot Style powered by CS Money with Connor right here. And then after that, we'll do Frankenstein with Kenny S. And finally, we'll end with Shocks, an interview to talk about her experiences at Blast. Stay locked for Blast Overtime. Yes, y'all. Thank you so much for tuning in, ladies and gentlemen. A much shorter night than we had last night. Did you see the games last night?
No, actually, we were watching 105th game we played, but we saw the results. 16-14, 14-16, and 17 overtime.
Crazy.
That's insane. That's a way long game to play.
Yeah, and it's versus OG. So were you curious about like what happened?
I've watched a bit of it. I watched it today before our game with OG to pretty much see how they were playing. OG obviously played good. I think EG has been a bit underperforming yesterday, not hitting shots as well, which is really unusual for them. But yeah, it's really satisfying to win such a game. So I think OG played really well.
Tonight we have a segment really soon where we're going to talk to you about like how to put together the perfect player by picking from players from different teams. But I also, tonight, before that, I wanted to get your thoughts on yesterday's match versus 100 Thieves. When you were playing on Vertigo, and you and Gratisfaction were going head-to-head on the A ramp. That's like a clip that keeps getting played.
I've seen it.
Yeah, you saw it a few times, right? Like that headshot on sandbags. But in general, you were doing so well.
This one.
What was happening here? Did you understand exactly how they're going to play it?
I'm not gonna lie. As City side, I have my own pick, and it's been working really well since the beginning of Vertigo. And I'm expecting all the OPs to take it, so I know to counter it. So every time there is a head popping on that sandbags hole, I'm just taking it, you know?
Yeah, that was your head.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have been really good recently.
Yeah.
Coming in fresh. What was it that Kenny said?
Kenny said when I interviewed you on the media day, you were saying that you just, you feel really good in 2020. You were really excited after the break to kind of sit back down in the server and kind of just connect some shots. And man, you did it. Yeah. Clean sweep of the group. Feels good.
Do you just ride the momentum of how you feel when you come into a match, or if you come into like this new year, are you just like fresh, like feeling good, or?
There's a couple of things I understood. I think obviously walking and playing is not enough. I think it's also a lot about how you react to situations that are not comfortable. How do you manage to stay composed, and that kind of things has been really important to me. I think I'm doing a lot of improvement on it. It's a really big focus for me. So I know that like I always been like good operator, good player. I know that. I know that I'm talented, that kind of things. I know also that I'm surrounded by a really great team that is putting me in really comfort zone most of the time, praising me, giving me confidence, respecting me. So that feels super good for me. So yeah, I've been working mostly on the mental aspect pretty much. And I have a long way to go still. I know it, but I know like things get easier and easier.
The first step is recognition. As they say. On this lineup, you seem to have less freedom in some sense, but you still take liberties when you peak things. You're still pushing out a little bit farther. You're entering with the op very often. With Existence and under his system, you were doing whatever the hell you wanted. How has that changed now? And can you describe what your play style is like now versus what it was like when you said you were at your peak last?
Well, to be honest, I do everything I want right now. It's just that it's more structured, you know. I just also learned how to play more like
getting that kill, changing positions, and that kind of things that is really annoying to play against. Yeah, I'm really trying to be everywhere on the map, putting a lot of pressure on opponents, and yeah, but the freedom is quite the same. It's just that, you know, you just gotta be smart, you know? And back then I was just like picking because I knew I would kill everyone. And game has changed, obviously, and people expect things. People are not like that aggressive like they used to be. So it got harder for me. But yeah, it's just playing chess, you know, like playing. I'm trying to have my own game style that is really unique, I would say. Keeping it because this is me, this is my identity, but also learning from other like devices that are way different from me. That's the opposite, you know. And I think having a little bit of both is making me overall a better player in terms of how I communicate and that kind of things, or I support my teammates. That's also important for me. I have to do it good. I'm experienced, and I know to handle many situations, so yeah.
So you're looking at other operas in order to change your own game style. One of the things that I was really excited about tonight was watching you versus Mantu, because in their opening game, he impressed me, and like he had really kind of put up some performance. I know I asked you about what you had seen from Poison last weekend with Complexity we're playing. When you went into the game tonight, were you at all concerned that Mantu might slow you down?
No, I'm not concerned about anyone, to be honest. I know that if I focus on myself, doesn't matter the opera I'm facing, I'm gonna win the battle. But once again, it's a big work on myself, and that's hard to do, you know. But if I'm starting focusing on Mantu, he's gonna kill me once, and I'm gonna be like, fuck, he killed me, you know? While if he killed me, I don't care, I'm gonna kill him next time, you know? And yeah, I mean, Mantu was not a problem today. He's obviously talented. He showed it yesterday against EG. When you perform like he did against EG yesterday, it's a proof of talent, obviously. But no, I'm not concerned. I'm not scared. I'm not like, obviously, I'm trying to know what he's doing because he's good enough to cause problems, but I don't want to make a big thing about it, you know? I don't want Mantu to be like, oh, I need to kill him. I need to destroy him to do in this game. So, you know, I don't care. Like, I can do a lot of things. I do a lot of things during the game. If I do good flash, we're gonna win a round. If I kill Mantu, we might win the round. If I do an opponent kill, we might win the round. If I communicate well, if I lead some situations towards things that are smart and would play the opponents, I'm also proud of myself. So CS is a complex game, you know. There is so many things to take care about.
You do them all well.
Yeah. It's nice to see you like this, man. I feel like mentally it's showing that you're in a good place right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the beginning of the year, you know, and I just want to perform in order to lead my team to success. My team is well composed. I think we have a lot of firepower. We have people that are smart, and we've been playing pretty good as a team. Our chemistry is great outside of the game. So we have everything needed to reach our objectives. But competitive CS is probably one of the hardest out there. So you gotta be mentally ready to face everything. Something that is literally the hardest.
Yeah.
So that's what you have to focus on.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, and the S and the S is for Swift. You look like you're in control of things. You look like a hard opera to replace because you play an aggressive style that, like you're saying, if you're boring from Device, if Device borrowed from you, he would be playing a lot more differently as well, and you've been very successful in your style. How much of the round is won because of you as an opper, and how much do you assist in making Nexa look like a great caller?
Well, I think it's a balance. It's all a balance. You know, when we do execution, I'm not gonna be here with my AWP and crossing smokes and running through flashes. You know, I'm the one sending flashes. I'm the one throwing flashes. I'm the one that has to throw good flashes. That's something I learned throughout the years. That was not necessarily something I used to do back then, but for quite a few years now, I'm doing it. So. Yeah, I think I'm overall more complete than I used to be. Once again, as I said, trying to make my AWP style more versatile, being super comfortable rotating around, being super comfortable with communication, being super comfortable with passive style. And yeah, I think I'm doing good so far, except that I know that today I overpicked because I wanted to kill, you know?
Yeah, you want to go for it.
Yeah.
And,
but that's stupid somehow, but...
Yeah, it works sometimes. I mean,
I
sometimes.
know, at least I know.
Sometimes you're literally just too fast for some people. You've got an insane. Have you ever done human benchmark reaction time test? Just that raw test on the internet to see.
Yeah,
what
I don't know.
What you get?
How quick I am might be really mechanical for me. You know, like I don't practice it. I don't. You know, it's. I think like people have talents. There is many ways to have talent. I think my talent's just to be quick, you know.
Born to op, man. Yes, born to op. You've got the wings on your. You've got your wings on your mouse arm because you're super fast, and the op scope as well. Kenny, we want to learn a lot more about you, and we could do that in Fragging Stein by getting you to put together your perfect teammate. But first, we're going to go into our next segment, where Connor's going to lead the way and talk about some of the skin loadouts that we've seen at Blast so far. Stay locked for Shot Style, powered by CS Money.
Baby, it's Shot Style. Now, I know there are critics out there. Some people couldn't care less about skins. You guys need to take a back seat real quick. And anybody who loves those in-game pixels, focus in. We've got 2 inventories for us to take a look at today, and the first one is going to be nobody other than Hunter. He had himself a pretty good performance throughout this weekend, and obviously he's going to have himself this yellow loadout. We always talk about the combinations. You know, I'm that type of player. Me, I'm green, brown, and gold. And him, it's those yellow and browns, a little bit of green in his Karambit lore. We were looking yesterday, I forget who it was now, but point being...
Could be Alexi?
I think it was Alexi B. He had the
bag.
Dragon Lore AWP, and they didn't have the matching Karambit, but this time it is there. So the driver gloves, very fancy. It's the James Bardolph classic. You can see how easily it couples with the shotgun, the wing shot, the buzzkill. The pieces are in place for Hunter. But Hunter's not the only guy on G2 who looks good while he's fragging in the server. There's somebody else, Mohan.
Who else is it?
That's Kenny S.
Kenny S. So nice you got to say it twice. Kenny S.
Kenny S.
Let's bring it up.
Kenny S is the only player that we have taken a highlight look at throughout this event that actually owns the Specialist Gloves Fade. And those things are a thing of beauty. In fact, they couple so nicely with his follow-up fade, the Survival Knife, one of the newest knives added into the game, if I'm not mistaken, during the newest Shattered Web operation. So Kenny S, he's got it hot off the press. AK Asimov, M4 Hyper Beast. We're not looking at huge combinations here, but not needed. My question, when we get back at him, is, you know, what's up with these sandstorms, man? Spend a little cash. But he already has, and he did that on the gloves. Those gloves, let's take a closer look at the Specialist Fades.
Wow, absolutely blew a bag on these guys. These are beautiful.
I believe the French say magnifique.
Magnifique.
Yeah, seems so. You know, when he is flying through the server, when he's surfing for the picks, you know, he's gonna shimmer and glow with the fade here on the knuckles. Those knuckles, they'll punch your teeth out if you're not too careful. So that's it, baby. It's Shot Style, brought to you by CS Money.
I'm always impressed by your CS knowledge, and I feel like one day you will make a fantastic auctioneer. But while we have you in esports, we're going to keep you on for segments just like this one. We're going to start here with Fragging Stein.
Fragging Stein. That's quoted. That's copyrighted.
So happy to have a wipe for that one, too.
Yeah.
That's beautiful. Okay. Well, Kenny, don't you look a little ridiculous? But you're owning it as well, and that's what's most important.
Yeah.
That's
When the goggles start getting sweaty, you can also put them on your head.
Yeah,
yes,
okay.
if you want to get out of it.
That's a hell of a style.
If you want to get out of the lab, hey, listen. If you want to keep, well, you can't keep those. Those aren't for sale. So don't get any ideas.
It's
but
fine. I was not about to buy them anyway.
Okay, good. Well, while we still have you, let's explain the game. We've got Fragging Stein here. We've done this segment already with a couple of other players. Basically, what we need you to do, and what we're going to pick your brain about,
Seems pretty easy.
Pretty easy, pretty straightforward. We're going to take a player from each team that's playing in this week, and then we're going to take a certain quality of that player, aim, communication, clutch, and positioning, and you're going to pick the best player for each of those different categories, and we're going to try to make the ultimate teammate. Kenny S's ideal teammate. When we get to comms, Kenny, you're going to pick someone from your own team because
Not
that's
myself,
who you know.
obviously.
You're up there if you'd like
It's
to.
there, bro.
That's not what I was gonna do.
Okay,
anyway.
good. Well, no
We're gonna
spoilers.
start over
We're going to
here,
start with positioning.
Let's get at it.
Kenny, who on Vitality? Who on OG would you say, after playing against him, has the best and most impressive positioning?
Well, after playing them, it's hard to say.
Where was that in the intro interview?
But I'm gonna go with my friend NBK.
I got it.
Oh, okay.
Because when I was playing with him, I always thought he was really good at being an anchor, doing the job. And when you do the job, it means that your position is great. So yeah, NBK, let's go.
So what's it that makes that you've had fence on cash that's named NBK? What is it about his positioning? If there's any one thing that makes it so special?
I don't know, to be honest, but the biggest strength of NBK is that he can have a terrible game, an awful game, and if you come on his site...
Just looking at the full frontal view.
Production is great.
No, you're good.
If you come on his site, at some point, he will deliver, you know, despite the fact that he's having an awful game. So that's something really like... deep in my head, you know, like something that you see.
It's like you can rely on him? I don't want to put words in your head.
Yeah, you rely on him.
Yeah.
I think it's the kind of player you can rely on.
During your nuke game, he had an auto shotgun at one point.
Yeah,
he comes up B site and just blows you through the smoke, man. I saw your guys' text chat. You said classic NBK.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Is he up to sneaky shenanigans like that all the time, man?
I mean, he's the one that used like really original weapons. So that's also a strength, you know, like when we are like running out of money a bit, it's really good to have someone that can actually deliver with like those, sorry for the word, but shitty weapons.
Shitty weapons, that's fine. No, we're after hours, man.
Like
Cheers. Here, have a drink, man. Cheers, we're after hours.
Okay.
Go for it. Let's get some more words like that out of you. You know what I'm saying?
Drink for a
but
while,
let's keep them to a minimum at the same time. All right, drink up.
Drink up? Oh, Jesus.
Well, let's not get crazy, but drink up. You know what I mean?
Oh, geez.
Have a good time.
It's been a while, you know?
Yeah, it's been a while.
At least 1 week.
Okay, now we're going to move on to clutch factor. This is the player that you want left in the 1v1, the one you know is going to win it every single time. Up to bat, we've got 100 Thieves. Who on this team would you trust most to win the round for you in a 1v1?
I would go for Liaz.
Liaz!
Good choice.
That's my pick as well.
Really patient guy, waiting for mistakes, really smart. Yesterday, he almost won 1v3 against us.
I did a couple of them.
He ended up on someone smarter, which was not me.
Yeah, of course not, no.
Was Nexa, but yeah, seems to be a good...
Yeah, there was a couple of rounds where he got close, one where I think he won. So for us watching, when we watch the games, we miss a certain element of what it feels like to play against that, right? It looks impressive, but what does it feel like to play against a player who's really good at clutching? If you can remember any of the moments there from Liaz, like on Vertigo, what is it that is he tricking your teammates or messing up the communication between you?
The thing, no, is waiting for mistakes, and when mistakes happens, he's having opportunities. It was me yesterday doing the first mistake. It could have been someone else, or we could have not do any mistakes at all. But usually at the level we're playing at, you don't win a clutch if there is no mistakes, except if it's like doing kills in a row and, you know, with AWP maybe. I think it's mostly the way he killed me. I remember he was like having pretty much a weird position, and I was like, "Ooh, that was unexpected," you know. That was an unexpected position to be waited for, you know. So
you get creative, yeah.
Yeah, that's cool. You gotta be creative somehow.
Right.
You know?
Yeah, you're yourself a fantastic clutcher. I'm sure if you're on this list, you would have pulled your name out right away. But now we're going to move on to you picking between your own teammates. Who on this team, G2, has the best communication? Who is the one who has the cleanest comms, who doesn't rage as much, who doesn't on the mic?
Yeah.
Who's the guy who has the good ideas and keeps it concise?
I think I have a pretty good communication, but I would go for Nexa.
Nexa? Yeah. If you even like ego aside, if you were to pick, would you pick yourself, or are you how would you rate your own communication?
I think my communication is good, but sometimes you know the. It happens.
The noises.
It slips out a little bit. Right? Yeah, get a little pissed off.
You know, he keeps the death calm, he's communicating well, he's telling the numbers, he's saying what he's doing. So yeah, his communication is pretty good overall.
You're a player who has much more experience than Nexa. Do you have any times where you give him ideas, or that you think maybe you should have a different idea, or do you trust him 100%?
No, I trust him 100%, literally. I might have different ideas on the moment that might be better or not, that doesn't matter. I think as soon as you actually believe in what you're doing, and also he's doing great goals, so he proved it. So you know, like it's really easy to follow him.
Right, when the round is won. And now we will move into...
Wait, if I may?
Sure, go ahead.
I got a question. I want you to throw somebody under the bus, perhaps.
Uh-oh.
Who on your team could Amanek, huh?
Yeah.
Needs to work. Is that because he doesn't call enough? Is that because his comms are kind of sloppy? Why do you so quickly point
Is it the wine?
He's not raging, you know, but Amanek, he lacks of experience, you know. He tends to forget when to, he doesn't announce flashes all the time. He tends to forget to say when he's leaving a position to another one, that kind of things, you know.
Okay.
So,
do you want me to talk to him so you don't have to? I can go and,
we could rough him
I'll
up.
do it for you,
no,
man.
I think we talked to him enough.
You talked to him? Okay. All right, well, some older habits die hard. So finally, to wrap this up, to create the perfect fragging side, we're going to have the aim category. You're going with Stanislav for aim?
No.
Oh, okay.
Oh, that was a joke.
That was a joke.
Oh, it was a little bit joke. Listen, Stanislav, high fragging IGL, actually plays quite well for an IGL.
No, he's good,
Yeah.
obviously.
Okay.
But there is obviously like really big firepower in this team.
Straight aim, yeah.
I think you know which one I will pick.
I think so too. Do you want to take a stab at it? I'm going to go with Breeze.
I'm going to say the same.
Yeah, Breeze.
Is Breeze, yeah. Is Ethan a close
Ethan
second?
Is good. Ethan is close, yeah.
Okay.
Ethan
Well,
is close.
now, Opera to Opera. How do you look at Cirque? He's got great movement. You both have great movement. How do you think of...
I think he's good. I
Yeah.
think he's really good, yeah. I
Good.
think he's really good. He's among the top 5 at least.
Okay, a top 5. Yeah, that's pretty high praise. What do you think he could work on, if there's anything that you would say? Not to patronize
okay,
him
I'm
or
not
anything.
gonna lie. He's not the kind of. He's not the one I watch the most.
Okay, yeah.
I know he's really accurate.
Yeah.
He reminds me a bit of like a bit of Guardian, you know, and also he's able to flick. So yeah, I think Cirque overall is a pretty good operator, being able to go to aggressive to passive, changing positions. But yeah, I mean, yesterday was not his day, but I think today was much better. I've seen him like being really good, like on vent and nuke and that kind of things. So yeah, Cirque is definitely a really good operator.
Let's make sure to clip that and send it over to Cirque. I'm sure he'll be happy to see that. He does.
Look at him.
He does have some great moments. Train one of his better maps as well. But this is a pretty solid player overall. Any regrets here? This is it. We've got MBK, Liaz, Nexa, and Breeze. It's cool to see a lot of young names on this list.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think
that's a strong
Liaz has
opponent.
stepped up a lot. I think at one point on 105 he's been quite not happy, you know, but he stepped up like really big time.
Okay.
NBK positioning, yeah, I think it's fine. Unfortunately, I don't know much about the other players, to be honest.
Oh yeah, that's okay. No, well listen, it's their job for you to know about them. You know what I mean? They got to show you. So, final question. You take Kenny S, NBK, Liaz, Nexa, Breeze. How far do you get? Do you win a major? What's the top placing that you get?
No, I think you win a major with this one.
Yeah. Oh, I like that.
I'm joking. Maybe.
Oh, wait,
Maybe
no, you're
not.
not joking though, right?
No, I'm not joking. I hope
Okay.
not. But you know, like karma. I believe in karma.
Yeah.
Right. But yeah, I think it's a pretty like there is a lot of coherency in this team. You know, like it makes sense.
It makes sense.
In terms of
maybe one day in the future, when we all have got those earbuds that can translate everybody, we can get a team like this going. And
that's possible. I think whether NBK or myself, we don't go back to Frenchin, so we stick to international. So it's actually possible.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say that, man. Your English has improved crazily.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Props to that.
Yeah. Shocks is one player I feel like over the years I've interviewed him, and his English has gotten worse. It's only gotten worse, actually, over the years.
Yeah,
but your
it
English
didn't
has
improve.
gotten better. Yeah.
Unfortunately, it didn't improve.
Okay, that is it for Frankenstein. He's a wonderful player. And now we're going to introduce our next guest. Kenny, thank you so much for hanging out. It was so wonderful to have you. Appreciate that. You look wonderful. I know I made a joke about it, but this was fantastic. Get some insight. So good to have you on and talk about this. And now we're going to undo this wonderful set and get our next guest on the show. And that guest is the wonderful Shocks, who is hopefully mic'd up. Shocks, are you mic'd up? No, we're not mic'd up. Okay. Okay, cool. And I think we would like to get our seats back as well.
Yeah, you want some seats?
I'm down for sitting down.
Whatever.
Do you like to drink standing? Are you the one that stands at the
Well,
bar?
it's like we're at a bar.
Yeah.
Cheers.
Cheers to that.
True. Yeah, cheers
It's
to
great
that.
to have you here
yes.
for week 3, Shocks.
I'm so happy to join you guys.
That's awesome. Have you seen the show before?
bits and pieces, like because you have highlights and stuff, but this is the first time that I was right there and I could see everything. You guys are great casters, but you guys are so good in this format.
Oh, really?
Like,
yeah. What, we saw like this?
But this is not easy because people need to like wear costumes and all that.
Oh, there's moving parts, yeah.
I did great.
I mean, we made that board in like 10 minutes, right?
Yeah,
so
it took, definitely didn't take all night.
No?
Definitely take all night, yeah. So this comes effortlly to us.
Cool, I think we're getting chairs.
We're super talented.
Thank you
Yeah,
so
so
much.
now we can sit down and chill.
Yeah.
Cables are free. We're all good.
Oh, is this one okay?
After a long day of LEC, after
Yeah.
a long day of LEC, what's the drink of choice?
Well, I think you guys are the same. Try not to drink in between shows. Although, well, it just broke that rule. It's on camera, so that's
Yes,
that.
tomorrow's the last day, you know?
I enjoy a good gin tonic. I obviously enjoy beer because I'm from Belgium, but I enjoy a good gin tonic.
Do you have a favorite gin? Maybe a Hendrix?
No, it's Monkey
Creek?
47.
Oh, Knob Creek. Why did I say Knob Creek? I'm thinking of bourbons. Go ahead.
Monkey 47.
Oh, Monkey 47. We actually had that as well. I think we'll have that tomorrow.
Cool.
You are not only jumping from game to game, but you're jumping into another very hardcore audience,
Yeah.
a very hardcore green room,
Yeah.
with some very pointed analysts. And you have been tasked to ask them the correct questions. How intimidating is that?
It's really intimidating. I have to say, I got the jitters off mostly, I think, last year when I did the first blast I did in Brazil. And I was like a wreck, dude. I was so nervous because
Really?
I think you hit the nail on the head when you say, like, hardcore audience. I think, you know, League and CSGO are two very hardcore audience who don't necessarily want too much to do with each other either, right? They're all like, our game is the best. And I think when you work in esports, you are able to like take a seat back and look, oh, hey, well, I also enjoyed this and I also enjoyed this. But it was intimidating, but I think everyone's been very welcoming straight off the bat. They really have been. And I think, you know, you have to be ready. Like, if you fuck up, then people are going to tell you. So I made sure I studied hard. And to this day, I haven't played that much Counter-Strike yet, which is always something that I want to do. By the way, it's really hard for new players.
It's a tough
to
game
get in there alone. You
yeah.
can't play competitive and just get flamed.
Sometimes if I play with my real life friends, I'm like, I actually don't know where to start.
No.
I don't know, because there's no like balance between your rank, and then you can't make a new account now, and playing casual is not that fun. You don't learn real
it's
CS.
hard.
So have you tried? What's your experience
Yeah, with
been
friends
like?
and stuff.
Yeah.
And then wait, I'm not sure if I'm allowed to say that, but it was some account that I could then play with the other guys with because they were higher rated or whatever.
Yeah.
I did that, but I still
Smurfing is it's unethical, but it's not illegal. So
I don't know.
go
Okay,
ahead.
I didn't know what I was doing. But sometimes I go in there alone and stuff like that, and then I just get immediately almost kick-voted or like yelled at because it's very hard. Because you think when you watch so much, you're like, well, I know the maps, right? I kind of know, and then you drop in a map and you spawn somewhere and you get the bomb and you're like, oh my god.
Yeah. Right.
But back to that, yeah, I've always felt very welcomed. I think I got good feedback on my first event because I think the most important thing is that you show that you've put work in, especially as a host. And I think in a way it makes it interesting now with Machine also going out to LEC because when you work with each other all the time, you're probably the same. Like, you know what to ask each other, you know what answers you're going to get. Well, when someone new comes in with a new perspective who might not know as much like me, I've heard this from Sponge and Thorn as well. They said it's cool because, yeah, maybe the questions aren't as advanced, right? But maybe that's a good thing because we get another angle at things.
Yeah.
So that's been cool, and they've been really nice.
Well, it has to be digestible as well for people watching, right? So sometimes it's good for the host to be just as kind of earnestly curious about the questions.
And I think that even if the questions aren't necessarily as in depth, like that gives Chad and Thorn a really good chance to kind of show their expertise.
Because they can go wherever they want.
Yeah, 100%. And it also starts, I think, generating different types of questions because you have a fresh perspective.
Yeah.
And like you said, you're also hardworking, so that's established.
I mean,
We
if
know
I
that
tell
for
everyone,
sure.
if I tell everyone, then I'm sure
I guess
it's true, right?
Hardworking, that's one of the lies that's easiest to get away with, right?
I heard you in the green room. It's if you don't take a picture of your notes, then
they haven't. Yeah, it's like when you go to the gym,
Do they
right?
really
If you take a
exist?
picture
Yeah.
of it, do they really exist? But I do believe in, like, you know, if you're on social media, you can post those things and you know it'll help because then maybe next time if someone says, oh my god, she messed up there or whatever, but the proof is in the pudding. It's like steering the audience.
You know, some people talk about like retweeting compliments and stuff like that, and where that stands.
It can be hard.
Yeah, it's a tough one because on the one hand, it's like you're doing it to show people when you should be kind of self-secure
awesome.
about it,
Yeah.
right? Yeah, but on the other hand, I've seen people who have quote tweeted compliments in games that I don't follow as much, and had my opinion change of them because I didn't know how well they did in other games, and so it piqued my curiosity about how they.
I'm like in the middle because I think retweeting compliments, I always think it's
It's a bit
on
tacky,
the line.
right?
It's a bit tacky. It's a bit hard, but then I'm not going to judge anyone who does. But it is hard because like we have a job as public-facing people to do a good job, but sometimes we need to celebrate our success, and I think a lot of people don't do that because they think, oh, I don't want to step on anyone's toes and say how I did a good job, and I think we should do that some more. And I try to take the time to like let people know if I worked with someone and I really enjoyed it, or they had like an insane quality or something or other. I think it's important. We should support each other because like we like to tear each other down a lot.
I was gonna say,
no, for real.
There's also people out there that tear down too, right? So I mean, it's a pack mentality. We're all in
Getting
this together.
deep here. What's going? Is that the alcohol?
It might be a mix of the alcohol and just our personalities. When we mix up these games, we've got a lot of freelancers now. It's like a lot of League talent are freelance as well. CS:GO talent. I mean, CS:GO talent are like no agents plus freelance. You know what I mean?
They're always freelance, but I feel like CS:GO talents is really. They do only CS:GO, right?
For the most part, yeah. People haven't really branched out as much. I've done like a little bit of like PUBG and a couple other games here and there, but for the most part, it kind of feels like when you're in a game, as like I'm sure with your audience as well, a part of them is kind of like, where do you think you're going, Missy?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
how dare
so
you?
We get that as well in CS, right? Where you kind of feel people feel like you're cheating on them, or you're trying to like explore your options. It's like
that's sweet in a way.
I mean, it's nice. Yeah, it is nice.
In Counter-Strike, I feel like
in a controlling way.
If there's any movement with us, I feel like it's more so within the roles. You know, like you get guys like Semler who can jump all over the place, for example, here. Moses can do the exact same thing. He's had to stand in for Deskos too. So.
I think the same for you guys, and that's what I think is genuinely impressive because going from host from game to game, like you study up and you have a certain like skill set or whatever. But I think when you go from like casting to sometimes analyzing specifically to doing a show like this, which is completely different, that is a wide skill set you're showing.
It is,
so,
and it helps. I mean, it helps for future hireability and also gives you new
game
perspective.
Game show hosts scrawny.
It gives you more perspective on how to do your own job better as well. Like like casting. When I did a little bit of hosting, I'm maybe a much better caster in some ways, just because of how I thought about like asking people questions. You did some hosting at DreamHack as well. Yeah, and it's kind of cool how that like changes your mentality. But it never hurts to be too versatile, guys. And we live in a day and age where everybody can do 10 things. You know, it's hard.
You have to.
It's hard. It's hard to with the boomer talk.
I don't know. I don't know what's coming. I don't know.
Oh no, there's no big rant coming here. Great. Except no. We live in a time where it's like we're competing against a lot of very talented people.
Yeah.
You know, everybody is really good at a lot of things.
That's true.
Yeah, and it's also easy to learn how to do a lot of things. You know,
I guess
once upon a time.
it is, but I think like the thing is with esports, and I think this is probably the truth in any industry, but I've only really hardcore worked in esports, is that getting complacent is the poison of your career,
100%.
man. And it is so easy to get into it. And I think, like if I take the example of League and like the European LCS for a while, like it would always work. We had a studio, it was the same. Like it would sometimes get changed up, but we kind of doing our thing. And yeah, sometimes you realize, well, no, we have to change things up, and I think LEC showed that tremendously. And I think this year with a lot of the TOs coming in and having like their own projects, like Blast doing like this and like extra content and stuff like that, but also the talent. And that's one of the reasons why I wanted to step outside my bubble, because you also get a lot of positive verification, I think. That's not the word, is it?
Affirmation?
Affirmation, yeah.
Validation?
Validation within your own community, hopefully. But you learn so much, like the things you learn by just working with a different production crew, like a different director, different talent who look at things in a different way, different situations in general, makes you become less complacent. And yeah, I think it's important.
Before we round up here, as we've had a long day, you've been here all day for the show, and we've just obviously sat down for a little bit. Divisive question, Shocks. What is the #1 thing you hate about esports? We can cut
Sometimes people talking shit.
Oh, there it is. You want to name any names?
No, not at all.
I've
just had certain, like, you know, sometimes it comes to your attention that people say things about you.
Yeah.
And it's like very high school. Like, it's
clicky.
If you have an issue with me, just tell me, especially if we're working in the same industry, because we're gonna find out. And I've had times in my career that I was being a total B-word, like bitch. Like I was being really hard to work with. That I was being really, really difficult. But someone told me, and I got better because of it. And I tried to work on it and stuff like that. And they won't always be right, but like, if you can be tactful, of course. But like, if you can give someone feedback straight to their face and say, hey, I noticed this or this, and
And sometimes people aren't going to take it right. I didn't, but they're going to grow from it in general. So.
And you see what I like about that is I think the best way to avoid those sorts of things, right? The best sort of way to avoid egoism in life even is just make sure you have good friends. And that's what I love about esports.
That's also true.
Is that making friends with the people who I work with is what keeps me in check. If I'm being an asshole,
Yeah,
Mohan tells me. You know?
Immediately.
Would you guys tell
to
me?
the point that I'm an asshole.
Are we at that
You know what
point?
I mean?
Would you guys tell me?
Sure.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
I mean, we're sharing lipstick, right?
Yeah.
That's
So we
true.
saw it on Twitter. That's funny. I think I did something we were coloring though, because my lips
I
aren't
don't
that
think
pink.
neither am I.
Yeah, neither his.
I'm not
so
that lush.
Maybe a little contrast, add some saturation so you can look more like me. You know what I mean?
Very cool.
Okay, so well, hopefully we can get you and your enemies in a YouTube boxing match and make a lot of money off of that. That'd be really cool. But for the meantime, Shocks, we're just going to have another day of work, and hopefully we'll have you back in the CS scene for another event. But that's going to be the end of the show today. If you want to hit us up, hashtag BlastPremiere on all socials, as well as just at BlastPremiere, Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, Facebook, whatever. Maybe not Facebook, don't know.
LinkedIn.
Hit us up, okay, if you have feedback. And that's going to be it for us tonight. Cheers, everybody, and have a great night. Take care, everybody. Oh, live studio audience. I like that. That's our producer.
Hey, Martin!